Chapter 1. The Enfeoffment of the Crown Princess. Miss, the lady has sent word, please proceed to the front hall immediately, said the young maid. Her petite steps hurried as she approached from the corridor. The maid at the door raised a finger, signaling for silence. Lower your voice, the young lady is currently transcribing Buddhist scriptures. If she loses her focus, how can you bear the consequences? Though dissatisfaction flickered across her face, she leaned in to glance inside. This moment. The spring of March was at its most splendid. The graceful cherry blossom tree swayed gently, its beauty illuminated by the warm afternoon sun, casting a delicate shadow upon the slender waist of the young girl within. Zhuohua had already sensed the commotion at the door. Her long lashes quivered slightly, yet she did not cease her writing. In a hushed tone, she instructed Rudong, allow her to come in and respond. This hour was always reserved for her transcription of scriptures, and for years, no one had dared to intrude unless there was something of grave importance. Obeying the command, Rudong personally escorted the young maid into the room. What is the urgency? Zhuohua inquired, slightly turning her body. Replying to Miss, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived, bearing an imperial edict. The lady requests your presence to receive it. Zhuohua set down her brush and lifted her gaze. Her petite face, untouched by cosmetics, displayed a smooth and fair complexion that radiated a translucent blush, akin to cherry blossom petals delicately scattered upon her writing desk. Beneath her long lashes rested a pair of sparkling eyes, complemented by a daintily upturned nose and naturally rosy lips, and exquisite balance that avoided the extremes of allure and simplicity. The young maid, sensing her gaze lingered too long, quickly averted her eyes and continued, the lady asks that you change your attire and adorn yourself, accompanying me to meet His Highness. Zhuohua cleaned her hands in the basin brought by the maid, then stepped outside. As she approached the flower-laden gate, she beheld a procession making its way toward the main entrance. At the forefront was a tall man, exuding an air of elegance in a dark robe, a jade belt hanging at his waist. The corners of his garment, adorned with intricate golden patterns, fluttered in the breeze, emanating a sense of both nonchalance and authority. Surrounded by an entourage of guards, he swiftly turned into the corridor. Rudong furrowed her brow and whispered, could that person be the Crown Prince? Though too distant to discern his features, the noble bearing was indeed rare to witness. Zhuohua silently scoffed, just as she suspected. The Crown Prince's visit was less about delivering the edict and more about making statement. Though he claimed to convey the decree, he would not even grant her the courtesy of an audience. Such was his demeanor. Let us first see Mother. Zhuohua redirected her gaze and continued toward the front hall. Mother, she curtsied in greeting. Standing in the courtyard, Lady Yin grasped her hand, first retrieving a silk handkerchief to dab the faint perspiration from her brow. The Crown Prince has pressing matters. He will depart shortly after delivering the edict. Your father is escorting him out. Upon speaking, she glanced at her daughter and, noticing her serene expression, let out a sigh of relief. The two did not proceed to the front hall, but instead made their way to the adjacent flower hall. Lady Yin dismissed the servants, leaving only Rudong and the elderly nanny, Qin Mama, beside her. Ah, Lady Yin sighed before uttering a word. It was only in this private setting, as Princess Irin, that she could momentarily shed her formal demeanor and reveal a glimpse of her true self. Zhuohua observed Yan's restlessness, and, with a gentle smile that revealed a pair of dimples at the corners of her lips, softly reassured, Mother, there is no need for concern. I have reached the age of maturity, and marriage is inevitable. If you find it hard to part with me, I shall seek opportunities to return to Anyang to visit you. Yin paused, then looked up at her in surprise. You've already guessed. The Crown Prince personally delivered the decree and summoned me to accept it. Given your expression, I can think of no other reason for your distress aside from a marriage arrangement. Yin nodded, her gaze towards Zhuohua filled with both tenderness and pride. Her daughter, so innocent and gentle, was dutiful and filial, and the more she exhibited these qualities, the more Yin felt a pang of reluctance. The Emperor has arranged your marriage, appointing you as the Crown Princess, with the wedding set for 3 months hence. In most families, the rise of a daughter to the status of Crown Princess would be a cause for celebration. However, Yin appeared rather disheartened. Despite her lineage as the daughter of a grand princess who was the emperor's own aunt, she had been raised with privilege, yet chose to marry for love. Her husband, the current head of the Su family and the governor of Anyang, held a respectable position, albeit not exceedingly high. Nevertheless, the Su family had been a prominent clan for centuries, their wealth substantial, making them one of the foremost families in the entire Qin dynasty. She possessed power, status, and fortune in abundance. As for her only daughter, all she desired was for her to find happiness and satisfaction, wishing to shield her from the intricacies of court intrigue. Leaning against Yan, Zhuohua spoke with a hint of playfulness, attempting to comfort her. Since this is the emperor's decree, there is no room for negotiation. Fortunately, grandmother is also in the capital, and when I enter the city, she will look after me, so there is no need for you to worry excessively. Yin gently patted her hand, her thoughts drifting to the East Palace, her expression growing somber. After several false starts, she finally spoke. You may not be aware, but there is a concubine, Lady Lu, in the East Palace who is greatly favored by the Crown Prince. This lady is the daughter of the Crown Prince's wet nurse and has known him since childhood. Had her background been more suitable, she might have already been established as his principal wife. It is said that the Crown Prince has even clashed with the Empress over this matter. Zhuohua was well aware of this situation. Rumors suggested that the Crown Prince, known for his aloof demeanor and strong will, was not easily swayed by women, except for this concubine who could elicit his gentle words. They had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Although the concubine held no official title, she was regarded by the Crown Prince as his only true match. Yet, if Yin believed her to be unaware, then so be it. Since the Empress does not approve, even in my absence, that concubine cannot ascend to the position of Crown Princess. Moreover, this marriage has been decreed by the Emperor. Now that the order has been given, the Crown Prince, despite any reluctance, must comply. Yin sighed softly, touching Suzu's forehead with her finger. Perhaps it is my fault for sheltering you too well, leading you to view the world with such simplicity. Matters between spouses are often reserved for when doors are closed. For now, while the Empress and the Emperor can compel the Crown Prince to marry you, once you enter the East Palace, who can dictate how he will treat you behind those closed doors? Upon this reflection, Yan's heart tightened, filled with concern and sorrow. Noticing Suzu's downcast eyes and silence, Yan assumed her words had been too harsh and softened her tone, saying, Tao Tao, you are the precious treasure that I struggled to bring into this world. If you suffer in the Eastern Palace and I am powerless to assist, it would be akin to tearing out a piece of my very heart. Rest assured, I shall find a way to resolve matters pertaining to the Eastern Palace. As she spoke, Yan's unease deepened. No, I must write a letter to your grandmother immediately. This marriage must be annulled if possible. If not, we must delay it. That woman must be dealt with before you enter the Eastern Palace. Mother, Zhuohua rose, wishing to offer counsel. She feared that mishandling the situation might provoke the Crown Prince's ire, but before she could voice her thoughts, Yin had already hurried out the door. Ru Tang approached with a worried expression, saying, Miss, your mother is right. The Crown Prince and the consort are currently in a passionate phase. Your entry into the Eastern Palace at this moment is indeed ill-timed. I am well aware, Zhuohua replied, standing with her hands clasped behind her back. The sunlight filtering through the window graced her features, revealing a hint of aloofness, starkly contrasting with her earlier innocence before Yin. However, I refuse to entrust my future to another woman. What if she cannot be eliminated? Shall I simply wait indefinitely? Ru Tang was not surprised by her words. She alone understood the extent of preparations the young lady had undertaken for this day. Chapter 2. Nightmares in the elegantly adorned room. A veil of mist enveloped the air. The silhouette of a graceful woman was cast upon the hibiscus screen. Her delicate arms, akin to white jade lotus stems, languidly rested upon the edge of the bathing tub, while crystalline droplets cascaded from her slender fingertips onto the cool blue tiles below. Miss, just a little longer in the bath, and you may rise, said Ru Tang, as she added the final packet of herbal powder into the tub, gently stirring the fragrant water. The waves slowly parted, and Zhuohua slightly arched her back, revealing her slender, fair neck, allowing the rippling water to envelop her gently curvaceous form. Ru Tang, preparing the cotton towels and bathrobe for after the bath, could not help but marvel. Since her youth, Miss had experimented with various beauty-enhancing herbs from around the world, indulging in medicinal baths every few days to nourish her body, resulting in her ethereal, porcelain-like skin. In Lu Tang's eyes, no man could possibly resist such a delicate physique. Surely, the crown prince would be no exception. Lu Tang, Zhuohua called softly. The last edition of herbal powder was intended to nourish and hydrate, rendering the skin irresistibly smooth, while also heightening the sensitivity of a woman's most intimate areas. Unbeknownst to her, her voice had taken on a languid, alluring tone. Lu Tang quickly set aside her tasks and approached. "What is your command, miss? Is everything prepared for our journey to the capital? We depart in just a few days. Do take the time to ensure nothing has been overlooked. And Yang is quite distant, and a round trip will consume considerable time. Rest assured, the madam is personally overseeing this matter. Your affairs have always been of utmost importance in the household. No one would dare to make a mistake at this juncture. I visit daily to check on the preparations. So you may remain at ease," Lu Tang replied. Zhuohua nodded and closed her eyes, refraining from further inquiries. She had been with the Su family for a full decade. She was a transmigrator, having entered this world through a novel. Prior to her arrival, she was the only daughter of a wealthy tycoon. Her mother had passed away early, and her father had suddenly died, plunging the family into a fierce struggle for power. After overcoming countless challenges, she had finally taken the reins of the business empire, only to find herself unexpectedly transported into this book. At that time, the original owner, sharing her name, was a mere 6 years old, having met an untimely demise due to an accident. When she opened her eyes again, she had become this 6-year-old girl. It took her several years to realize that she had entered a novel she had previously read. This story belonged to the male demographic, narrating the exploits of the male lead, Qi Hecang, as he ascended to power, implemented new policies, and appointed capable ministers to establish a prosperous era. During that time, she was entangled in fierce battles with several uncles, and the overwhelming pressure often led her to seek solace in such exhilarating tales to alleviate her stress and inspire herself. The female characters in the novel were few, primarily serving to highlight the male protagonist, and the original owner, a pitiful child who perished at 6, was merely a footnote. After much contemplation, Zhuohua finally concluded that her role in the narrative was that of a mere tool. The author had devoted considerable attention to the primary woman in the story, who was Qi Hecang's beloved, the consort Lu Wanning. Lu Wanning, the daughter of Qi Hecang's wet nurse, had known him since childhood, making them childhood sweethearts. Lu Wanning, gentle and kind, resembled a flower that understands language, quietly accompanying Qi Hecang in the depths of the palace. However, her origins were undeniably humble, and despite Qi Hecang's fervent efforts, the empress only consented to grant her the title of a concubine. This circumstance sowed discord between her and the empress, resulting in no official consort being appointed even upon his ascension. After ascending the throne, Qi Hecang named a noblewoman as empress and conferred upon Lu Wanning the title of imperial noble consort, elevating her status to that of a secondary empress. Despite many years passing without a child, Qi Hecang arranged for a son and a daughter from other consorts to be recognized under her care. The affection Qi Hecang held for Lu Wanning was something Zhuohua could comprehend while reading. Occupying the esteemed position of the crown prince, burdened with the weight of the world's expectations and responsibilities, it was indeed a rare find to have a confidant amidst such isolation. In safeguarding Lu Wanning, he was, in essence, protecting the lonely self he once was in the depths of the palace. Yet, the young and helpless Zhuohua perished at the tender age of 6 in the Zhuohua palace, becoming a mere footnote in the clandestine tales of the harem. Each year, as her death anniversary approached, Zhuohua would dream the same dream. She stood in a palace adorned with fluttering gauze, the veil before her reflecting a swaying figure. She longed to discern who it was, but the layers of curtains seemed endless. The more she lifted, the more frantic she became, her pace quickening. Suddenly, all the gauzy drapes surged towards her, enveloping her entirely. "Miss, please wake up." The anxious voice of Lu Tang echoed in her ears. Drawing a deep breath, it felt as though a drowning person had found air once more. the fresh oxygen flooding her chest, rescuing her from the brink of despair. "Miss, you had another nightmare," Ru Tang remarked, gently wiping the sweat from her brow while soothing her with kind words. Zhuohua, after a prolonged moment of gasping, emerged from her reverie, her fair countenance still tinged with a hint of alarm. As Ru Tang dried her damp skin and helped her into her garments, she spoke, "Please make arrangements promptly. We shall visit the temple to pray tomorrow." Based on prior experiences, dreams would typically commence at the end of March, yet this year had arrived a fortnight early. A sense of unease settled within Zhuohua, but she swiftly regained her composure, returning to her usual self. Presently, her most significant ambition was to ascend to the Eastern Palace. She was never one to resign herself to fate, even without that imperial decree of marriage. She possessed the means to stand beside the sovereign. Regardless of her circumstances, she was determined to soar to great heights, residing amongst the heavens. Zhuohua, derived from the brilliance of the Chinese essence, she would not betray this name. As Ru Tang assisted her onto the bedding, she busied herself with the arrangements for the following day. Since her young mistress had become ensnared in her own thoughts at the age of 6, her mother had kept her secluded within the confines of the Su residence, revealing herself to the world only for temple visits. A revered monk had once proclaimed that to ensure her prolonged safety, she must not be seen by others until she turned 16, and she needed to recite scriptures daily to receive the Buddha's blessings. Initially, it was thought that upon reaching the age of 16, her trance would be lifted. However, it seemed that was not the case. Contemplating this, Ru Tang quickened her pace. Spring rains often arrive unannounced, and before long, they began to fall softly through the night. A sudden clatter of hooves disrupted the tranquility of the forest, causing several birds to take flight from the treetops. "Your Highness, ahead lies the Ganlin Temple." Qi Hecang tightened the reins, his deep-set brows lifting slightly as he commanded, "We shall reside in the temple tonight and embark on our journey tomorrow." "Understood." The guard Lu Cheng raised his whip and rode ahead to make arrangements at the temple. Qi Hecang soon arrived at the temple, where the abbot, accompanied by others, knelt to welcome him. "Rise," he uttered, his brief words inadvertently carrying the weight of a prince's authority. The abbot stood, approached Qi Hecang, and clasped his hands together, saying, "We were unprepared for your Highness's unexpected visit. If there are any shortcomings, I beg your Highness's forgiveness." As he spoke, cold sweat trickled down from his ears, mingling with the rain. Though the prince was not adorned in opulent garments, an undeniable aura of intimidation emanated from him, his every word and gesture resonating like the tolling of a great bell. Qi Hecang dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, stepping inside. "It matters not. I shall rest for the night and depart at dawn. There is no need for fuss." His visit was indeed a spontaneous decision. Having heard of the temple's reputed blessings for offspring, he had detoured to seek a charm for a child. Thoughts of the Lu family back in the capital softened the sternness of Qi Hecang's brow, infusing it with a hint of tenderness. Chapter 3. A fortuitous encounter at Ganlin Temple. The mountains had endured a night of relentless rain, the downpour carrying mud and silt that washed over the mountain paths. Even the official roads were rendered treacherous and muddy, causing many horse-drawn carriages bound for the mountains to turn back. Zhuohua was resolute in her endeavors. Once she made a decision, she rarely wavered. After much effort, she finally arrived at the entrance of Ganlin Temple, where she waited in the carriage for a moment before unable to resist the temptation to lift the curtain and peer outside. Ru Tang was standing at the temple's gate, conversing with a young acolyte, her expression tinged with anxiety. Zhuohua instructed her maid to call Ru Tang back. "Is there a matter at the temple today? Why is the main gate closed?" "Zhuohua inquit." Ru Tang lowered her gaze and replied, "They say a distinguished guest has arrived at the temple, and they're not receiving visitors today. We must come another day." "Distinguished guest?" Zhuohua pondered. Her father was the inspector of Anyang, overseeing the military and governance of the region. Although he held no significant rank in the capital, he was the foremost official in Anyang. The Su family was also a prominent lineage in Anyang. If she, as the legitimate daughter of the Su family, was barred from entry, one could only wonder what sort of esteemed guest could provoke such a slight from the abbot. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, Zhuohua dismounted the carriage. supported by Ru Tang's hand. "Miss, be careful," Ru Tang cautioned, unfurling an oiled paper umbrella to shield Su Zhuohua from the rain. The two of them approached the temple entrance together. Su Zhuohua visited Ganlin Temple several times each year, usually accompanied by a large entourage from the Yin family, always with the abbot personally guiding them. Today, however, Yin was unwell, and it had taken considerable persuasion for Su Zhuohua to convince her to venture out. "Greetings, Miss Su," the young acolyte, appearing no older than 13 or 14, greeted her with a charming countenance, yet stammered upon seeing Su Zhuohua through the veil of her hat. Su Zhuohua spoke gently. "Might I trouble you to convey that I merely wish to light a lamp and offer a stick of incense?" "Yes, you. I will not disturb anyone. The abbot has decreed that no one may enter today," the young acolyte responded. Ru Tang, her voice steady, interjected, "Our young mistress braved the rain before dawn to depart from her residence. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she encountered throngs of people heading back. Only she, with sincere intentions, persevered to arrive here. Are you truly so presumptuous as to dismiss her with mere words? Do inquire with the abbot about the annual donations the Su family makes to the temple. Without our support, could Ganlin Temple have achieved its current stature and renown?" Su Zhuohua raised her hand to interrupt Ru Tang before the Buddha. "Such words are inappropriate." The young acolyte, overwhelmed by Ru Tang's fervent words, felt comforted by Su Zhuohua's gentle tone. "I shall seek out the abbot and inquire on your behalf. Please wait here." "Thank you," Su Zhuohua replied. Once the young acolyte had departed, Ru Tang adjusted Su Zhuohua's cloak, whispering, "Mistress, there is no need for such formality. Even the abbot would treat you with utmost respect. A mere novice monk dares not dismiss you so lightly." Though Su Zhuohua appeared gentle, Ru Tang understood that her mistress was not one to suffer indignities quietly. Su Zhuohua pursed her lips, her gaze lingering on the direction the young acolyte had taken. "The crown prince must be inside today. I must maintain my composure in his presence." "The crown prince?" "Zutang et Galim Astonitz." Su Zhuhao note that. Recognizing that the only person capable of keeping her at bay was none other than the crown prince, it was unlikely that anyone else could exert such influence. However, her mother had already ascertained the crown prince's itinerary, and logically, he should not have been present today. Ru Tang inquired. "Ganlin Temple is most renowned for granting wishes regarding marriage and offspring. Could it be that the crown prince has a desire?" Su Zhuohua chuckled coldly, contemplating that indeed. He might be seeking a child. At 21, the crown prince had yet to sire an heir, and it was likely he wished for his favored consort to bear him a son. Tears shimmered in Ru Tang's eyes as she choked out, "This is truly excessive. Who knows how much suffering you will endure once you enter the East Palace, Mississippi Ru Tang. I have never felt wronged. The crown prince is indifferent to me, and I, in turn, am equally so towards him. He desires a crown princess to silence the gossip of the masses, while I require him merely as a stepping stone. Our needs are mutually beneficial and entirely fair." Moreover, Su Zhuohua lowered her eyelashes and smiled. Men are meant to be conquered. In her past life, she had navigated the complexities of various men with ease. Qi Hecang held no exceptional allure in her eyes. The door creaked open, and a young novice hurried in. "Miss Su, I apologize for the wait. The abbot is occupied with distinguished guests and has sent me to accompany you. Should there be any offense, I shall personally explain it to you later." The novice gestured for Su Zhuohua to follow him. "Thank you," Su Zhuohua said, taking Ru Tang's hand as they entered the temple. Su Zhuohua had dedicated a perpetual lamp at Ganlin Temple, visiting annually to replenish the incense. The novice, accustomed to this routine, guided her. "Today, the temple has many inconveniences. Once you finish your prayers, we will not keep you for the vegetarian meal. That is quite all right. You may carry on with your duties. I shall remain here for a while before departing." "Yes." The novice placed the incense and oil lamp down, turned to close the door, and left. As he descended the steps, he glanced back. The eldest daughter of the Su family had always been shrouded in mystery in the eyes of the public. Since her return from the capital at the age of 6, she had never left the Su residence, and no one had seen her visage. Some claimed that Su Zhuohua was deeply afflicted, bordering on madness. which was why the Su family dared not let her venture outside. Others suggested that she had devoted herself entirely to Buddhism, remaining oblivious to worldly affairs. Yet, the novice felt that the Su heiress was not as they described. She was gentle and amiable, treating others kindly, even without seeing her true face. One could discern that she was a compassionate, wise woman. Having left the side hall, the novice went directly to the main hall to report. The abbot uttered a prayer, Ba, and addressed Qi Hecang. Miss Su's sincerity is commendable. We are grateful for your highness's support. Qi Hecang, standing with his hands clasped behind him in the Guanyin hall, wore a frostbitten expression, coldly inquiring, "She comes every year to offer the perpetual lamp?" "Indeed, every March. Regardless of weather, Miss Su personally visits, typically accompanied by Madame Su. However, this year, she arrived unexpectedly early." A cold smile flickered in Qi Hecang's heart. It seemed the rumors held truth. This woman, with her venomous heart, sought to have the Buddha cleanse her sins. How laughable. He raised his gaze, signaling to Lu Cheng at his side. Lu Cheng immediately bowed and stepped back. The abbot, noticing that Qi Hecang had no intention of further questioning, picked up a jade pendant from the altar and handed it to him. "Your Highness, last night I placed the Empress's jade pendant beneath the Guanyin statue and recited scriptures throughout the night. If the Empress can wear it close to her, her long-held wishes are sure to be fulfilled." Qi Hecang's long, cold visage finally softened with a hint of warmth as he accepted the pendant. Caressing it gently in his palm, he spoke, "It would indeed be splendid if a master could consecrate the pendant. Since I am here, I shall also kneel before the Buddha to express my sincerity." With that, Qi Hecang knelt upon the mat. The abbot's expression remained calm, yet he was profoundly astonished. The crown prince was known for his aloof nature and his severe demeanor towards people and matters. It was unexpected that he would go to such lengths for a concubine, traveling 100 miles to seek a child, and even personally kneeling to pray for blessings. While the news of Su family's eldest daughter entering the Eastern Palace as the crown princess had yet to be publicly announced, many well-informed individuals were already aware. When a young monk had just reported that Zhuohua was waiting outside the temple, the crown prince had instructed them to let her go, stating that he did not wish to delay the pilgrims. The abbot had thought the crown prince was reluctant to see the future crown princess endure such hardships. However, it now appeared that Zhuohua was regarded by the crown prince merely as an ordinary devotee. Ba, the abbot silently recited in his heart. Chapter 4. Gradual schemes within the inner sanctum. Zhuohua lit the oil lamp, her palms pressed together as she silently recited a prayer. "Little Tao Tao, you visit me in dreams each year, surely harboring some grievance. If this knot remains untied, you shall not reincarnate. Trust me, one day I shall offer the life of your murderer as a sacrifice, and then with the phoenix's fate, I shall assist your rebirth." After returning from the capital, the original host indeed fell into a stupor for a considerable 6 months. The Yin family sought renowned physicians in vain and eventually turned to metaphysics. A wandering monk, upon seeing the original host, was astonished. He said to her, "Miss, your fate is precious, yet it has been willfully severed. Unless someone cloaked in the phoenix's destiny performs your salvation, you shall have no chance of reincarnation." It was at this moment that Zhuohua arrived, suddenly regaining her senses. Zhuohua brought great joy to the Yin family. They intended to reward the monk handsomely, but he floated away, leaving no trace behind, only uttering, "The young lady is destined for the Buddha. With the Buddha's compassionate heart, may she be delivered from calamity." Goodness abounds. Zhuohua stood before the eternal lamp for a while longer, then took up incense, kneeling before the Buddha in prayer. "O Buddha, your devotee Zhuohua burns incense and bows in reverence. As I prepare to depart from Anyang, I wish for my parents' health and the happiness of the people of Anyang for years to come. As I am to marry into the Eastern Palace, I wish for the crown prince all matters to proceed smoothly, ushering in a grand era for the Qian." After a moment of contemplation, she whispered, "Yet, I harbor a small selfish wish." Hidden behind the prayer flags, Lu Cheng's eyes twitched slightly. "I wish to encounter a kindred spirit, to have a harmonious marriage, with mutual respect and understanding." This was a desire shared by women across the realm, and Lu Cheng did not find it surprising as he leaned against the stone pillar, continuing to listen. Should it be that Su Zhuohua's voice carried a hint of sorrow? If my husband does not cherish me, I implore the Buddha's mercy. I shall remain dutiful and abide by propriety, merely asking for my husband to retain a semblance of dignity for the sake of our marital bond. Her voice, like pearls cascading onto a plate, was melodious and enchanting, imbued with a quivering tone that evoked a sense of compassion. Lu Cheng shook his head. This young lady from the Su family possessed such simple thoughts. She would likely struggle to find her footing in the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince was not one to be swayed by feminine allure. Though the Eastern Palace housed several consorts, the only one who held his heart was the favored consort Lu. Their harmonious relationship had flourished for many years, a bond that Su Zhuohua could never intrude upon. Lu Cheng sighed inwardly. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for Su Zhuohua's ill-timed arrival. Without the Crown Prince's protection, she would not possess the fortune of consort Lu to thrive within the Eastern Palace. Through a crevice, Lu Cheng beheld the figure kneeling before the Buddha, clad in a simple white veil, her skin luminous as snow, and her tear-laden eyes radiating grace. Even with only her eyes visible, she was a vision of unparalleled beauty. Yet, it was still a pity. Su Zhuohua did not linger long. After completing her prayers, she departed from Ganlin Temple. It was only once she settled back into the carriage that she exhaled a sigh of relief. As Tang helped her remove her veil and offered her a warm silk handkerchief, she remarked, "Miss, you guessed correctly. The Crown Prince indeed sent someone." However, the maid felt that even after hearing this, the Crown Prince's heart might not waver. As Su Zhuohua wiped her hands, she remarked, "I never expected to sway the Crown Prince's sentiments through this matter. I merely wished to gauge the depth of his animosity towards me. My reputation in Anyang is passable. Yet in the capital, where noble families abound, countless daughters of aristocrats are vying to gain entry into the Eastern Palace. With the title of Crown Princess potentially falling to me, they will undoubtedly devise every means to investigate and even concoct rumors. The Crown Prince must have already inquired about me." Placing the silk handkerchief on the tray, she lifted a cup of steaming tea to her lips. The information he could uncover is limited to two matters. Blowing away the froth, she took a delicate sip and continued. One is that since my descent into madness, I have remained hidden within the Su family, leading to whispers of my insanity. Should he witness me today, he would discern the truth. The other pertains to the event when I was 7 years old, when I personally executed my wet nurse. Ru Tang, filled with indignation, retorted, "That old woman brought this upon herself, seeking to profit at the expense of her master. At least you spared her corpse and did not bring harm to her family. That is already an act of great mercy. Yet they twist this into a tale against you, which is truly excessive." Su Zhuohua set down her teacup, dabbed at the moisture by her lips, and said lightly, "In such matters, proving one's innocence is not particularly difficult. However, given his current prejudice against me, even if the truth were laid bare before him, he might still refuse to believe it. Qi Hecang harbors affections for another. Even if Su Zhuohua were to do nothing wrong, in his eyes, she would still carry the stigma of ambition and usurpation. Her fate would likely amount to becoming a mere clay idol, placed within the Eastern Palace as a token offering. Indeed, Su Zhuohua yearned for status and power. Yet without winning Qi Hecang's heart, all of this would merely be a mirage, an illusion. Therefore, many matters must be approached with caution. For instance, the entanglement between her and Qi Hecang must occur before her entrance into the Eastern Palace. Shortly after the Su family carriage departed from Ganlin Temple, another carriage followed onto the official road. Qi Hecang leaned against the carriage wall with his eyes closed, listening to Lu Cheng recount the conversations overheard in the side hall. After a while, he lifted one corner of his mouth and instructed, "Such a ruthless heart at such a young age. Once she enters the Eastern Palace, she is bound to disrupt the tranquility of the court. Relay this back. Have Dashi personally train a few trustworthy maidservants to accompany the consort. My duties are demanding, and I cannot remain by Lu's side at all times. Lu's nature is pure, kind, and virtuous. She will surely suffer in her encounters with Su Zhuohua. Lu Cheng recalled the pure and gentle figure in the hall, initially intending to speak a few words in favor of Su Zhuohua. But upon witnessing the crown prince's disdainful expression, he swallowed his words. Your Highness, the tasks at hand are nearly complete. I estimate we shall set off back to the capital in about half a month. Qi Hecang nodded, suddenly recalling something. Let us stop by Qingzhou on our way. I remember the court allocated funds earlier this year for the construction of the river embankment. We should also investigate how those funds have been utilized. Lu Cheng paused, taken aback by Qi Hecang's sudden interest in this matter. After a moment's reflection, he realized that, according to their plans, they might encounter the wedding procession from the palace along the way. It appears that the crown prince holds no genuine affection for Miss Su, hastily seeking to distance himself from her. Alas, Miss Su is likely to face great challenges in the days to come. The palace has set an urgent wedding date, and the Su family has been diligently preparing the dowry for Su Zhuohua's marriage. Su Zhuohua glanced at the thick ledger in her hands and smiled at Mrs. Yin, saying, Mother, do you intend for me to take half of the Su family to the capital? Upon the table lay a substantial tome, detailing everything from pillows and bedding to estates and shops. Merely the silks and satins, along with gold and silver jewelry, would take her years to wear even once if she donned a single piece each day. Mrs. Yin grasped her hand, her heart heavy with reluctance. You have been raised by my hand since birth, my precious daughter, nurtured in my very heart. A moment of negligence years ago nearly cost you your life. Now, as you prepare to leave my side for the capital, how can I possibly ease my mind? Su Zhuohua understood that Mrs. Yin had devoted nearly half her life to bringing her into this world. During her arduous labor, the Grand Princess had fortuitously dispatched imperial physicians from the capital, ensuring the survival of both mother and daughter. Yet, Mrs. Yan's health had been compromised, requiring 2 years of recuperation before she could give birth to the Su family's second son, Su Jialing. Walking over to Mrs. Yan, Su Zhuohua linked her arm with her mother's and softly reassured her, I am now 16, no longer the naive 6-year-old girl I once was. I am not foolish enough to let anyone harm me again. Tears welled in Mrs. Yan's eyes. A mother worries for her child, regardless of distance. I know you are wise, but the capital, the palace, is, to me, a battleground. One does not emerge unscathed from such a place. You are my cherished daughter. How could I bear to let you go? The Grand Princess, having aided the late emperor in ascending the throne, had endured her share of bloodshed and turmoil. Though Mrs. Yin had grown under the Grand Princess's protection, she had also witnessed the perils that lay therein. Thus, she had resolutely chosen to marry outside the capital. Little did she anticipate that her only daughter would now be returning. Chapter 5. To leave or to stay. Su Zhuohua leaned against Yan's embrace and said, Though I depart, it is fortunate that Jialing can still remain by your side. Once he marries and has children, our household will be bustling, and you shall find yourself quite occupied. Yin teased, You think too highly of your brother. He is already 14 and spends his days following your father around the military camp. Not only is marriage a distant prospect, but even if I were to arrange for him to meet young ladies, he would be nowhere to be found. Speaking of father, why have I not seen him in the mansion these past few days? Su Zhuohua in Guit. After the new year, he has barely had a moment's respite before becoming busy once more. His official duties are manageable, but the Su family has many businesses, and with their current prosperity, the matters requiring his attention have multiplied. Su Zhuohua sighed softly and whispered into Yan's ear, in the rear courtyard, There are only a few concubines. For years, it has been mother who has managed everything without any disturbances. In my absence, should mother face any issues, she must be cautious. The concubines quarrel not for themselves, but for father. If his heart is devoted to you, no one else can cause a stir. Yin, having been favored since childhood, naturally possessed a strong and somewhat willful character. When Su Zhuohua first arrived, there was some discord between Yin and Su Yinan regarding matters of the inner quarters. Over the years, the Su family has produced only one son and one daughter from Yin, and even if Su Yinan is indifferent, the family cannot escape gossip. Although Yin is the only daughter of the Grand Princess and a princess herself, she ultimately became a wife. In this era, the husband is the head of the household, and even the proudest of women must bow her head. Yan's stubbornness was tempered by Su Zhuohua's subtle mediation, which allowed matters to settle down. Currently, the relationship between Yin and Su Yinan remains relatively stable, yet Su Zhuohua cannot help but feel concerned. Yin feigned annoyance and patted her hand, saying, "You silly girl. Why are you still thinking about me at a time like this? You should focus all your thoughts on the capital and the Eastern Palace. I have been pondering where your temperament originates. In my youth, I earned a reputation for being arrogant and overbearing, whereas your father is not the most amiable of men. Yet you always present yourself with such calmness, as gentle as a breeze. Who in the Su family does not sing your praises? Tao Tao, once you arrive in the capital, do not be so meek. With your grandmother by your side, she is your strongest ally. If you encounter grievances, you may seek her counsel. She is fiercely protective. Even if it reaches His Majesty, she will seek justice for you." Yan's words, while not entirely accurate, held a kernel of truth. Nowadays, the court shows a measure of respect towards the Grand Princess, and even the Emperor regards her with esteem. As for the Su family, they discreetly contribute a greater share of taxes to the court each year. Though Su Zhuohua did not grow up in the capital, her status is sufficient to allow her to navigate it with ease. She remained non-committal, replying, "I understand, mother, do not worry. I will not allow myself to be bullied. Yet I'm not one to act recklessly. As for my future and that of the Su family, I have a clearer vision than you realize. While the current emperor is close to us and values us, he will meet his demise within a year. At that time, Crown Prince Qi Hecang will ascend the throne. The new emperor ascends the throne with formidable authority, ushering in a new era. To safeguard her own future and that of the Su family, the first step for Su Zhuohua is to secure a place in Qi Hecang's heart. The bridal procession traveled for over half a month, finally reaching the outskirts of the capital. Su Zhuohua decreed that, after such a long journey, the weary travelers need not rush into the city. They would first rest for 2 days at the suburban palace before proceeding. Exhausted from the arduous trek, the entourage was relieved by her decision to pause, which aligned perfectly with their desires. Ru Tang arranged for the bridal chamber to be prepared according to Su Zhuohua's preferences and then attended to her bathing in the hot spring pool. The palace featured a natural hot spring sourced from the mountain, ideal for relieving fatigue. After preparing the medicinal bath, Su Zhuohua instructed Ru Tang to take a moment for herself, promising to call her back when the time was right. As Ru Tang stepped outside, she briefed the maid stationed at the entrance and, upon looking up, noticed the sky darkening with a fine drizzle. Remembering the thinness of the garments she had prepared, she worried that Su Zhuohua might catch a chill after her bath, so she decided to return to the chamber to fetch additional clothing. However, the rain fell rapidly, transforming into a relentless downpour, with winds howling fiercely. Aside from the guards at the door, the rest of the personnel had retreated indoors, leaving no one lingering outside. Amidst the torrential rain, the palace gate was knocked upon urgently. The guard approached to investigate and, upon seeing the Eastern Palace insignia, promptly opened the gate. "Your Highness, we have arrived. I will arrange for assistance immediately," Lu Cheng said with a serious expression, commanding the guards to quickly escort the crown prince to the hot spring hall. He recalled that there was a natural spring within the hall, its crystal-clear waters perfect for cooling down. The crown prince, leaning against the carriage door frame, spoke in a hoarse and low voice, "Be cautious." Of course, Lu Cheng understood the crown prince's concerns. On their return journey, they had been ambushed, and the assailants had retreated after a swift attack, which they initially dismissed. Little did they know, the attackers' intentions lay beyond mere assassination. They had covertly administered a potent drug into the crown prince's tea. This substance was highly dangerous, and if not alleviated promptly, it could lead to a catastrophic rupture of his blood vessels. The crown prince, a seasoned martial artist with numerous guards and hidden protectors, posed a formidable challenge for any would-be assassin. Yet, this method suggested that the attackers had further schemes in mind. Thus, it was imperative that the woman Lu Cheng chose be utterly reliable. Struggling against the tumultuous heat within his body, Qi Hecang was assisted into the hot spring hall. Inside, a delicate fragrance reminiscent of a woman's bath wafted through the air, mingling with a hint of moisture, enticing one to succumb to the warmth of the water. Qi Hecang clenched his fists, bidding everyone to leave. Fortunately, he had fortified himself with his internal energy. Otherwise, he would have long since lost his senses. "Your Highness?" A melodious voice rang out within the hall. Qi Hecang lifted his gaze to see a woman clad in a verdant palace garment, kneeling by the entrance. Although she wore the attire of a palace maid, the neckline was slightly low, revealing glimpses of her alluring form. As she raised her hand, the sheer sleeve slipped down her wrists, exposing a flawless white arm. Qi Hecang inhaled deeply, yet he could not suppress the surge of blood within him. With all his strength, he uttered two words that emerged hoarse and devoid of authority. The woman trembled as she rose, her lips uttering compliance while her waist swayed ever closer. "Your Highness appears unwell. Would you like me to fetch you a cup of tea?" Qi Hecang was consumed by fury. Rationality dictated that this woman should remain untouched. "Get out." He rose, striking down with his palm, and the woman fell limply to the ground. He could not wait for Lu Cheng to summon aid. He needed to cool his body with water immediately. The scent of bathing enveloped him as Qi Hecang staggered toward the hot spring. Outside, the commotion awakened Zhuohua suddenly. "Ru Tang," she called softly. The howling wind and rain outside contrasted sharply with the eerie silence within. A heaviness settled in Zhuohua's heart as she turned to look. A tall figure emerged beyond the screen, leaping abruptly into the hot spring. Zhuohua had already stepped halfway out, clutching the edge of the pool with a gauzy veil to shield her form. The Crown Prince? Zhuohua had opted to linger in the palace, indeed to orchestrate a chance encounter with Qi Hecang. However, she had not anticipated such circumstances. "Come here." Qi Hecang's patience had reached its limit. He had thought that immersing himself in water would alleviate his discomfort, yet inexplicably, the heat within him surged, breaking free from its constraints. Observing his delirious state, Zhuohua understood that the Crown Prince had fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. Should she depart or remain? Chapter 6. A night of indulgence. Zhuohua had remained. She deliberately slowed her pace, allowing Qi Hecang to draw her into the warm embrace of the hot spring. The soothing waters enveloped her, while Qi Hecang's fervent and solid chest encased her as well. His heated palm rested upon her smooth skin, and wherever he touched, it felt like the softness of jade, inch by inch suppressing the tumult within him, only to have it surge forth again with greater intensity. The woman beneath him resembled a delicate lotus, her fair skin gradually blooming with color under his caress. He feared inflicting pain upon her, even more so, shattering her. He raised his hand to gently trace her brows and eyes. What enchanting orbs they were, shimmering like water, concealing both fear and allure, as if an enigmatic vortex sought to draw him in. His fingers, gliding through her silken hair, grasped her slender waist, and in that moment he lost all reason. This night was utterly reckless. The waters of the hot spring filled and ebbed again and again. It was a night fraught with absurdity. What began as a desire to alleviate his poison transformed into an intoxicating obsession, and he lost count of how many times he had exhausted her. Until utterly spent, Qi Hecang lifted her from the hot spring and laid her upon a nearby, soft couch, finally regaining a semblance of clarity. The woman, wrapped in a bathrobe, had fallen asleep from fatigue. She lay on her side, her slightly upturned nose and curled lashes trembling, resembling a butterfly poised to take flight. As Qi Hecang withdrew his hand from her waist, he felt an unexpected twinge of longing. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Truly, he should not have indulged in the allure of feminine beauty. Last night, it was he who had surrendered. Quickly donning his clothes, Qi Hecang intended to glance back one last time, but he forcefully restrained himself and exited. Outside, Lu Cheng, who had been waiting all night, hurried to follow him. "Your Highness, are you feeling better?" "Yes." Qi Hecang's pace quickened, as if he were eager to escape this place. Upon reaching the main hall, he sat down and immediately inquired about pressing matters. "Have you clarified the events of last night?" Lu Cheng responded without delay. "The assassin has been captured, and the person who administered the drug has also confessed." Qi Hecang furrowed his brow slightly. From his tone, it seemed that two factions were involved. Lu Cheng continued, "The assassin was sent by the Nanzhao kingdom, similar to previous encounters. As for the one who drugged, it may be related to the Empress Dowager. The woman who fainted in the hot spring palace is from the Lu family, linked to the maternal clan of the Empress Dowager. Qi Hecang's expression darkened, his eyes resembling a frigid winter pool, emanating an aura of chill. The Empress Dowager, frustrated that the consort could not bear children, had ultimately resorted to drastic measures. Matters concerning the consort were always sensitive, and Lu Cheng was cautious in his words. Having spent considerable time by the Crown Prince's side, he understood that the consort was his Achilles heel. The Crown Prince's wet nurse had been personally chosen by the Empress Dowager from her maternal clan, the Lu family. Thus, the consort could be regarded as an extension of the Empress Dowager's influence. However, having known the consort for many years, the Crown Prince was well aware of her character. And even though she belonged to the Empress Dowager's clan, he did not hold it against her. Forget it, Qi Hecang contemplated for a moment before instructing. This matter must not reach the ears of Her Majesty the Empress. She and the Empress Dowager have always been at odds. Should a conflict arise from this, it would only serve to trouble my father. Understood, Lu Cheng replied, a pang of sympathy for his master stirring within him. The current emperor is renowned for his filial piety, and the Crown Prince mirrors that sentiment. Throughout his life, he has only defied the Empress concerning the selection of the Crown Princess, resulting in a rift between mother and son that lasted for years, with their relationship only recently beginning to mend. The Empress Dowager, fervently intent on promoting her maternal kin, has been seeking ways to introduce someone into the Eastern Palace, especially as the consort has yet to conceive. However, the Crown Prince's heart and mind are solely devoted to his consort, leaving no room for another. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure that those within the palace are well managed, and this matter will not be leaked. The Crown Prince nodded, trusting Lu Cheng's capabilities. The woman who attended to me last night. Lu Cheng's heart raced. He had yet to find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Qi Hecang. Before he could speak, Qi Hecang seemed resolute, declaring with unwavering conviction, send her immediately to the borders, never to return to the capital for the rest of her life. Last night was a mistake, perhaps the most foolish error of my life. I lost my senses for the first time in the presence of a woman. She was so soft, so gentle, akin to a clear spring, flowing through my body, soothing all my restlessness and desires. Such a person must not remain by my side. I am the heir apparent. I cannot indulge in my whims. Furthermore, I have promised the Lu family that I shall never forsake her. My heart belongs solely to one woman. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's heart sank into his throat. Kneeling on the ground, he spoke with trepidation, Your Highness, the woman from last night is none other than the future Crown Princess, Miss Su Zhuohua from the Su family. Knowing the Crown Prince's disdain for Su Zhuohua, Lu Cheng held his breath, not daring to raise his head. The room fell silent, save for the deepening breaths of Qi Hecang. Return to the capital at once. Qi Hecang commanded as he rose to leave, not wanting to linger a moment longer. The thought of Su Zhuohua, a woman both ruthless and tenacious, clinging to him like a vine, suffocating him with her presence, filled him with a sense of unprecedented helplessness at the prospect of seeing her daily. Qi Hecang departed in haste, as did Lu Cheng, both known for their decisive and swift actions. Within the entire palace, only Su Zhuohua and Ru Tang were privy to this affair. Observing the bruises adorning Su Zhuohua's body, Ru Tang's heart ached, tears streaming down her cheeks. The Crown Prince truly lacks compassion. How can he not understand the fragility of such a precious being? How can she endure such torment? With a jade ointment in hand, she tended to Su Zhuohua's wounds, which were marked with red welts, particularly on her chest and waist, bearing the imprints of fingers. Miss, you are to enter the Grand Princess's residence today. How shall we explain should anyone notice these marks? Although it was the Crown Prince who inflicted them, the two of you are yet to be wed. If word of this spreads, Su Zhuohua's reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Grandmother is a person of great significance, and such matters would hardly pose a challenge for her. At this moment, Su Zhuohua felt her entire body languid and lethargic, reclining lazily on the soft cushions, her eyes closed in repose. For an ordinary woman, such occurrences would feel as though the sky had fallen. Yet, Su Zhuohua was not a native of the Qin dynasty. A fleeting moment of pleasure held little weight in her heart. Last night, the warm spring water had been infused with nourishing herbal powder, and the two indulged in their carnal delights. Although her body was new to such experiences, it was nonetheless immensely satisfying. However, she had not anticipated Qi Hecang's remarkable stamina, ultimately leading her to plead for mercy. Noticing the absence of displeasure on Su Zhuohua's face, Lu Wanning refrained from further commentary. "Miss, the prince has already departed." Su Zhuohua lifted the corners of her lips, revealing a hint of a smile. He was afraid and had fled. This indicated that her wager had been correct. The more he hesitated to approach her, the more it signified how deeply he had been captivated by her the previous night. She intended to make him understand the taste of longing and the ache of desire. The more unattainable something is, the more fervently one yearns for it. Treasures become all the more cherished. Chapter 7. A disturbance. Su Zhuohua enjoyed a restful sleep at the palace before leisurely making her way to the Grand Princess's residence. The Grand Princess's abode, situated on Chongning Street, not far from the Imperial Palace, served as a gathering place for the affluent elite of the capital. The streets were lined with grand estates, adorned with blue bricks and towering walls, with stone lions standing sentinel. Throughout the Qin dynasty, aside from the Empress Dowager and the Empress herself, the Grand Princess held the esteemed position as the most distinguished woman in the realm. Her status was not solely attributed to her being a direct princess born of the same mother as the late emperor, but also because she played a pivotal role in the power struggles prior to the emperor's ascension, ensuring his rightful claim to the throne. Hence, no one in the court dared show her any disrespect. Naturally, Su Zhuohua did not dare to be negligent. She adorned herself meticulously from head to toe. As the carriage halted before the Grand Princess's residence, the Grand Princess and her husband, General Yan, were already awaiting her arrival. Having met her grandparents previously, Su Zhuohua immediately knelt in reverence upon disembarking. The Grand Princess stepped forward, embracing her and exclaiming, "My dear Tao Tao, you have finally come. Your grandmother has longed day and night to see you again. My heart aches with anticipation." Since the incident in the palace a decade ago, when Su Zhuohua was brought back to Anyang by the Yan family, she had not set foot in the capital again. The Grand Princess, yearning for her granddaughter, had once made the arduous journey to Anyang, but her advancing years made such travel increasingly challenging. Now, upon seeing Su Zhuohua, she felt as though she were gazing upon her own daughter, and her heart brimmed with excitement and joy. Nestled in her embrace, Su Zhuohua felt her eyes moisten. Responding with a slightly nasal tone, "Mother often thinks of you as well. Before I departed, she urged me repeatedly to be dutiful in the capital and to care for you well." This heartfelt declaration resonated deeply with the Grand Princess. "What a good child you are. Your mother has raised you well," she replied, releasing Su Zhuohua to examine her closely. Today, Su Zhuohua had donned a delicate dress in a shade reminiscent of magnolias, adorned with intricate butterfly patterns, the base enriched with auspicious cloud motifs. The sleeves and hem were embroidered with golden threads, depicting colorful butterflies that danced with every movement, captivating and resplendent. Her complexion was a soft, rosy hue, enhanced by a light touch of makeup, complemented by exquisite jeweled hairpins, striking a balance between the elegance of a noble lady and her own youthful charm. The Grand Princess, a woman who cherished beauty, maintained her grace even in her 60s, exuding sophistication in every gesture. As she gazed at Su Zhuohua, her fondness grew. Indeed, the resemblance to her own youthful vigor was unmistakable. General Yan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and gently remarked, "All right, Tao Tao has traveled a long way and must be weary. Let us retire inside, where we can converse comfortably. Indeed, I got carried away with my excitement. My dear Tao Tao has worked hard. I have prepared tea and pastries, all your childhood favorites. Come, let us go inside," the Grand Princess urged. Su Zhuohua smiled at General Yan, linking her arm with that of the Grand Princess, and they made their way into the residence with warmth and affection. General Yan followed closely behind, a legendary figure in the annals of the Qin dynasty. Decades ago, before the ascension of the late emperor, General Yan was already a renowned young commander, celebrated across the realm. Clutching a crimson-tasseled spear and mounted on a spirited steed, he led his troops into battle, achieving fame in a single encounter, thus becoming the romantic ideal of countless young women in the capital. At that time, the Grand Princess was deeply engrossed in the struggle for succession, skillfully maneuvering within the court and basking in her prominence. However, her rivals were formidable, and the intellectuals were evenly matched. She was compelled to seek alliances with military leaders. People are naturally drawn to strength, and the combination of powerful figures is immensely alluring. The Grand Princess, wielding significant authority, and the general, commanding a formidable army, ultimately united in marriage, whether through mutual interests or shared admiration. After the late emperor secured the throne, the general voluntarily relinquished his military command, dedicating himself solely to being the Grand Princess's consort. Zhuohua glanced back at her grandfather, who, despite having surpassed his 60th year, still stood tall and dignified, a testament to why he had captured the Grand Princess's heart so completely. "Grandmother, why are my cousins not here?" she inquired. "Those mischievous boys enjoy visiting me, but I find them rather boisterous. So I had your grandfather arrange for them to stay in the military camp. They shan't return until the festival." The Grand Princess had but one daughter and one granddaughter. Her sons had already established their own households, leaving only her and General Yin to enjoy a life of leisure in the princess's residence. Zhuohua smiled. "As long as I reside here, please do not find me bothersome, grandmother." The Grand Princess affectionately replied, "Oh, my sweet Tao Tao, I wish you would stay here forever. Those rascally boys cannot compare to you. You are both clever and considerate, and I could not cherish you more." Zhuohua had no recollection of events prior to the age of 6, and she had initially worried about feeling distant from the Grand Princess. Yet, after only a brief time together, she felt an overwhelming sense of closeness, and her apprehensions began to dissipate. Upon entering the floral hall, the Grand Princess shooed General Yin outside, declaring that she wished to share intimate words with Zhuohua, as such matters were not fit for a man's ears. General Yin cheerfully responded, "Very well, you two may converse. I will check the kitchen to ensure that the dishes prepared today are to your liking, my dear Tao Tao. For my heart finds solace in overseeing it myself." Once General Yin departed, the Grand Princess pulled Zhuohua closer, assuming a more serious demeanor. Zhuohua accepted the tea from a maid and presented it to the Grand Princess, who quickly took it and, in a hushed tone, asked Tao Tao, "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhuohua's heart skipped a beat, surprised by the Grand Princess's keen intuition. After a night of tender intimacy, her body, having only recently experienced such affairs, felt weary and sore. Although she endeavored to mask her discomfort, the Grand Princess discerned it without difficulty, explaining the need for their private conversation. Realizing she could not conceal the truth, Zhuohua succinctly recounted the events of the previous night. "Such a scoundrel! How dare he treat our precious daughter so poorly?" The Grand Princess's brow furrowed, and her authoritative presence became palpable. Zhuohua, with tears welling in her eyes, hastily knelt before her, pleading, "Please do not be angry, grandmother. It is my own shortcomings that have brought you shame. What is it that you are doing? Hurry up." The Grand Princess swiftly helped her to her feet, embracing her gently and offering soothing words. "It is all that Qi Hecang's fault. Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace and inquire of the Empress how she raises the Crown Prince. Grandmother, please don't go." Zhuohua's eyes brimmed with tears, pleading with the Grand Princess. "I have already suffered the shame of losing my virtue before marriage. I do not wish for others to know." The Grand Princess paused, taken aback. "This is not your fault. How can there be any shame in this? Men often keep concubines before marriage, yet society seldom speaks of it." Observing Zhuohua's pitiable visage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the Grand Princess felt her indignation wane. "I am merely upset that he does not cherish you and has caused you such distress. If you wish to keep this a secret, I shall guard it closely. No one will hear a word from me. What about Mother? Your mother's temperament is quite fiery. If she were to find out, she might come rushing here at once. Rest assured, I shall not breathe a word. This shall remain our secret, just between us." "Thank you, grandmother." Seeing Zhuohua so composed and restrained, The Grand Princess felt her own frustration swell. Tao Tao, since the Crown Prince has wronged you first, we cannot simply pretend that nothing has occurred. The Grand Princess composed her expression, deep in thought. Although this marriage was a decree from the Emperor, it was in fact a scheme orchestrated by the Empress Dowager and the Empress. The inner workings of the Eastern Palace were well known to the Grand Princess. Regardless of who was involved, her granddaughter had already been wronged once. She would not allow her to be used as a mere pawn again. Chapter 8. The world of two. The Grand Princess harbored concerns for Su Zhuohua's health and discreetly sent numerous medicinal plasters to her. For several consecutive days, Ru Tang assisted in applying the ointments. The palace was aware of her arrival in the capital, and both the Empress and the Dowager Empress bestowed considerable rewards upon her. It was only reasonable and respectful that she should promptly enter the palace to express her gratitude. The Grand Princess, however, persistently delayed this, citing Su Zhuohua's exposure to cold on her journey as the reason. Yet, as Su Zhuohua was to wed into the Eastern Palace, she would inevitably be required to serve under the Empress and Dowager Empress, and the Grand Princess did not wish to start their relationship on a sour note. Ru Tang remarked, "Miss, everything for tomorrow's palace visit has been prepared. The Grand Princess has sent over court attire, and I have taken your measurements. It fits you perfectly." Su Zhuohua nodded, setting aside her jade comb. Although her grandmother was a person of great affairs, she paid keen attention to the minutiae as well. Ru Tang chuckled and shook her head. It is said that all matters in the residence are managed by the old general. The Grand Princess loves horseback riding, archery, and kuju, leaving her little time and energy to spare. Only in regard to you does she seem to invest some thought. Su Zhuohua felt a sudden jolt. She had not anticipated their pairing. Ru Tang continued, "The old general dotes on the Grand Princess, considering her in all matters. Such a husband is truly one of a kind in the entire Qian." Su Zhuohua merely murmured an acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. This kind of balanced love, whether in ancient or modern times, was indeed rare. Her own heart had long since relinquished any hopes of romance. However, a relationship of equals might still be within reach. She had never been one to succumb to the whims of romantic entanglements, having endured tumultuous power struggles and tasted betrayal from family and friends. She found it difficult to trust or rely wholeheartedly on anyone, be it a man or those around her. "Miss," Ru Tang suddenly recalled something else. "I overheard a rumor in the outer courtyard. It is said that the Crown Prince personally escorted you into the capital and places great importance on the future Crown Princess. This news must have reached everyone by now." A slight smile graced Su Zhuohua's lips, her spirits lifted. The Grand Princess acted swiftly within a mere few days. Her efforts bore fruit. Even the fortified Hahuan garden of the Eastern Palace had caught wind of this news. Lu Wanning sat before a table laden with delicacies. Devoid of any appetite, "Xiu, please go outside once more and inquire. The prince had mentioned he would arrive tonight. Why is there still no word at this hour?" Xiu poured her some hot tea, offering consolation. "Your Highness, do not fret. The prince has never gone back on his word. Did he not advise you not to wait for him to dine? You mustn't starve yourself. Perhaps he has already had his meal and will arrive shortly." Lu Wanning shook her head, her heart heavy with worry. The rumors circulating outside were detailed and vivid. Since the prince had escorted Miss Su into the capital, he must have arrived long ago. Why then was he delaying his return to the Eastern Palace? It is not other matters that trouble me, but the fear that he may have injured himself and is intentionally avoiding me to spare my anxiety. She laughed. "How could you believe those nonsensical rumors? As for that gossiping maid, San Shui is currently interrogating her. To disturb your tranquility is truly a reckless act." "Xiu," Lu Wanning said with a worried expression, "please inform San Shui that if a palace maid makes a mistake, a light reprimand will suffice. After all, we are all born of the same parents. One should exercise mercy where possible. Yes, Your Highness, please have your meal, or the dishes will grow cold." As Lu Wanning picked up her chopsticks, Xiu turned and left to find San Shui. Upon reaching the corridor, she encountered San Shui returning with two matrons. "What happened? I had her tongue cut out. Let us see who dares to gossip in Hahuan courtyard again." Xiu stamped her foot. "You know the princess has a kind heart. If she learns of your harshness, she may become upset with you." San Shui shrugged indifferently, The princess is soft-hearted, but we cannot afford to be. Otherwise, those opportunistic servants will soon oppress us. All right, you make a valid point. If the princess inquires later, just concoct an excuse to placate her. We wouldn't want her shedding tears over those troublesome servants. They exchanged a knowing smile and entered the room together. Lu Wanning was sipping her soup when she noticed Sanchua's arrival and promptly inquired about the maid's fate. Your Highness, I disciplined her and sent her to another courtyard. Such a person cannot remain here. Trouble is inevitable. Lu Wanning nodded. That's well done. I'm not overly concerned about this, but I worry she might inadvertently provoke His Highness. He is a strict enforcer of rules, and she would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Just then, footsteps echoed at the door as Qi Hecang entered, loosening his cloak. Am I truly that fearsome in your eyes? Upon seeing Qi Hecang, Lu Wanning's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed into his embrace. I thought you wouldn't return today. Qi Hecang lifted her effortlessly and seated her on the nearby couch, teasingly pinching her nose. If I didn't return, where else could I go? Lu Wanning remained silent, tears streaming down her face. It had been several months since Qi Hecang last saw her, and he noted that she appeared even more fragile. Has your master not been eating well lately? You seem to have lost more weight, he remarked gently, his tenderness reserved solely for Lu Wanning. Even her closest maid found it difficult to elicit such warmth from him. Xiu and Sanchua quickly knelt on the ground. Your Highness, the princess has been yearning for you these days, neglecting her meals. We have been unable to persuade her, as she refuses to disturb you while you attend to your duties and does not allow us to send messages. It is our incompetence. Please punish us. Seeing Qi Hecang's solemn expression, Lu Wanning quickly stepped aside, stating, Your Highness, it is all my fault. It has nothing to do with them. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me. Qi Hecang rose and helped her up, holding her hand with a trace of concern in his eyes. Wanning, I specifically left Debao to assist you in managing the Eastern Palace, as I worry you may be too kind-hearted and reluctant to reprimand those beneath you. These servants not only serve you, but must also guide you. Allowing you to neglect your meals and health indeed warrants punishment. Upon hearing Qi Hecang's words, both Xiu and Sanchua turned pale, lowering their shoulders in trepidation, fearing he might utter something more severe. Your Highness, I implore you on Wanning's behalf. If you were to punish them, I would find myself without a trusted companion to attend to me, making my existence all the more arduous. Lu Wanning spoke softly, continuing her plea. Qi Hecang was a man of clear rewards and punishments. Yet, out of consideration for Lu Wanning, he took a step back. The physical punishment was waived, but each would be fined 3 months' worth of silver, and any future transgressions would be met with no mercy. Xiu and Sanchua felt as though a great reprieve had been granted. They quickly bowed their heads in gratitude, thanking His Highness. After spending several busy days within the palace, Qi Hecang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. The maidservants, methodical in their duties, tidied the room, brewed fresh tea, and promptly closed the door behind them. Lu Wanning and Qi Hecang had known each other since birth, having been nurtured by the same milk, a bond that no outsider could share. Despite being born as the emperor's legitimate heir and elevated to the status of crown prince, Qi Hecang's esteemed position brought with it a profound solitude and isolation. For many years, Lu Wanning had remained by his side. With just a glance or a gesture, she could discern his thoughts. Since your Highness has returned, do not dwell on the vexations of the outside world. Allow me to massage your shoulders, Lu Wanning offered, settling beside him and tending to his shoulders and arms. Qi Hecang relished this tranquility, reminiscent of days gone by. Only in Lu Wanning's presence could he relinquish all burdens and immerse himself in their shared world. Chapter 9. Mistaken identity. The sky outside had darkened, and the lanterns beneath the eaves began to glow softly. The copper lamp on the table cast a warm yellow light, illuminating Lu Wanning's face. Having been raised in the Empress Dowager's palace for many years, she was not the primary mistress, yet she enjoyed a life of luxury. Her delicate, supple skin shimmered subtly in the glow, and her petite features were harmoniously arranged. While not breathtaking, there was a gentle and soothing beauty about her. At this moment, The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, brimming with affection as she gazed at the man before her. Qi Hecang, with his eyes half closed, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him from the comforting pressure. In a state between wakefulness and slumber, he reached for the hand resting against his skin, slowly gliding his fingers along the smooth surface. Yet, something felt amiss. It lacked the softness he anticipated. The skin was not as fair and delicate, the gaze not as captivating, and the features not as refined. The waist felt too rigid, the bosom too modest. "Your Highness," Lu Wanning murmured. Her cheeks flushed. Having been married to Qi Hecang for 4 years, their relationship had always been harmonious. However, Qi Hecang was a man of strict decorum, reserving intimate moments for the privacy of the night. He had never acted on impulse like this before. Nevertheless, she found this peculiar experience exhilarating. Her body tingled with an irresistible impulse as she propped herself on her elbows, leaning forward as if to leap into Qi Hecang's embrace. Yet, her utterance of "Your Highness" jolted Qi Hecang into full awareness. "Wanning," he said, raising a hand to gently block her advance as he sat up. "I just remembered there are several matters of state I have yet to attend to. I must visit the study first." Lu Wanning's expression shifted, and she replied softly, "Your Highness, it is late. Might we not discuss these matters tomorrow?" It had been a long time since they had seen each other, and she indeed missed him. Furthermore, she wished to inquire about the situation regarding the selection of the crown princess. Qi Hecang concealed the turmoil within him, softly caressing her face. "Be obedient. I have only just returned a few days ago, and the affairs of the court have piled up like a mountain. Once I have arranged everything, I will find time to be with you." In the past, Lu Wanning would have merely reminded him to take care of himself and let him go. However, she felt burdened by many unspoken thoughts and questions. Since his return, Qi Hecang had not mentioned a single word about it, leaving her increasingly unsettled. She grasped the sleeve of his garment, a hint of frustration in her voice as she choked out, "Could it be, as they say outside, that since you escorted the crown princess to the capital, you have forgotten about me in your growing affection for her? Why bring her up at all?" Qi Hecang halted, his tone dropping an octave, exuding an unspoken authority. Lu Wanning rarely witnessed him display such a demeanor towards her, taking a step back in trepidation. Upon seeing her expression of distress and helplessness, Qi Hecang felt a pang of guilt. He should not have allowed his frustrations to surface towards her. It was his own unfounded thoughts that had led to this misunderstanding. He drew Lu Wanning into his embrace, his voice low and soothing. "Do not overthink it. Those are mere fabrications. The reason I returned early is that my mother has not been well. I have been in the palace with her these past few days, and I have neglected you. That is my fault. Wanner, even though the crown princess has entered the Eastern Palace, in my heart, there is only you. The bond we have shared since childhood is unparalleled by anyone else." Upon hearing his words, Lu Wanning felt a slight relief in her heart. However, the implication of his statement was clear. The establishment of the crown princess was irrevocable. Although Lu Wanning felt reluctant, there was little she could do against the will of Qi Hecang. He was the heir apparent, destined not to be hers alone forever, a truth that Wanner understood well. Yet, Wanner was not a saint. She harbored her own desires, and if her actions displeased His Highness, she hoped he would not blame her. Qi Hecang sighed softly, pulling her closer. "You have already shown enough understanding. How could I bear to blame you? In this cold palace, if not for your constant company, what joy would these frigid days hold?" His few words rekindled the warmth in Lu Wanning's heart. Ultimately, it was she who had been foolish, allowing herself to doubt Qi Hecang after a few whispered provocations. Such thoughts were unwarranted. Regardless of the crown princess's status, once in the Eastern Palace, without the prince's favor, no one could surpass her. "Your Highness, you should attend to your duties. Do not stay too late." "I shall wait for you," she urged. "No need." Qi Hecang interjected hastily. "There is much to be done today, and if I linger too long, it may disturb your rest. Do not wait for me. I shall come to accompany you for breakfast tomorrow morning." "Understood." Lu Wanning dared not linger further, and promptly curtsied to see Qi Hecang off. She entered the room, remarking, "Your Highness, you let His Highness leave just like that? It has been several months since I last saw you." Why did you not exchange more than a few words before he departed? Lu Wanning sat where Qi Hecang had lain, seemingly still feeling his warmth. She lingered, caressing the soft couch, sighing, I cannot shake the feeling that His Highness has returned with some subtle change, though I cannot articulate what it is. The Miss Su has been in the capital for several days now. Find a way to inquire about her character. If we could obtain her portrait, that would be ideal. Her curiosity about Su Zhuohua was undeniable. As soon as the decree arrived, she had dispatched someone to investigate Su Zhuohua's situation. Like others, the Su family was tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper of information. Just then, Sanchua lifted the curtain and entered. She approached Lu Wanning, saying, Your Highness, news has spread within the palace that Miss Su is to be received in audience tomorrow. It has been a while since you last saw the Empress Dowager. Why not send a notice in the morning? You may have the chance to see her. Lu Wanning was about to agree, but reconsidered. Her eagerness to enter the palace would be too obvious, risking mockery. It's fine. In less than 2 months, I will enter the Eastern Palace, and I will see her then. With that, tears glimmered in her eyes. In truth, I genuinely envy her. She has just arrived in the capital, yet the palace has already bestowed numerous rewards upon her. Only she would dare to delay her visit to express her gratitude. Sanchua scoffed. Isn't it merely because she has a grand princess as her grandmother? She relies on her status to be so presumptuous. The Empress Dowager dislikes such haughty individuals. When she enters the palace tomorrow, who knows how she will be reprimanded? Sanchua refrained from speaking so recklessly. Lu Wanning softly remarked, You may speak freely before me. Yet should these words reach the crown princess upon her entry into the Eastern Palace, she may not easily forgive you. The maid continued, I am well aware that there are few in this world as gentle and amicable as you, my lady, who within the Eastern Palace has not benefited from your kindness, who does not cherish your goodwill. I shall certainly be cautious in my words and actions henceforth, ensuring I do not cause you any trouble. As Shan Shui approached the bedside, she meticulously tended to the copper censer, infusing the bedding with fragrance. His Highness will surely rest in your chamber tonight. I have specially prepared fir incense, for it is his favorite. Lu Wanning's lips turned downward, her expression weary as she replied, I fear your efforts may be in vain, for His Highness is in the study this evening and shall not come. Sighing, she added nevertheless, He has promised to join me for breakfast tomorrow. I shall retire early and personally prepare some of his favorite dishes. She stood at the door, glancing toward the crown prince's study, and beckoned to Shi Yu, saying, You are acquainted with those who serve in the study. Find a reason to inquire whether His Highness remains there tonight. Deep down, she harbored a flicker of doubt. Chapter 10. Heart-to-heart between grandmother and granddaughter due to the impending royal summons. Su Zhuohua rose an hour earlier than usual. At this hour, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, and the courtyard lay in tranquil silence, with only a light flickering within the main residence. A group of maidservants attended to Su Zhuohua as she washed and dressed, while another maid delicately styled her hair and applied her makeup. Though the tasks were numerous, everything proceeded with remarkable orderliness. Ru Tang lifted the curtain and entered with a maid in tow. After performing her respects to Su Zhuohua, she announced, Miss, this maid has been specially selected by the Grand Princess to accompany you into the palace today. Su Zhuohua slightly raised her head and cast a glance at the maid kneeling before her. The girl appeared quite unadorned, yet possessed a nimble demeanor, hinting at her efficiency. During the time when the original owner was convalescing at the Grand Princess's residence, Ru Tang had been summoned to serve her. The Grand Princess's eye for talent was always impeccable. With a smile, Su Zhuohua raised her hand and said, You may arise. I trust you are familiar with the customs here. As long as you serve with loyalty, I shall treat you kindly. The Grand Princess's choice was undoubtedly skilled and capable, and such matters required no further elaboration. What she valued most was loyalty, for betrayal from those close to her was the gravest threat. Yes, I understand, my lady. The maid responded succinctly, which pleased Su Zhuohua. What is your name? Replying to the young lady, the Grand Princess said, You should bestow a name upon me, as my previous one no longer counts. What were you originally called? The maid's shoulders quivered slightly as she replied, Zhang Xiaolan. Su Zhuohua pondered for a moment before declaring, Then you shall be called Ru Lan, Orchids are elegant and perfectly suit you. Thank you, my lady, for bestowing such a beautiful name. Lan bowed low, her voice tinged with genuine emotion. Having been sold to the princess's household at a tender age, she had long forgotten her original name. Lan, what a lovely name. Lan raised her head and said cheerfully, Miss, I am most adept at hairstyling. Allow me to attend to you today. Zhuohua nodded, and Lan promptly got to work, skillfully arranging her hair into a neat and full bun in mere moments. The sound of beaded curtains rustling at the door caught Zhuohua's attention, and to her surprise, the Grand Princess had arrived. Why is grandmother awake before dawn? Zhuohua inquired as she hurried to greet her. The Grand Princess helped her up and sat beside her at the bronze mirror to help with her grooming. Even at home, the elderly lady maintained her regal composure, always embodying the dignity befitting a royal princess. She took a vermilion hairpin from a maid and personally adorned Zhuohua's bun. This pearl hairpin was given to me by the late emperor. I have kept it close, but never worn it. As you are about to become the crown princess, this adornment is truly worthy of you. Zhuohua understood that this gesture reflected the Grand Princess's expectations and blessings for her granddaughter, so she graciously accepted. Thank you, grandmother. The Grand Princess then instructed everyone to leave the room except for Lan. Tao, do you know why you have been chosen as the crown princess? Zhuohua lowered her gaze in contemplation. The crown prince's power was steadily increasing, and his position was secure, rendering any marriage alliances unnecessary to win over the civil and military officials. However, the noble ladies of the capital were all vying for that coveted position, and no matter whom he chose, it might disrupt the delicate balance of the court. I hail from Anyang, where my family, the Su clan, is a prominent lineage. My mother is from the princess's residence, and in terms of status, I am indeed worthy of the crown prince. Furthermore, while my father is a regional governor, he is not a high-ranking minister in the capital, and his power does not pose a threat to the court. In every regard, I am the most suitable candidate. The Grand Princess displayed a look of surprise. She had always known that Zhuohua was raised in the Su family and had never been revealed to the public, assuming she was sheltered and naive like her own daughter. To her astonishment, Zhuohua possessed her own insights into the political landscape of the court. The Grand Princess nodded with great satisfaction, remarking that she had underestimated her granddaughter. She had initially worried that Zhuohua might struggle to adapt to the Eastern Palace, but it seemed the position of Crown Princess would be secure for her. However, these matters were ultimately for His Majesty to consider. The Empress Dowager and the Empress had agreed to her selection for deeper reasons. Zhuohua listened intently, her curiosity piqued. The Grand Princess explained. The Empress Dowager comes from humble origins. Before entering the palace, her father was merely a lowly 9th-rank clerk. Had it not been for the untimely death of Empress Ida, who left no heirs, she would not have had the opportunity to reside in Shoan Palace. Zhuohua was somewhat familiar with this story, as it had been mentioned in books. The Empress Dowager had entered the palace as a beauty, serving the late emperor with diligence and propriety, earning his favor. She bore one son and one daughter, gradually rising in status, and when her son ascended the throne, she became the Empress Dowager. The Grand Princess reminded her, the Empress Dowager's ambitions extend beyond the inner palace. She has always sought to elevate her maternal clan, the Lu family. Thus, when the crown prince was born, she personally arranged for a wet nurse named Zhang. Zhang's husband was the Empress Dowager's cousin, who died young, leaving her with 2 children, whom the Empress Dowager brought into the palace. Had it not been for the crown prince's consort's inability to conceive, with the crown prince's affection for her and the Empress Dowager's support, she would have long since been elevated in rank. A sudden thought crossed Zhuohua's mind. Could the crown prince be afflicted with some form of infertility? Yet, considering the numerous offspring that had been born to the harem since his ascension, she dismissed the notion as absurd. The Grand Princess gently patted her hand, saying that the crown prince favored his consort exclusively, intent on her bearing his first son, which is why, for many years, no other woman had borne him children. Feeling her thoughts exposed, Zhuohua feigned shyness and turned her face aside. As an unmarried woman, she understood far too much. For reasons unknown, she always felt somewhat inadequate in the presence of the Grand Princess. Fortunately, the Grand Princess was her grandmother and not a rival. Otherwise, she would indeed be a formidable opponent. The Grand Princess, unaware of Su Zhuohua's inner musings, gazed at her affectionately, remarking, "You and your mother are truly different." She is always focused solely on her own desires, rarely contemplating the consequences. That is why I agreed to let her marry an Anyang. The intrigues of the capital are simply not suited for her. Peach, the queen has chosen you, valuing your noble lineage. As a daughter of a prestigious family, she naturally desires for the crown prince to marry a woman of equal standing. As for the Empress Dowager, part of her decision stems from the lack of better alternatives. Although the Lu family has improved significantly, the women within the clan have yet to distinguish themselves, making it difficult to gain the public's favor. Moreover, there are whispers surrounding your childhood incident in the Shoan Palace. Even until your departure from the capital, you were reportedly in a state of confusion. The capital has long circulated the rumor that you were hidden away by the Su family due to your mental distress. Su Zhuohua chuckled softly, understanding the situation. Since Lady Lu cannot ascend to the position of crown princess, it would be prudent to first marry someone deemed simple-minded to occupy that role. Perhaps, when the timing is right, she might devise a way to elevate the daughter of the Lu family. Perhaps. The response of the eldest princess was measured. The Empress Dowager's ascent from the daughter of a ninth-rank official to the most esteemed position among women is a reflection of her inscrutable intentions. Peach, today you shall enter the palace accompanied by Roland, who has been by my side since childhood. She is well-versed in the dynamics of the capital and the palace's regulations, and her presence will grant me peace of mind. Yes, thank you, grandmother. Su Zhuohua's room was brightly lit, as was the Eastern Palace's ninefold hall, aglow throughout the night. Chapter 11. Audience with the Empress behind she stood a dozen eunuchs, each bearing various items: warm water, silk cloths, bronze basins, and incense-scented robes. This silent procession awaited orders from within. Dashi, a voice called from inside, prompting him to respond quickly and enter. Last night, the Crown Prince had rested in the study. Unlike in previous days when he would practice martial arts until late at night before sending Dashi away to be alone. "Prepare warm water. I wish to bathe," he commanded. She hesitated, his tongue quicker than his mind, before giving the instructions. Confusion washed over him. The Crown Prince typically cleansed himself after martial training. So why the change today? As he pondered, a sudden scent of blood pierced the air, and realization dawned upon him. Qi Hecang was strict with himself and held high expectations of those around him, especially the palace attendants who served him closely. They were not permitted to pry or inquire. Only Dashi, having grown up alongside Qi Hecang, dared to probe his character with a few more words. While attending to Qi Hecang's bath, Dashi tentatively remarked, "Your Highness has returned after months away, without a familiar face to attend to you. Why subject yourself to this?" Dashi found it perplexing. Even if the Crown Prince had no affection for other women, was the consort not still present? Why isolate himself and study? Qi Hecang cast a fleeting glance in his direction, which sent Shi scrambling to lower his head and focus on his tasks. When Qi Hecang's expression softened, Dashi seized the moment to speak again. "Your Highness, the consort has sent someone to summon you," stating, "She personally cooked your favorite dishes this morning." Qi Hecang wiped the droplets from his face, his expression unchanged as he replied, "Then let us go. Do not keep her waiting." Dashi exhaled in relief. The mention of the consort seemed to ease the Crown Prince's demeanor. The palace attendants at Jiucheng Hall reported back from He Huan Garden, confirming that the Crown Prince would come after his bath. Shi smiled as she approached Lu Wanning, saying, "I told you, my lady, you were overthinking it." The Crown Prince was in the study all night, only stepping out this morning. Had it not been for pressing affairs, he would not have left you alone. He has come to accompany you now. San Shui, attending nearby, chimed in. "Indeed, the rumors outside are unreliable. Over the years, aside from you, my lady, no other beauty has captured the Crown Prince's eye. I heard that Miss Su was cursed at 6 and has been in a daze ever since. Despite the Su family seeking renowned physicians, she has never been fully cured." Shiyu added, "Thank goodness, she is becoming the Crown Prince's consort. As long as you bear a son soon, when he ascends the throne, You shall undoubtedly take the lead in the inner palace." Lu Wanning, flattered by their words, laughed and waved her hand. "You two are the best at flattering me." Fearing I might lose weight and incur the crown prince's wrath, "Rest assured, I will compensate you both double for any fines he imposes. Just leave me be." Qiyu and San Shui exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Wanning then sat before her vanity to touch up her makeup, standing by the door awaiting the crown prince's arrival. Qi Hecang finished his breakfast in Lu Wanning's chamber and lingered for a brief conversation before preparing to leave. "Are you heading out, Your Highness?" "Last night, I stayed awake, so perhaps I should rest here for a while." Lu Wanning sincerely felt for him. Although Qi Hecang's face no longer bore the marks of fatigue, the thought of his sleepless night compelled her to urge him gently. Qi Hecang pressed his hand upon her shoulder, preventing her from rising to see him off. "The Empress Dowager has been unwell. She has only just begun to recover. I must visit the palace these next few days." Lu Wanning lowered her gaze and murmured, "It is entirely my fault. I have brought displeasure upon the Empress Dowager. Otherwise I could have fulfilled my filial duties on your behalf and alleviated your worries." Qi Hecang bent down and spoke softly. "This is not your fault at all. The Empress Dowager and the Empress have never been on good terms, and you, caught in the middle, have endured your share of grievances. Wanner, I have no other matters today. I shall visit the Empress Dowager and return early to keep you company." "Very well," Lu Wanning replied with a smile. It had been quite some time since she had spoken with the crown prince in such a manner, alone together. Despite the maidservants' counsel, the title of crown princess loomed over her like a heavy stone upon her heart. This time, in addition to the crown princess, the palace had also appointed a secondary consort and a concubine. She had never given the newly arrived consorts much thought. However, the crown princess was different. She was the rightful wife of the crown prince, the only one who could stand by his side and receive the reverence of the people. Regardless of how much the crown prince valued her, she was in name merely a secondary consort. As the crown prince departed, Zhuohua had already arrived at the gates of Kunning Palace. Awaiting her was Zhiqiu, a first-rank maidservant close to the empress. "I have come to greet you, Aunt Zhiqiu," Zhuohua said, slightly bending her knee as a gesture of respect. Zhiqiu, not daring to accept the future crown princess as courtesy, stepped aside and quickly assisted her. "The empress has sent me to welcome you. Please, Miss Su, step inside with me." Noticing that Zhuohua wore a veil, Zhiqiu inquired, "I have heard that Miss Su caught a chill on her journey to the capital. Are you feeling better now? The empress has been concerned for you and intended for you to rest a bit longer before entering the palace. I have already recovered in the past few days, but I worry about still carrying remnants of the illness and fear passing it to the empress, which is why I wore this veil. If it is improper, I can remove it." Zhiqiu quickly interjected, "No, Miss Su, please keep it on. You may not know, but the empress has also been ill these past few days. Only just feeling better yesterday. She is worried about passing her illness to you as well." Seeing Zhiqiu's thoughtfulness, Zhuohua surmised that the empress must be a kind and approachable person. Zhiqiu led Zhuohua to the warm chamber, where the empress reclined on soft cushions, sipping tea. Upon seeing Zhuohua enter, she called out, "Su family girl, sit opposite me. I am still coughing, and I would not want you to fall ill as well." Zhuohua cast her gaze downward, respectfully performing her greetings before taking a seat across from her. Since Zhuohua had entered, the empress had been observing her carefully. This crown princess was chosen by her personally. She would never allow a girl from the Lu family to become the mistress of the harem. How could a girl from such humble origins be worthy of her son? Thus, after much deliberation, she selected Zhuohua, someone who could gain the agreement of both the emperor and the empress dowager. Though Zhuohua had grown up in Anyang, she had always been accompanied by a governess, thoroughly mastering the royal etiquette and customs from a young age. The queen, a woman of utmost meticulousness, found no faults to critique. Observing her daughter-in-law's demeanor brought a sense of relief to her heart. Although she had discreetly inquired about the eldest princess, Zhuohua, the rumors circulating outside painted a picture of indifference that was far from the truth. It was only upon witnessing her daughter-in-law's normalcy that she felt assured. When Zhiqiu noted the queen's satisfaction with Zhuohua, she casually mentioned the matter of her veiling. The queen nodded repeatedly. Recognizing the thoughtfulness and filial piety of the child, who even considered such a detail. Do wear it, for your health's sake. Do not return to me unwell, lest your aunt be distressed once more. The eldest princess was, after all, the maternal aunt of the reigning emperor, and the queen thus referred to her as aunt. Zhuohua concurred, saying, though grandmother is outside the palace, she is mindful of the empress's illness and has instructed me to bring some calming sachets for your tranquility. With a shy smile, she added, however, my hands are rather clumsy, and I fear you may find them lacking. The queen clapped her hands in laughter, exclaiming, how could I ever find them lacking? I have only the crown prince as my child, and often lament the absence of a daughter who understands my needs. Your thoughtfulness brings me joy. Do show me what you have brought. Chapter 12. A cold exchange. Zhuohua took a fragrant pouch and personally handed it to Zhiqiu. Upon receiving it, the empress examined it closely and remarked to Zhiqiu, observe the colors and the stitches. Even the palace embroiderers may not surpass this. The empress's words were not an exaggeration. Zhuohua had spent a full decade at home, devoid of other social interactions or pastimes, dedicating herself to mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, floral arrangement, and tea ceremony. The Su family, being affluent, employed renowned masters for various fields, and combined with Zhuohua's innate diligence and eagerness to learn, she excelled in all pursuits. Zhuohua continued, I am delighted you like it, Your Highness. The herbs within were brought over from Anyang, and whenever my mother experiences headaches or ailments, she finds great relief from merely inhaling their fragrance. It has been nearly a decade since I last saw Princess Irin. Back in her maiden days, we often played together. How carefree we were in our youth, with nary a worry. As memories of the past and old friendships surfaced, the empress regarded Zhuohua with an added warmth in her gaze. In the blink of an eye, we have all aged, yet here we are, with the rare fortune of becoming in-laws. Zhiqiu smiled. Such is the way of fate. Your Highness's discerning choice of Miss Su is truly providential. The more they spoke, the more the empress's satisfaction with the union grew. Suddenly, recalling a rumor she had overheard, she lowered her voice and inquired, Zhuohua, the crown prince arrived in the capital on the same day as you. Did you encounter him on your journey? The empress posed her question delicately, aware that it was unsubstantiated gossip, and thus refrained from indulging in idle speculation. Just as Zhuohua was about to deny it, the voice of Qi Hecang resonated from behind her. I was on an official errand, and I hastened back upon hearing of Mother's illness. I could hardly afford to linger on the way. Qi Hecang strode into the room, first greeting the empress before taking a seat beside her. Fortuitously, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, he could only imagine how this woman would spin her tale before the empress. He and Zhuohua had entered the capital one after the other, and many had witnessed their arrival. As for the origins of the rumors, he had dispatched someone to investigate, yet no clarity had emerged. Your Highness, Zhuohua rose and paid her respects. Please rise, the empress interjected on Qi Hecang's behalf, turning to him and saying, look at you, always wearing such a stern expression. Do not frighten Zhuohua. This demeanor of the crown prince was not new. Having been raised with the expectations of a future sovereign, he naturally carried an air of authority and solemnity. The empress, accustomed to it, only worried that Zhuohua might be intimidated. To ease the atmosphere, the empress asked, Zhuohua, your name is quite grand. May I inquire about its significance? Zhuohua lowered her gaze and replied, I was born in March, the season when peach blossoms bloom. Therefore, my mother named me after the verse peach trees in full blossom, radiant and splendid. The empress nodded, considering the meaning behind the name. Peach trees in full bloom, suitable for home and family. Such a sentiment is lovely. I trust that once you enter the Eastern Palace, you and the crown prince shall harmonize beautifully. A cold glint flickered in Qi Hecang's eyes as he raised his gaze, inadvertently locking eyes with Zhuohua. Zhuohua's eyes are round and radiant, reminiscent of pools of shimmering water, with a slight upward tilt at the corners that lends an air of intoxicating allure. In this moment, however, she slightly averted her gaze, her bright eyes peeking out from beneath a sheer veil, embodying the innocence of a naive young girl. Qi Hecang raised an eyebrow. inexplicably haunted by the memory of that evening when he had gazed into her mesmerizing eyes, seductive and irresistible. He cleared his throat softly, diverting his gaze to the steaming tea before him. The Empress grew increasingly pleased with Zhuohua and sought to create opportunities for them to interact. "I am weary and wish to retire to my chambers. Crown Prince, Zhuohua must pay her respects to the Empress Dowager at Shoan Palace. She is unfamiliar with the way, so please accompany her." Without a moment's thought, Qi Hecang declined. "Mother, I have other matters to attend to and cannot spare the time. Perhaps one of the maidens from your palace could escort her. I am certain Miss Su would not mind." Zhuohua inwardly scoffed. Clearly, she was regarded by the Crown Prince as a formidable presence to be avoided at all costs. She was curious to see how long he could evade her once she was wed into the Easter Palace. She rose and bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. My maidservant is accustomed to accompanying my grandmother to the palace and knows the way, so it is unnecessary to trouble His Highness." The Empress, aware of the Crown Prince's discontent with the engagement, refrained from voicing her concerns in Zhuohua's presence. As she departed, she cast a disapproving glance at the Crown Prince, who seemed so preoccupied that he would likely remain in the palace until late. "I have not been feeling well lately. Crown Prince, do join me for dinner this evening." Noticing the Crown Prince's hesitation, the Empress remarked with displeasure, "Surely you can spare an hour for a meal with me?" The Crown Prince inclined his head respectfully and replied, "I shall obey your command." Once the Empress had left, only Qi Hecang and Zhuohua remained in the warm chamber. Zhuohua wished to avoid entanglements with someone ensnared by romantic thoughts, so she prepared to take her leave. However, Qi Hecang stepped forward, blocking her path. Standing shoulder to shoulder with her, Zhuohua had to tilt her head upwards to meet his gaze. "Might I inquire what Your Highness wishes to discuss?" Her voice trembled slightly, a faint flush gracing her cheeks. Qi Hecang had intended to admonish her further, but upon observing her feigned defiance coupled with a hint of trepidation, he found himself at a loss for words. Turning his head away, he spoke in a low voice, "I will take responsibility for that night's events. However, if you believe you hold any significance in my heart, you are mistaken. Once you enter the Eastern Palace, I shall grant you the respect due, but other aspirations are beyond your reach." "Yes, I understand," Zhuohua replied, slightly bending her knee before swiftly exiting. Qi Hecang had anticipated a retort, yet she departed without uttering another word. This woman, it seemed, possessed a degree of nobility he had not expected. He scoffed softly. The Eastern Palace had no shortage of women, and even Lu Wanning would not dare to act willfully in his presence. Zhuohua, as radiant as the blooming peach blossoms. Indeed, she lived up to her name. The memory of her pleading beneath him that night, her face as exquisite as spring blooms, was truly captivating. Qi Hecang exhaled softly, uncertain whether his vexation was directed at Zhuohua or at himself. Since that fateful night, he had been restless every evening, unable to find solace in sleep, and now, even during the day, his mind wandered uncontrollably. The mere thought of this woman soon being by his side filled him with agitation. In stark contrast, Zhuohua remained blissfully unaware of Qi Hecang's turmoil. As soon as she stepped outside, her demeanor returned to normal. Confronting the Empress or the Crown Prince was no trifling matter. Knowing what to say and how to express herself required careful consideration at every turn. Fortunately, she managed to navigate the complexities gracefully. "Let's go and pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager." Indeed, Rilon led Zhuohua towards the Shoan Palace. 10 years ago, when the original owner was merely 6 years old, she had traversed this very path. A journey taken, but no return. Zhuohua was deeply curious about the events that transpired within the Shoan Palace, events so grave that even the granddaughter of the Grand Princess was not spared. Chapter 13. Lu Wanning loses control. Accompanying them to Shokong Palace was a maidservant from the Empress's quarters. Observing the demeanor of the palace attendants towards her, it was evident that this maid must hold a certain status within the Empress's domain. It appeared that the Empress, apprehensive of the Dowager Empress's potential displeasure, had dispatched her trusted confidant to accompany them. The Dowager Empress was reciting scriptures in the Buddhist hall, instructing Zhuohua to wait in the main hall. The tea and delicacies were promptly served. The Zhuohua palace of the Dowager Empress could not be deemed opulent. Its furnishings were simple at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, each item was of exquisite quality. This was understated luxury. Bored, Zhuohua scrutinized every object in the room multiple times before she heard the announcement of the Dowager Empress's arrival. The elderly lady, adorned in a brown palace robe embroidered with peonies and gold threads, entered with the support of 2 maidservants. Zhuohua paid her respects, wishing the Dowager Empress longevity. She quickly bent down a bow. After a moment, a voice from above commanded her to rise. The tone of the Dowager Empress was neither particularly pleasant nor harsh. It was steady and devoid of emotion. However, Zhuohua understood that the Dowager Empress was harboring resentment towards the Empress and was awaiting a chance to vent her frustrations. Lift your head. Let this old woman have a look at you. The Dowager Empress's gaze swept over Zhuohua's face several times, her eyes bearing a profound scrutiny. Finally, she remarked with a hum, "You are somewhat lovely. The Su family has concealed you for 10 years. I had expected a beauty of earth-shattering proportions." Zhuohua, having been unwell for several days, appeared haggard. "I apologize for the Dowager Empress's amusement," she responded. Today, Zhuohua had deliberately applied her makeup, though it was rather unflattering. Among women, physical appearance is often a source of criticism. If one is deemed unattractive, the remarks are limited, but if one is beautiful, they risk being labeled as seductive and beguiling. As the future crown princess, Zhuohua could least afford such a reputation. Perhaps sensing Zhuohua's lack of offensiveness, the Dowager Empress softened her demeanor somewhat. "Please take a seat. The tea here is quite good. Do give it a try." Zhuohua took a sip and discovered that the leaves were this year's freshly picked dahongpo from Wui Mountain, with a hint of freshness that suggested the inclusion of a touch of aged tangerine peel. The water used for brewing was also of high quality. It was unmistakably morning dew collected that very day, likely from the heart of the flowers, carrying a faint yet delightful fragrance. Placing down her teacup, Zhuohua praised, "I know little of tea, but I find the tea in the Dowager Empress's palace to be fragrant and sweet, far superior to that in my grandmother's residence." The Dowager Empress let out a soft snort. "And Yang is far from the capital. I doubt they possess much of merit. You have never lived in the capital. You will encounter much more in the future. After all, as the crown princess, if you were to lose your decorum in front of others, it would reflect poorly on the Eastern Palace and the royal family. I shall strive to learn and adapt to the ways of the capital as swiftly as possible." Seeing Zhuohua's compliant demeanor, devoid of any remarkable traits, the Dowager Empress felt a significant portion of her doubts dissipate, bringing her a sense of reassurance. Though Zhuohua was not as foolish as she had initially presumed, this unsophisticated young woman, with an ordinary appearance and average talents, would unlikely be entrusted with significant responsibilities even as the crown princess. It appears that, indeed, as the report suggested, she no longer remembers the events that transpired in the Zhuohua Palace. The Empress Dowager raised her hand and tapped the table, declaring, "Enough. I shall leave the palace tomorrow to pay my respects at the temple, and there are numerous matters to arrange, so I will not keep you any longer. In a few days, I will send a few nurturing matrons from the palace to properly instruct you in the palace's regulations." The Empress Dowager, having lost much interest in her, wished to avoid her presence and directly issued an order for her departure. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. I, Zhuohua, shall not disappoint you," said Zhuohua, her voice respectful, though her thoughts betrayed her skepticism regarding the matrons the Empress Dowager would send, fearing they might not even gain entry to the princess's residence. While she dared not provoke the Empress Dowager directly, the Grand Princess certainly regarded her with disdain. After completing her curtsy, Zhuohua exited the main hall and made her way out of the palace. To her surprise, she encountered Lu Wanning here. In front of the princess's carriage, another carriage was parked, and as Zhuohua cast a glance, a nearby maid remarked, "That is the Eastern Palace's carriage. Lu Sifei should be inside." Zhuohua smiled and casually replied, "Your eyesight is remarkable. You even know who is seated within." The attending maid had seen it before. She recognized that it was Lu Sifei's personal maid. The princess preferred horseback riding over carriage travel, while Lu Sufei often used a carriage for her outings. Zhuohua slowed her pace, astonished by the extent of the crown prince's affection for this concubine, allowing her to command even his own carriage. In Deqian, there are strict regulations regarding which rank is entitled to which carriage. For instance, the crown prince's carriage is drawn by 4 magnificent steeds adorned with golden harnesses, and the carriage bears the emblem of the Eastern Palace. These are all symbols of status. Lu, being merely a concubine, traveling ostentatiously in the crown prince's carriage was indeed quite brazen. It was no wonder the empress harbored discontent towards her. The distance from the palace gate to the carriage area was considerable. Zhuohua observed the maid below lifting the curtain and speaking to someone inside. The carriage curtain stirred, likely indicating Lu's attempt to look outside. Veiled and composed, Zhuohua proceeded forward. As she passed by the Eastern Palace's carriage, she spoke in a voice neither too loud nor too soft. Ruan, this evening, the Empress wishes to keep the Crown Prince for dinner. I heard her mention recently that her appetite is poor. I shall personally prepare some hawthorn strips to send into the palace later. Yes, I shall remember that, came the reply from within. Suddenly, the sound of dishes clattering echoed from the carriage. She hurriedly opened the door, asking, "Your Highness, what happened? Did you burn yourself?" Lu Wanning had spilled a bowl of hot tea, and in her flustered state, it splashed on her legs. "Your Highness, we must return to the residence at once. The injury appears severe. If the ointment is not applied promptly, it may leave a scar," urged Shiyu, examining the redness that had spread across Lu Wanning's leg. Frustrated and anxious, Lu Wanning couldn't afford to mourn her fate at this moment. She commanded the coachman to turn back to the Eastern Palace immediately. Throughout the journey, she felt despondent. Before the Crown Prince left, they had agreed that he would return after visiting the Empress. She had calculated the time and specifically waited at the palace gate for him. However, even after the lunch hour had passed, the Crown Prince had yet to emerge. Had she not overheard Zhuohua speaking, she would have remained oblivious to the situation. The Crown Prince must surely be sharing a midday repast with Zhuohua in the palace, undoubtedly held back by the Empress, who refuses to let him depart. She cannot comprehend why, despite her unassuming disposition and unwavering devotion to the Crown Prince, the Empress harbors such animosity towards her. Even though she hails from the Lu family, she has never once aided the Empress or the Lu household in any endeavor throughout these years. Rather than earning the Empress's favor, she has instead found herself at odds with the Empress Dowager as well. Reflecting on these sorrowful matters, Lu Wanning could not help but shed tears of grievance. Ji retrieved a silken handkerchief to dry her tears, offering comfort. "Do not fret, Your Highness. I have already sent someone to summon the imperial physician. With proper care, there will surely be no scars." Through her sobs, Lu Wanning shook her head. "I am not distressed over this matter. I am." Yet, she could not articulate the reason. The Crown Prince's affections for her are known throughout the realm. However, to weep and wail merely because she shared a meal with him and the future Crown Princess seemed utterly unreasonable. Nevertheless, she felt a profound ache within her heart, an unjust burden she could not confide in anyone. Though Zhuohua had intentionally uttered that phrase before Lu Wanning, she wished to avoid any incriminating evidence against her. Upon returning to the princess's residence, she enlisted Rulan and Rutong to assist in preparing hawthorn strips. In truth, she had little inclination for kitchen affairs. Had it not been for her desire to please her future mother-in-law, she would not have bothered. Rutang's culinary skills were commendable, and this time she was the primary contributor, while Zhuohua lent a hand, thus participating in the creation as well. After the hour for supper had passed, and presuming the Crown Prince had departed, Zhuohua arranged for the items to be sent into the palace. Chapter 14. Entering the Eastern Palace, the Empress delicately placed a hawthorn strip into her mouth, praising it repeatedly. "This child, Zhuohua, is not only skillful but also thoughtful. I find myself increasingly fond of her." Jiqiu, standing nearby, chuckled. "It is evident that your Majesty genuinely admires Miss Su. You've praised her several times in just a short while. If I may be so bold, once Miss Su becomes the Crown Princess, her relationship with you will deepen. For years, your Majesty has lamented the absence of a daughter. and having such a considerate crown princess will be equally delightful. The empress cast a playful glance at her. It is rare for you to speak favorably of someone. This is your first encounter with Zhuohua, and already you are advocating for her. Has she perhaps promised you some favor? In private, the empress preferred to cast aside formalities, especially since Zhiqiu was brought into the palace by her. Thus, their conversation was more relaxed. There was something Zhiqiu had not intended to conceal from her. Your Majesty has a keen eye. There is little I can hide from you. Just now, when the people from the princess's residence brought in the hawthorn cake, they also delivered a box of ointment to my quarters. I suffer from chilblains every winter, and your Majesty, being concerned for me, forbids me from any water-related tasks. However, the onset of cold weather inevitably brings a resurgence of the ailment, and it takes until late spring for the scars to fade. When I went to fetch Miss Su, she happened to see my condition. To my surprise, she, being thoughtful, specifically sent over the ointment. Though it is not a precious item, the sentiment behind it is what matters, so I accepted it without hesitation. The empress took the sandalwood box from her, opened it, and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "This is no ordinary ointment. It comes from the military camp. Although the scent is rather pungent and not favored in the palace, its efficacy is remarkable." She sighed. It is indeed Zhuohua's thoughtfulness that I should have anticipated. Zhiqiu knelt beside the empress, murmuring, "Your Majesty oversees a busy harem. This minor matter should not trouble you so. Your kindness towards me is beyond what I could ever repay, even with my life." The empress lightly tapped her forehead, jesting, "You truly speak without restraint. What bold words for one so young. If you were not by my side, managing the affairs of the harem, along with the unrest from show and palace, would surely overwhelm me. Ah, just the thought of the troubles in the Eastern Palace vexes my spirit. This evening, as soon as the crown prince departs, the hawthorn cake arrives post-haste. I am aware that Su Zhuohua deliberately avoids the crown prince. He has a preference for the Lu family, and I have voiced my concerns. Yet even in my dissatisfaction, I cannot intervene in the Eastern Palace. The crown prince has always been resolute. Should I be too forceful? I fear the bond between mother and son may truly be severed. Zhiqiu, fetch the records from the storeroom. I shall select some fine items to include in the crown princess's gift list. For now, I can only invest my thoughts in such matters. The Su family has prepared a dowry for Su Zhuohua that is among the most substantial in the Deqian, a thick stack of lists filled with gold, silver, jewels, and solid assets like shops and estates. The Grand Princess has also contributed significantly. In this present day, the Empress has bestowed upon Su Zhuohua a treasure trove of dowry, making her wedding gifts the most splendid in the realm of Deqian. On the day of her nuptials, a crimson silk path was laid from the princess's residence to the Eastern Palace, accompanied by the resounding sounds of drums and gongs. With an endless procession of bridal chests, the onlookers along the route craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of this grand spectacle. The marriage of the Su family's daughter was more magnificent than that of any princess. Foolish you are. This is a royal union with the crown prince. It is incomparable to that of a mere princess. Look at those heavy chests, undoubtedly filled with gold and silver. It is said that the Su family is immensely wealthy, and with only one daughter, she must possess nothing but the finest treasures. One cannot help but envy the crown princess, who enjoys both power and wealth. Surely, she has no regrets. That may not be the case. Have you not heard? The crown princess suffered an injury in her youth, and her mind is not quite right. Let us not forget, there is also a concubine Lu in the Eastern Palace, who resides in the crown prince's affections. Once the crown princess enters the palace, her life may not be as idyllic as you imagine. A mere concubine, at the end of the day, is still a concubine. Would she dare to flaunt herself before the crown princess? Do not forget her surname is Lu. Enough of this. Speaking to you is futile, as you see only through the narrow lens of wealth. Su Zhuohua sat in her palanquin, faintly hearing the bustling sounds outside, interspersed with occasional cheers, yet unable to discern any clarity. Ru Tang, accompanying her outside the palanquin, walked with poise, though the tension in her eyes did not escape Su Zhuohua's notice. Su Zhuohua calmly remarked, "From the princess's residence to the Eastern Palace, it is but the time it takes to sip a cup of tea. Why the haste? Ru Tang pursed her lips and replied, "Today is the day of your marriage, yet you seem remarkably unperturbed, as if it holds no significance." Indeed, Su Zhuohua thought, feeling no anxiety, only anticipation. Since her arrival in this realm, she had resolved to marry, not just any man, but the protagonist of a male-centric narrative. Otherwise, what purpose had her journey here served? For a full decade, she had adapted to this era, diligently learning and enhancing herself both physically and mentally. All for this singular day. The heroine beside Qi Hecang was destined to be her. The wedding ceremony was conducted under the auspices of the Ministry of Rites. Su Zhuohua, veiled beneath a red canopy, was guided like a puppet through each ceremonial step. Fortunately, Ru Lan was well-versed in these traditions, offering guidance that alleviated her burden considerably. On this day, both the emperor and empress were present, seated in the high seats, receiving the prostrations of Qi Hecang and Su Zhuohua. After paying homage to heaven and earth, Su Zhuohua entered the bridal chamber. Once the door closed, the outside clamor was immediately silenced. "My lady, please sip some hot tea to soothe your throat," Ru Tang offered, pouring a cup and presenting it to her. The attendants had been dismissed, allowing her a moment of respite. Su Zhuohua had risen at midnight to prepare, for royal weddings are intricate affairs, and the marriage of the crown prince is particularly steeped in ceremony. She had knelt and bowed countless times, and with her veil obscuring her vision, her movements were further constrained. Lifting her veil, she took a generous sip from Ru Tang's hand, feeling somewhat relieved. "Zhu Tang, could you see if there is anything to eat in the room?" As the hour for dinner approached, Su Zhuohua realized that she had only consumed a few pastries earlier in the morning, leaving her stomach growling with hunger. Ru Tang searched the room, but could only find some peanuts and red dates, likely intended for the upcoming ceremony. Though Su Zhuohua had little fondness for such treats, her hunger compelled her to take a few and pop them into her mouth. "The crown princess, Her Majesty the Empress, has bestowed a reward," came the voice of a maid from outside the door. Su Zhuohua hastily adjusted her head covering and settled herself neatly at the edge of the bed. Upon the door's opening, she could not see the maid, but she heard her announce, "Her Majesty the Empress has specially instructed the kitchen to prepare a few small dishes for the crown princess to enjoy first." Rising from the edge of the bed, Su Zhuohua expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the Empress's generous bestowal." After delivering the message, the maid set down the items and exited, closing the door behind her. Ru Tang exclaimed with delight, "Miss, the Empress truly cares for you, even considering these small matters." Chapter 15. The Queen's Gifts and Warnings. Su Zhuohua cast a glance at the table, which was adorned with light dishes that perfectly suited her palate. Suddenly, a saying echoed in her mind. Parents who loved their children plan for them far into the future. The Queen and she had only met briefly, and even if there was some affection stemming from the ties of old acquaintances, or perhaps a preference for her over the unremarkable Lu family, did it truly warrant such attentiveness from the Queen? Ultimately, the Queen's kindness toward her was more for the sake of the crown prince. As the heir apparent destined to inherit the throne, if the inner chambers of the East Palace were not at peace, the future harem would be even harder to manage. The Queen's actions were both a means of comfort and a cautionary reminder to her. As the crown prince's consort, with the Queen's backing, she must not betray the Queen's goodwill. It was imperative to manage the affairs of the East Palace, ensuring that the crown prince had no worries. Ru Tang had already set the table, serving a bowl of hot soup. "Miss, please eat while it's warm. Once the guests disperse, the crown prince will be here." Very well. Su Zhuohua had never been one to neglect her own needs. She prioritized savoring her favorite dishes before anything else. After dining, Ru Tang assisted her in rinsing her mouth and cleansing her hands, then helped her retouch her makeup before guiding her back to her seat. Just as Su Zhuohua settled in, another visitor arrived. Who could it be? Ru Tang inquired as she approached the door. A maid stood outside, tall and elegantly dressed, who offered a slight bow to Ru Tang before addressing the interior. "I am San Shui, a maidservant of Consort Lu. The consort is concerned that the crown princess may go hungry. She has instructed the kitchen to prepare some food for you. Please do partake." Upon hearing that San Shui was from Consort Lu, Ru Tang's smile diminished slightly as she replied, "We appreciate the consort's kindness, But our mistress must observe the customs of a newlywed, requiring her to remain seated and not move about unnecessarily. She is currently unable to accept such offerings. San Shui turned to Ru Tang, stating, "You may not be aware, but His Highness is quite amiable and does not strictly adhere to these formalities in the inner quarters. The Crown Princess has toiled all day. If His Highness were to know, he would surely be concerned." Zhuohua lifted her gaze towards the exchange. The maid's words were indeed remarkable, as she effortlessly brought to light the Crown Prince's favoritism towards the Lu family. It was common knowledge that the Crown Prince was meticulous about propriety. Even his closest attendants tread carefully to avoid any missteps. His leniency was reserved solely for Consort Lu, while the other women of the East Palace did not enjoy such privileges. Ru Tang was resolute in her decision not to allow any gifts from the Lu family into the residence. She positioned herself at the door, blocking entry without being impolite. "Please convey to the consort that today's wedding banquet is organized by the Ministry of Rites, with numerous rules and requirements. Our mistress hails from a prestigious family that places great importance on etiquette and never neglects it. We sincerely appreciate the consort's goodwill, but our mistress is quite capable of enduring this singular occasion without assistance." San Shui gleaned the underlying message from Ru Tang's words. Realizing that her offering would not be accepted today, her visit had not been intended to deliver anything substantial, but rather to gather information. "In that case, I shall take my leave. The consort has mentioned that today is a momentous day for the Crown Princess, and she would not wish to intrude. She will visit personally tomorrow to extend her congratulations." Having spoken, Ru Tang offered a respectful bow before entering. Once the door was closed, she composed herself and lifted the curtain to step inside. "Your Highness, it would be wise to rest against the soft pillow for a moment. With such a heavy phoenix crown atop your head, your neck will surely ache soon." She arranged several soft cushions at the head of the bed and assisted Zhuohua to lie down. Zhuohua noticed the change in how Ru Tang addressed her. It was evident that, despite her calm demeanor, Ru Tang was internally competing with her. In the unfamiliar realm of the capital, although the Grand Princess favored Zhuohua, the layers of hierarchy rendered her support somewhat ineffective. Ru Lan, aware of Zhuohua's struggles, recognized that if she did not awaken to the situation, she would be of no use at all. "Where's Ru Lan?" "I have not seen her," Zhuohua inquired. "She is outside, keeping an eye on His Highness." Zutang et lai. Noticing Zhuohua's look of confusion, she continued, "For many years, Consort Lu has been the favored one. With your arrival, she will undoubtedly feel threatened. Ru Lan is concerned that Consort Lu might attempt something underhanded, so she remains outside to intercept any potential issues at the first opportunity." Zhuohua chuckled softly, realizing they were apprehensive that Lu might try to snatch the prince away. Given Zhuohua's understanding of the Crown Prince, even if Lu were to act, he would never behave inappropriately on this night. Though Qi Hecang's attitude towards Zhuohua was somewhat lacking, he was acutely aware of the responsibilities that accompanied his position as heir apparent. Any scandal on the wedding night would tarnish not only Zhuohua's reputation, but also that of the Eastern Palace and the royal family. Qi Hecang would not permit such an event to unfold. Nevertheless, Ru Lan's awareness of the situation was reassuring. With her and Ru Tang present, Zhuohua could conserve her energy. As twilight descended, the sounds outside gradually diminished. Much like in the common folk celebrations, the Crown Prince's wedding required a lively atmosphere. However, due to the Crown Prince's stern demeanor, the nobles and officials restrained themselves, fearing to cause too much commotion, and none dared to venture into the Crown Princess's quarters. Consequently, the festivities quickly dispersed. The joy matron sent by the palace, her face beaming with delight, recited auspicious phrases as she guided the Crown Prince into the bridal chamber. Zhuohua had already been informed and was prepared for the occasion. Once the preliminary rites were completed, it was time for the Crown Prince to unveil the bridal veil. Holding the veil, Qi Hecang gently lifted it, and at that moment, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. He had once envisioned this very scene. In his youth, he had listened to the shy musings of young maidens about their future weddings, believing he could offer her the best of everything. Yet here he was, faced with an unfamiliar woman, reaping the rewards of his dreams. The veil lingered momentarily before he drew it away, revealing the bride. "Your Highness!" Zhuohua's eyes sparkled at the sight, and she softly gasped, gradually lifting her gaze. The matron beside her could not help but steal a few more glances at Zhuohua's face. While the capital was not devoid of beauties, the princesses and consorts within the palace were particularly delicate. Yet, a woman like Zhuohua was truly a rarity. Naturally beautiful, adorned in her phoenix crown and vibrant attire. Her presence rendered those around her utterly mundane. Qi Hecang withdrew his gaze, his throat tightening slightly. He cleared his throat. He coughed softly, curling his hand beneath his lips, and sat beside Zhuohua. The matron of honor presented 2 cups of celebratory wine, inviting the bride and groom to partake in the joyous ritual, a harmonious melody akin to phoenixes mingling on this auspicious evening. Zhuohua leaned slightly forward, her arm entwined with Qi Hecang's. A delicate fragrance wafted into Qi Hecang's nostrils, causing his taut heartstrings to stir unexpectedly. He swiftly consumed the wine, distancing himself from Zhuohua. Everything was in place. It was time to enter the bridal chamber. The matron of honor withdrew from the room, while the palace maidens from the eastern palace approached. Zhuohua and Qi Hecang each went to the cleansing room to freshen up. "Rilan, is there anything unusual happening outside today?" Zhuohua inquired, her voice laced with a hint of fatigue. Rilan replied softly. "The side consort sent someone to inquire about His Highness. On the surface, His Highness has not exhibited any particular actions." Ru Tang exclaimed joyfully, "You truly guessed correctly? Side consort Lu is indeed unrelenting, attempting to meddle even at such a moment. However, it is unfortunate that the palace has dispatched personnel, and even the Queen's attendants are personally guarding the area. Any further schemes she concocts will likely be thwarted, being too far removed. I cannot ascertain what they have said to His Highness," Rilan said seriously to Zhuohua. "Your Highness, tonight, His Highness must remain in our Sienua Palace. Both Ru Tang and I will stand guard outside. No one shall disrupt the peace." Chapter 16. Wedding Night. As Zhuohua removed the adornment from her head, she immediately felt a sense of lightness enveloping her. With a gentle smile, she addressed the 2 attendants. "All right, you both should retire and rest well. Tomorrow, Rilan will accompany me to the palace to express our gratitude. There is no need for such commotion tonight. If I cannot retain the crown prince even on my wedding night, how shall I command respect in the East Palace thereafter?" Rilan, typically composed, seemed unusually flustered today. It appeared that the Lu family weighed heavily on her mind, indeed like a formidable adversary. Yet, fear is inherently a grave misstep. The more one fears, the more tense one becomes, thereby rendering oneself vulnerable to exploitation. Observing Zhuohua's resolute demeanor, Ruan and Rilan ceased their chatter. Ruan was motivated by her understanding and trust in Zhuohua, while Rilan acted out of loyalty and obedience to her mistress. After changing into her nightgown and attending to her grooming, Zhuohua entered the inner chamber alone. This nightgown, a design she had meticulously sketched for the embroideress, was crafted from a gossamer pink fabric that flowed delicately, adorned with embroidered hahua flowers that danced between visibility and obscurity, evoking a sense of longing and imagination. Qi Hecang cast a fleeting glance, then discreetly turned his head away. Zhuohua approached the table with poise, extinguishing 2 copper lamps, which plunged the room into a dim light, creating an atmosphere laden with unspoken intimacy. Surrounded by women, Qi Hecang's feelings towards Zhuohua were intricate, nonetheless. Even in this shared solitude, his demeanor remained composed and natural. "You should rest early, Crown Princess," he said, sitting on the edge of the bed, casually removing his shoes and reclining on the outer side. Zhuohua responded affirmatively, then retrieved a porcelain vial from the cabinet. "What is that?" Qi Hecang inquired. Catching sight of it, Zhuohua averted his gaze, deliberately lowering her voice as she replied, I have long since lost my innocence. Mama, she will come tomorrow to collect the sheets. If I do not prepare in advance, how will I manage?" She continued, "This is the blood I prepared beforehand. Tonight, I must use this to deceive." Qi Hecang felt a pang in his chest as her words evoked memories of that fateful night. He propped himself up on his elbows. Feigning calmness, "I should have considered this. It was my oversight. Hand it to me. He extended his hand toward Zhuohua, despite his usual indifference. Witnessing a delicate woman shouldering such burdens stirred a sense of compassion within him. Zhuohua did not refuse, placing the vial in his palm. Following his experience, he sprinkled a few drops onto the bed. By the way, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? His voice, though laced with cool detachment, conveyed concern. Zhuohua settled beside him, shaking her head. I am not hungry. I've already eaten. Qi Hecang had intended to express more concern, but her words reminded him of the servant's earlier reports, igniting a spark of ire within him. His voice, now imbued with a chill and intensity, declared, Crown Princess. The side consort worried that you might be too weak to endure hunger and specifically ordered the kitchen to prepare food for you. Yet you dismissed it without a second thought, seeking sustenance elsewhere. Are you afraid she might poison you? He fixed a cold gaze upon Zhuohua, eager to see how she would justify her actions. Earlier at the banquet, a representative from the Lu family informed him of this matter and kindly reminded him to show concern for the crown princess, lest she suffer from hunger. In retrospect, it appears that the goodwill of the Lu family has been squandered. Zhuohua, with her innocent and bewildered gaze, slowly began to speak. Before the consort sent her gifts, the empress had already bestowed her favors upon me. Qi Hecang, his heart ablaze with anger, felt as though he had suddenly collided with a frozen surface. Abruptly halted and taken aback, he did not anticipate that the empress would concern herself with such trivial matters. He could only grunt in frustration to mask his emotions. Zhuohua, seemingly oblivious, continued, According to custom, I should not partake in a meal, but as it is the empress's decree, having just entered the royal family, I naturally dare not defy her wishes. She paused, turning slightly to express her grievances. I, too, believe that the empress would overlook such minor details. Thus I had assumed it was the crown prince who entrusted her to convey his intentions. Now it seems I was mistaken. Zhuohua raised her hand to wipe her eyes and then lay down, turning her back to Qi Hecang. She ceased her tears, remaining quiet, as if she had fallen asleep. Qi Hecang had initially prepared a plethora of admonitions for the evening. For instance, he intended to remind Zhuohua to behave herself and fulfill her duties as the crown princess. He thought to warn her against using her status to trouble the Lu family, promising that he would not be lenient should she do so. Furthermore, he wished to advise her not to sow discord before the empress. Yet, with Zhuohua's sobbing and subsequent retreat into silence, he found himself at a loss for words. It was not that he deliberately withheld food. He simply forgot amidst the busyness of affairs. Reflecting further, since that absurd night he shared with Zhuohua, she had never once complained or shed a tear, even when faced with his cold demeanor. She merely avoided him without uttering a word of grievance. Apart from the Lu family, Qi Hecang had never indulged any other woman. Yet in this moment, he felt compelled to say something. Being several years her senior, he could not allow her to perceive him as a bully. Convincing himself, Qi Hecang turned to face her. He found himself gazing at Zhuohua's back. Her lustrous black hair lay scattered over the pillow, subtly revealing her slender, fair neck, while her rounded shoulders peeked enticingly from beneath her sheer gown. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, tantalizingly brushing against his senses. The women of the Eastern Palace varied in form and grace, each possessing their own charms. However, in terms of beauty, none could rival Zhuohua. Even in silence, without any actions, her mere presence was an invitation to share in the ethereal realms of passion. It was through Zhuohua that Qi Hecang began to comprehend the meaning of a natural enchantress. The sight of the crimson canopies and the embroidered bed reminded him that this night was his wedding night. Finally, he extended his hand, gently grasping her shoulder. As the formally acknowledged crown princess, his desires were only natural. With this thought, the turmoil that had plagued him for days finally subsided. He leaned forward, enveloping Zhuohua in his embrace. Her petite, supple form fit perfectly against him, instantly calming the tumult within his heart. Crown Princess, Qi Hecang bent his arm, drawing Zhuohua closer to himself, his voice husky. Zhuohua furrowed her brow, reaching out to embrace Qi Hecang's waist, her eyes gently closing as she fell into slumber. For a moment, Qi Hecang found himself at a loss, unable to move or release her. The delicate lashes of the person in his arms fluttered slightly, her breathing calm and serene, so endearing that he hesitated to disturb her. He silently admonished himself, deciding to let it be. After all, he was not one to harbor greed. To act upon this moment would only make her perceive him as overly eager. Struggling against the warmth pooling in his lower abdomen, he attempted to distance himself from Zhuohua. After enduring this torment for what felt like an eternity, he gradually succumbed to sleep. The bright red wedding candles flickered softly, occasionally bursting with a spark. In the stillness of the night, Zhuohua opened her eyes. Upon glancing up, she was met with the handsome profile of the man beside her. She extended a hand to loosen the ties at her chest, letting the sheer fabric cascade down, bringing a hint of the night's coolness. Then, she nestled into his embrace and drifted back into a peaceful slumber. Every morning, Qi Hecang would rise to practice martial arts, a habit cultivated over many years, and this morning, the first of their marriage, was no exception. As the hour approached, he awakened. However, today was unlike any other. He was enveloped in warmth and fragrance, his eyes opening to a vision of exquisite beauty. The delicate collarbone lay fully revealed before him, and, as his gaze descended, he was met with an undeniable allure. The restlessness that had finally quieted the previous night surged back within him, more potent than before. Just as he resolved to rise and depart, Zhuohua shifted closer, her calf brushing against the most inappropriate place. Princess consort, Qi Hecang growled softly. It was hardly his fault. After all, she had intentionally provoked him. With a swift motion, Qi Hecang turned over, completely enveloping Zhuohua beneath him. Chapter 17. She does not believe on the second day of their marriage. The crown prince and crown princess were to enter the palace to express their gratitude. According to the schedule, Debao led a group of palace attendants waiting outside the door. Your Highness, the appointed time has arrived. Following the customary procedure, Debao knocked thrice upon the door and then stood outside. After a long pause, a deep, angry roar emerged from within, commanding, "Get out." Debao's heart skipped a beat. The crown prince was unusually irritable so early in the morning. Could it be that he and the crown princess had quarreled the previous night? Ru Tang and Ru Lan stood nearby, exchanging glances with Debao, their expressions reflecting unspoken trepidation as they dared not speculate recklessly, while the people outside were filled with anxiety. The atmosphere inside was decidedly more amorous. A delicate, gauzy garment that Zhuohua wore the previous night lay draped over the edge of the bed, and a small, fair foot could be seen trembling beneath the curtain. Your Highness, take it slow, came a muffled voice. This man was indeed quite persistent. Beads of sweat glistened on Zhuohua's nose, and unable to stifle a soft moan, she inadvertently let it escape from the canopy. The three individuals waiting outside heard it clearly. Debao's expression shifted as he hastily waved to the palace attendants behind him, instructing them to retreat to the corridor. Quickly, the line of people withdrew silently and swiftly. Once they had distanced themselves, Debao stood 3 paces away, continuing to wait. He couldn't help but glance up at the sky. Truly, it felt as if the sun had risen from the west this early in the morning. In the Huan garden, when Xiyu entered the inner chamber, she found Lu Wanning seated on the imperial concubine couch beneath the window. Peering inside, she observed the quilt neatly folded upon the bed. Your Highness, did you not sleep a wink last night? Approaching Lu Wanning, she noted her haggard appearance and instantly deduced the answer. San Shui was leading a maid carrying water inside when she overheard Xiyu's remark and quickly ushered the maid away, bringing in the hot water herself. Your Highness, there is no need for such distress. Sorrow only serves to harm oneself, ultimately delighting those who wish to see you falter. San Shui took a warm cloth and carefully began to wipe away the dark circles under Lu Wanning's eyes. Lu Wanning maintained a half-reclining posture, forcing a smile as she replied, the crown prince marrying the crown princess was inevitable. I have long since come to terms with it. If there is blame to be laid, it is solely upon my own misfortune for not being born of a noble family. I understand the Crown Prince's genuine feelings for me. He is in a position where he has no choice. How could I ever hold that against him? Lu Wanning extended her finger to brush away a tear lingering at the corner of her eye. What pains me is knowing he must marry a woman he does not love and share a chamber with her. I fear he too will find it difficult to sleep through the night. If he cannot find rest, how can I possibly do so in peace? San Shui stood behind her, gently combing her hair while casting her gaze out the window. Your Highness, do not be anxious. Last night, I sent Hong Ying to keep watch outside the Xianyu Hall, fearing that some incident might arise. Once she returns, we shall know the truth. Lu Wanning patted her hand. You are quite thoughtful. The Crown Prince is inherently self-reliant. But I worry he may leave the Crown Princess alone in the empty chamber at night. If word of this reaches the palace, I can only imagine how the Empress would reprimand him. She appeared outside several times before speaking up. Could it be that something truly has transpired? The prince and the princess consort were set to depart for the palace early in the morning to express their gratitude. Given the time, they should have already left. Yet Hong Ying had yet to return. At the thought of this, Lu Wanning felt a stir of unease. San Shui, please go and check. We cannot afford any mishaps. The princess consort has just entered the Eastern Palace and is unfamiliar with the prince's sentiments. Should a conflict arise, it will be quite unfortunate. She is young and modest, and if she loses her composure, it might lead to ridicule from those beneath her. Reluctantly, San Shui shuffled her feet. Your Highness has such a kind heart. You care for her so deeply, yet she may not appreciate it. Lu Wanning replied generously. They will both serve the prince henceforth, and they are like sisters. As long as the prince is well, the rest is of little consequence. Yes, I shall go at once. San Shui turned to head towards the door, but just as she stepped outside, she spotted Hong Ying rushing back. What is the matter with you? You cannot even manage a trivial task. The princess has been waiting for ages, yet you have not shown yourself. She seized Hong Ying and pinched her harshly, only to discover a wet patch on her garment. You lazy girl, where have you been hiding? Just wait. Once you have dealt with the princess, I shall have my reckoning with you. Hong Ying hunched her shoulders, too timid to retort, and followed her back inside. Your Highness, Hong Ying has returned. Lu Wanning held a cup of tea, rinsed her mouth, and, while wiping her lips, said, quickly, find a stool to sit down. You must be exhausted after standing guard all night. Hong Ying averted her gaze, not daring to let Lu Wanning see her reddened eyes, and replied, Thank you for your consideration. Your Highness, I can respond while standing. Shiyu, eager to speak, interjected, Did something happen at the Xianyu Palace? Why have you returned only now? Lu Wanning raised her hand to silence her and pose another question. This morning, did Mama, she manage to collect the confinement list smoothly? She lowered her eyelids, discreetly observing Shiyu, hoping to glean the desired answer from her expression. Hong Ying paused for a moment, unsure of how to respond. San Shui scoffed. Your Highness, perhaps the princess consort is indeed as rumored, not very bright, and may struggle to serve the prince properly. San Shui, Lu Wanning chastised, casting a stern glance at her, do not speak disrespectfully of the princess consort. Yes, San Shui replied with a smile. Then she turned to Hong Ying and urged, quickly, tell us what happened. Seeing the smile on Lu Wanning's face eased Hong Ying's anxiety somewhat, and she recounted the events truthfully. Last night, when the prince entered the Xianyu Palace, I remained outside. Throughout the night, there was no commotion, nor did I hear anyone requesting hot water. A deeper smile spread across Lu Wanning's face as she slightly lowered her head, absently toying with the jade bracelet on her wrist. It seems the prince is indeed dissatisfied with this new princess consort, given that they did not consummate their marriage on their wedding night. Hong Ying continued. The prince and the princess consort were to enter the palace early, so eunuch de Bao brought people ahead to prepare for their attendance. And Mama Shi accompanied them as well. I saw them enter the courtyard, but not long after, they all came back out. I wanted to move closer to see what was happening, but I was caught by eunuch de Bao, who scolded me soundly. The maid dared not linger, so she returned promptly, only to encounter someone bringing hot water, resulting in a spill. Hong Ying's voice diminished to a whisper, wishing desperately to shrink into nothingness. Unseen by all, Shiyu and San Shui, initially filled with prideful laughter, found themselves silenced by the unfolding scene. Observing Lu Wanning's pallid complexion, reminiscent of death itself, San Shui gestured for Hong Ying to exit first. "Your Highness, you should also leave. I am weary and wish to rest upon the bed." Lu Wanning rose, disregarding everyone around her, her steps unsteady as she made her way to the bed, drawing the curtains to envelop herself within. Shi Yu and San Shui exchanged a glance, resigned to exit and closed the door behind them. As the sound of the door shutting echoed, Lu Wanning clutched the quilt, cocooning herself within its folds. The tears, long stored within her eyes, finally cascaded down her cheeks, pooling upon the pillow. After many years by the Crown Prince's side, she believed she understood him well. Yet, despite the depths of their emotions, he had never lost his composure. He always maintained a sense of restraint and principle regarding what was appropriate at any moment. Lu Wanning could not fathom what sort of woman Zhuohua could be, to have caused the Crown Prince to breach his own standards before her. This was the early morning, during the time designated for entering the palace to express gratitude. How could the Crown Prince behave so indiscreetly? Buried in her bedding, her emotions spiraled out of control, a torrent of resentment and grievance surging forth. She could not believe that the bond forged over a decade with the Crown Prince could be overshadowed by a newcomer. She was consumed by a desire to behold the woman who, without having offered anything, could rise above her. Chapter 18. Regret in the Kunning Palace. Smiles adorned every face. "Get up quickly. What is this? On such a joyous occasion, do not kneel and plead for forgiveness at every turn." The Empress cast a knowing glance at Ji Qiu, who hastily stepped forward to assist Zhuohua in rising. They had arrived at the palace an entire hour later than scheduled. The Crown Prince casually remarked, "I was unwell this morning, which caused the delay. I beg for my mother's leniency." The Empress glanced at him and then at Zhuohua, comprehending everything without needing further explanation. She feigned anger as she pointed at the Crown Prince, saying, "At your age, you should be more mindful in your actions. If word of this gets out, it would surely invite ridicule." Zhuohua, being an outsider before the mother and son, had no choice but to kneel and offer her apologies. The Empress, however, could not bear to punish her. It was merely in accordance with protocol that she reproached the Crown Prince. If she were to speak her true feelings, she would be delighted if the Crown Prince spent every night in Zhuohua's chambers, keeping him as far from the Lu family as possible. Turning to indicate a seat before her, the Empress addressed Zhuohua, saying, "Zhuohua, this matter is entirely the Crown Prince's fault. Do not bear the burden of his mistakes. Come sit by me so that I may admire your exquisite beauty. Even a few more glances would brighten my spirit." Early that morning, Mama Ji had entered the palace ahead of schedule to report, detailing the affairs of the Eastern Palace with precision. The Empress had previously worried that the Crown Prince might sulk on his wedding night, but now her heart was at ease. The daughter-in-law she had chosen was pleasing in every regard. Once Zhuohua was seated, the Empress took her hand and inquired about various matters, primarily regarding her adjustment to life in the Eastern Palace. Suddenly remembering the presence of the Crown Prince, she turned to him and said, "On the way back to the palace yesterday, your father was still concerned about you. I have the Crown Princess here to keep me company, so you need not stay. Go pay a visit to your father." The Empress had many questions she wished to ask Zhuohua in private, but with the Crown Prince present, it would be difficult to do so. Qi Hecang hesitated for a moment before bowing in agreement. Before departing, he cast a glance at Zhuohua, his eyes conveying a subtle warning to refrain from speaking out of turn. He regretted his earlier actions upon waking that morning. If it had been any other day, he would not have minded, but with Mama Ji present, any matters concerning his quarters would inevitably reach Kunning Palace. And whether it would spread beyond that depended on the Empress's disposition. Within the Eastern Palace, he had already instructed everyone to keep the affairs of the Xianyu Hall confidential, particularly ensuring that the Hehuan Garden remained uninformed. At this moment, his foremost concern was the Lu family. Lu Wanning was particularly innocent, her heart and mind completely devoted to him. If she were to discover that he had lost his composure with another woman, her heartbreak would be unfathomable. Yet, she was the most considerate, never once mentioning her grievances in his presence. However, the deed was done, and all he could do was find ways to mitigate the situation. Receiving the crown prince's glance, Zhuohua seized the opportunity during her reverence to return him a reassuring expression. She was not so impatient. Confronting the Lu family head-on at this juncture would only result in her own loss. Fortunately, the empress, being of noble birth, despite her myriad of inquiries, posed her questions in a manner that was decorous and not overly blunt. Zhuohua flushed as she answered, successfully navigating through the conversation. Upon exiting the queen's chamber, she proceeded to the emperor's Taiji hall. Qi Hecang was already present, exchanging a few pleasantries with her and the emperor before they departed the palace together. The empress dowager inquired about the events of that morning, to which Qi Hecang, with a stoic expression, asked, "What did you say?" Zhuohua's face flushed anew as she lowered her head and replied, "I said that His Highness was fatigued last night and retired early. This morning, I was concerned that if Mama Shi received an empty handkerchief, it would tarnish my reputation, hence I acted hastily." Qi Hecang appeared satisfied with Zhuohua's response. This matter must not be portrayed as his initiative. Otherwise, the empress would undoubtedly exploit it to embarrass the Lu family. "Very well, I understand. Should anyone inquire about this in the future, respond in the same manner." Qi Hecang halted his steps, stating, "I have business at the yamen. You may return first." "Understood." After bowing, Zhuohua climbed into her carriage alone. She could hardly believe Qi Hecang had pressing matters to attend to. It was their second day of marriage, and it was improbable that the emperor would assign him duties. However, she chose not to pry into his affairs. In this era, it was commonplace for men to have multiple wives and concubines. If she were to dwell on it, she feared she might drown in her own jealousy. Moreover, having been exhausted and adorned for the palace so early in the day, she felt quite fatigued and longed to return home for a brief respite. Upon arriving at the Xianhua Hall, she had just changed her attire and removed her hair ornaments when Lu entered to report, "Your Highness, concubine Lu has arrived." Lu Tong immediately interjected, "The lady is weary and wishes to rest. Let her come back later." "Rulan," Zhuohua called, "I shall go to her now." Though she was now the crown princess, apart from the few attendants brought from the princess's residence, everyone else in the Eastern Palace was affiliated with the Lu family. If she were to refuse her at this moment, it wouldn't be long before the matter reached the crown prince's ears. Should she then attempt to clarify her position in front of him, she would find herself in an irredeemable predicament. Lu Tong, with concern, remarked, "She is merely the daughter of a wet nurse. Were it not for His Highness's favor, she would not hold the position of concubine. Why must you continually acquiesce to her?" Zhuohua rose, caressing Lu Tong's face with a smile. "You silly girl, I am not yielding to her. I am yielding to the crown prince. The number of women in the harem will only increase. If I were to contend with each one, I would surely exhaust myself. To achieve lasting peace, I must capture the crown prince's heart. If he cherishes me, he will naturally shield me from others, just as he has done with Lu. She need not say or do anything, for the crown prince has already taken it upon himself to deal with me." Lu Tong, though partially understanding, grasped that securing the crown prince's affection was essential for her mistress to establish herself in the Eastern Palace. "It is my limited perspective that nearly jeopardized your affairs." Zhuohua smiled at her, lifting her skirts as she made her way to the main hall. Wise individuals are easily found, yet sincere ones are rare. As long as Lu Tong remains loyal, I shall not harbor anger. Lu awaited at the entrance of the main hall, bowing upon catching sight of Zhuohua from afar. "I have paid my respects to the crown princess, Your Highness." Zhuohua paused beside her and said, "Lady Lu, please rise." By all appearances, Lady Lu exhibited a commendable understanding of propriety, leaving no room for criticism. Lu Wanning glanced at Zhuohua out of the corner of her eye. Zhuohua had already changed into her everyday attire, a long skirt embroidered with silk threads depicting the blue water and cassia flowers, her hair loosely styled, adorned only by floral hairpins at her temples. This involuntarily reminded Lu Wanning of the phrase, "The lotus emerges from clear water, naturally unadorned." "Please, Lady Lu, take a seat. There are no others present. We need not adhere strictly to formalities. Let us be at ease," Zhuohua stated with proper decorum, rendering Lu Wanning momentarily unable to discern her temperament. "Yes, Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Wanning took a seat in a subordinate position beside Zhuohua. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of realization. Within the Eastern Palace, she was no longer the lady of the house. Her former position had been rightfully claimed by another. Chapter 19. Mutual scrutiny. Despite the bitterness akin to swallowing unripe fruit that surged in her throat, Lu Wanning maintained a smile upon her face. She had intended to pay her respects to Her Highness yesterday, but, concerned about causing Her Highness any undue fatigue, had postponed her visit until today. Hoping she would not take offense, Zhuohua accepted the tea that Lan handed her, sipping it slowly before speaking, unhurried. For they would henceforth serve the crown prince together as sisters. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind hospitality. Lu Wanning inclined her body slightly. As you have just entered the Eastern Palace, it is natural to encounter unfamiliarities. I am a few years your senior, and have spent more time here. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to call upon me. Zhuohua covered her mouth with a smile, saying, Sister Lu, you are being too modest. Although I have only just arrived in the capital, I am aware that the crown prince holds you in the highest regard and cherishes you. My connection with him is merely a result of bestowed marriage, which pales in comparison to the bond you share from childhood. Since the crown prince respects and loves you, I shall follow suit. Should there be anything I do not comprehend, I shall be sure to seek your guidance. Lu Wanning felt her fingertips curl involuntarily in her lap. Prior to this encounter, she had envisioned numerous scenarios regarding their meeting. Zhuohua, hailing from noble lineage, might exhibit some of the haughtiness typical of highborn ladies. Perhaps she would dismiss her entirely, treating her with indifference. Alternatively, she could perceive her as a rival, seizing every opportunity to undermine her. Or perhaps she would feign goodwill only to stab her in the back. Yet, none of these possibilities materialized. Zhuohua did not flaunt her status as the crown princess, but instead lowered herself to address her as a sister. More importantly, she spoke candidly about the crown prince's favoritism towards her, displaying an openness that seemed devoid of pretense. For a moment, Lu Wanning could not discern the authenticity behind Zhuohua's demeanor, only feeling that her generosity made her seem somewhat petty in comparison. She offered a constrained smile, replying, Your Highness, your words bring me great embarrassment. You have only spent a short time with the crown prince and may not yet understand his true character. Although he may appear stern in public, he is, in private, a person of great magnanimity, something that you, too, seem to embody. Magnanimous? Zhuohua found the description peculiar, whether applied to the crown prince or to herself. She gestured to Lan, who approached Lu Wanning with a tray in hand. Lady Lu, this is a gift from Her Highness the Crown Princess, brought from Anyang. Please accept it. Lu Wanning quickly rose to express her gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness. She then lifted the sandalwood box from the tray. Upon unfastening the brass clasp, she discovered a perfectly round pearl adorned with delicate colors, gleaming even in the dim light of the room. Such a lavish gift is truly overwhelming. The crown prince dotes on her, and while gifts have never ceased, this pearl would rank among the finest in her collection. Zhuohua waved her hand dismissively. As long as you like it, that is what matters. I intended to gift you some jewelry, but was uncertain of your preferences. Thus, I thought this practical gift more fitting. Should you wish to fashion it into a hairpin or a necklace at a later date, it will be suitable for either purpose. The Su family is affluent, and within her dowry lies a large box filled with exquisite pearls, all intended as gifts. As Zhuohua spoke, she stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her, especially with 2 more evenings to endure. Observing her weary expression, Lu Wanning was suddenly reminded of the events of the morning, and a sense of unease began to stir within her. Yet, she found herself perplexed. Apart from her beauty, what capabilities did Zhuohua possess that could provoke such audacity from the crown prince? Over the years, many charming ladies have surrounded him. While none could rival Zhuohua in looks, several surpassed her in other aspects. The crown prince had never shown any interest. She was eager to uncover the methods Zhuohua had employed. However, since the latter had issued an eviction notice, it would be rather insensitive for her to linger. Lu Wanning rose to pay her respects, remarking that the empress must have many matters to attend to, and thus, she would take her leave without further disturbance. Zhuohua also stood to see her off, inviting Lu Fei to visit whenever she had the time. Once Lu Wanning had departed, Rilon assisted her towards the sleeping quarters. Rilon, what sort of person do you think Lu Fei is? Rilon pondered for a moment before responding. Lu Fei does not strike me as someone with ulterior motives. She shows great respect for the Empress and does not act with arrogance due to the prince's favor. However, Rilon hesitated slightly before continuing. As I have been involved with matters at the Zhuohua Palace, I inevitably came into contact with the palace attendants from the East Palace. In their eyes, Lu Fei is easy to get along with, kind-hearted, and considerate of those beneath her. The attendants all hold her in high regard. Zhuohua smiled and adjusted her hairpin. Is that not a good thing? Indeed, if she were from an ordinary family, having someone like her in charge would be commendable. Yet this is the East Palace, where affairs are managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the personnel are arranged by them. With such a large staff, the accounts intertwined, and the dealings complex, if the person in charge is solely kind-hearted, they cannot maintain order. Even if everything appears amicable on the surface, one cannot fathom the number of unsavory incidents that occur behind closed doors. Zhuohua admired. You truly live up to your experience alongside your grandmother, possessing deep insights into the inner workings of the palace. Her previous inquiry was deliberately aimed at testing Rilon's discernment. Since childhood, Su Tang had grown up with her in Anyang, and her loyalty was unquestionable, managing daily affairs adeptly. However, now that they were in the East Palace and would soon enter the inner court, she required someone meticulous, composed, and wise to assist her. Rilon had not disappointed her. Her assessment of Lu Wanning closely aligned with Zhuohua's own thoughts. Yet, one point remained uncertain, whether Lu Wanning possessed any cunning, a trait that could only be discerned over time. Zhuohua did not perceive the crown prince as particularly devoted. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily swayed that morning. But could it be that Lu Wanning, enduring the queen's disdain, had maintained his affections for years without any strategy? She found that hard to believe. As Lu Wanning emerged from the Zhuohua Palace, the attendant Sanxue approached her side and whispered, "The crown princess seems to be quite amiable. You will find your future encounters less burdensome, free from the anxiety of the past." Lu Wanning remained silent, casting a meaningful glance in the direction of the moonlit hall. The crown prince cherished her not only for their long-standing affection, but also for her ability to discern when to advance and retreat. Her empathetic nature that had never caused him distress. Were the crown princess to embody the same qualities, her own strengths would seem less pronounced. She raised her hand to touch her cheek, recalling Zhuohua's exquisite features, and a sense of unease crept over her. She sighed in resignation, acknowledging that the crown princess was the daughter of an esteemed, noble family, exuding grace and kindness that she felt herself incapable of matching. It was fortunate that it was her who had arrived. Had it been someone else, she feared she would have been left in a most embarrassing predicament. Upon uttering these thoughts, Sanxue slapped herself and lamented, "It's all my fault for speaking too freely, praising others when I have such a wonderful mistress." The crown princess, raised in the illustrious Su family, with a mother as formidable and competitive as Princess Iren, could hardly be as harmless as she appeared. She was likely a person of profound cunning, adept at manipulation. It was the folly of servants' blind eyes to misjudge her character. Lu Wanning gently wiped her face with a silk handkerchief and softly advised, "The depths of the human heart are unfathomable. We must be more cautious in the future. No need to inflict harm upon yourself. It doesn't hurt. I know the mistress disapproves of such things, so I merely gave it a light touch. You, my dear girl, are skilled at comforting me." Their playful banter continued as they made their way to the Hahuan garden. Before they could enter, Shiyu emerged from within. "Mistress, you have finally returned. I was just about to seek you out." Lu Wanning smiled as she entered. "What brings such urgency?" "I have just come from the crown princess's quarters, where I received a reward. I am quite delighted." Qi Hecang stood under the corridor, witnessing Lu Wanning and her two maids enter with laughter, and his worries diminished significantly in that instant. Chapter 20. Still in charge of the palace affairs, Lu Wanning paused her steps, seemingly unable to believe that the crown prince was in her courtyard. After a moment of hesitation, she approached him. Your Highness, raising her gaze, her eyes were already slightly reddened, a visage of grievance adorning her face. Qi Hecang gently held her arms, pulling her into his embrace, his heart aching as he spoke. Did I not say that you would reside in Huan Garden while she remains in Xianyu Palace? Unless there is something of great importance, you need not go to her. Zhuohua was the sole daughter of the Su family, cherished like a precious gem by Princess Yiren since childhood. Qi Hecang had encountered many such noble maidens. They often presented a facade of magnanimity while harboring treacherous and ruthless tactics behind the scenes. Was it not these women who stirred the unrest within the imperial harem? He recalled Lu Wanning's earlier words, his brow furrowing. What did the crown princess bestow upon you that brings you such joy? Lu Wanning, entwining her arm with Qi Hecang's, walked alongside him in the corridor as they conversed. Though it pales in comparison to your highness's gifts, the crown princess treats others with kindness and consideration, never looking down upon me due to my humble origins. Even if it was a mere trifle she offered, I am content. Qi Hecang tightened his grip on her hand, increasingly feeling that this matter had caused Lu Wanning undue distress. Vanya, previously you were the only consort in the Eastern Palace, and those beneath you dared not act recklessly in your presence. Now that the crown princess holds a higher status than you, she is a woman skilled in manipulating hearts and may very well incite others to act against you. Having accompanied the crown prince for many years, Lu Wanning rarely heard him express such evaluations of women. I perceive the crown princess to be genuinely sincere in her dealings. Why would your highness speak thus? Qi Hecang tensed. He could not reveal that each time he faced Zhuohua alone, she ensnared his very soul. If she were not a beguiling enchantress, then what was she? He cleared his throat before she entered the Eastern Palace. I had someone investigate her. In short, she is far more complex than she appears. Henceforth, you must exercise caution in her presence. Since that fateful night at the palace, Qi Hecang felt a transformation within himself. In the stillness of the night, he could not help but recall the events of that evening. His desire for women burned more intensely than ever. Yet, whether in the presence of Lu Wanning or other women of the Eastern Palace, he found himself devoid of interest. It was only this morning, in a reckless encounter with Zhuohua, that he finally released the pent-up frustrations of many days. He harbored a persistent suspicion that Zhuohua had tampered with him, prompting him to disguise himself and seek a physician upon leaving the palace. However, no findings emerged from his inquiries. Reflecting on this matter, Qi Hecang could not suppress his irritation. He cast a glance behind Lu Wanning. The two maids beside you are truly dull-witted. I will have to bow, select a few more capable ones for you from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Huh? Lu Wanning was taken aback by Qi Hecang's sudden mention of this matter, her thoughts shifting from the previous topic. Your Highness, Shiyu and Sanshui have been by my side for many years, unwavering in their loyalty, and have never faltered. I have grown accustomed to their service. Should they be replaced unexpectedly, it would be quite inconvenient. The matter of replacing personnel was not a whimsical decision for Qi Hecang. He had long contemplated it. Lu Wanning possessed a gentle disposition and a soft heart, although she had managed the East Palace's affairs over the years. It was largely the Bao who assisted in navigating the complexities, allowing her to cope. If he wished to consider the long term, the day would inevitably come when he would ascend the throne, and Lu Wanning would enter the inner palace. Even though his affections leaned towards her, a queen without offspring and capabilities would likely not be accepted by the court. Fortunately, there was still time and opportunity regarding children. As for managing palace affairs, she ought to learn promptly. Warner, several new faces have entered the East Palace again. As the numbers increase, matters will become increasingly intricate. If you lack someone familiar with palace affairs by your side, how can you bear the burden alone? Lu Wanning understood from his words that the authority of the East Palace still rested with her. She suppressed a smile, feeling conflicted. I intended to discuss this with the Crown Princess today. In the past, I held the highest position in the East Palace, and your Highness entrusted me with the affairs of the Inner Palace. Now that the Crown Princess has arrived, if I were to cling to my authority, it would seem presumptuous. Have you spoken to her? Lu Wanning waved her hand, explaining. I hadn't the chance to bring it up before the crown princess expressed her fatigue and desired to rest. So I returned. That's good, Qi Hecang replied gently. This matter shall remain under your purview until I grant permission otherwise. However, you must invest more thought into it moving forward, lest the crown princess find leverage against you. Meeting his gaze, Lu Wanning's heart understood. The queen would undoubtedly oppose this arrangement. Qi Hecang would have to maneuver through it, and she could not hinder him. A warmth enveloped her heart at the realization that even at this moment, the crown prince was wholeheartedly considering her, rendering her previous hardships inconsequential. Your Highness, she softly leaned against Qi Hecang's chest and murmured, in this life, you are my only reliance. For someone as ineffectual as I, your lack of disdain is indeed a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Enough of such foolishness, the crown prince replied, wrapping his arms around her, resting his chin gently atop her head. Had you not shielded me from that arrow, perhaps you would have already become a mother. I am aware of all the grievances and trials you have endured over the years, the idle gossip you have borne. This is not your fault. It is I who have failed to protect you. Wanner, regardless of the women surrounding me, in my heart, your position shall forever remain irreplaceable. Ashu, Zhuohua snizet. Ru Tang handed her a silk handkerchief, asking, has the princess caught a chill? Why have you sneezed several times? Zhuohua waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just an unexpected occurrence. I'll be fine shortly. Perhaps someone is thinking of you, Ru Tang teased. Zhuohua removed her outer garment and lay down on the bed. Accustomed to sleeping alone, she had been held by Qi Hecang the entire night, and perhaps due to an awkward position, she now felt sore in her back and neck. Ru Tang, come give me a massage. Of course. Ru Tang knelt beside the bed and began to massage Zhuohua's shoulders and neck. What would the princess like to eat tonight? The grand princess, concerned that you might find the food unpalatable, has thoughtfully sent a chef to accompany you. Zhuohua gently stroked her abdomen. She was hungry. During the midday meal, she had dined with the crown prince and the empress within the palace. In such formal settings, Zhuohua typically ate very little. Regardless of whether the dishes suited her palate, the numerous etiquette rules surrounding mealtime left little room for genuine enjoyment of the food. Having been quite fatigued these past few days, her appetite was minimal. She decided to have the kitchen prepare a bowl of fragrant vinegar noodles. Yes, and a few plates of pickled vegetables to enhance the flavor. Zhuohua smiled, noticing your longing as well. She would request the kitchen to prepare an extra serving for you to savor. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhuohua shifted slightly, finding a comfortable position, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. When she awoke, an hour had already passed. Ru Tang, hearing the movement, hurriedly lifted the curtain to enter. Two other maids followed, holding a copper basin of warm tea to assist her in freshening up. Considering she would not be leaving the courtyard today, Zhuohua asked Ru Tang to style her hair in a simple coiffure. Your Highness, Consort Su has arrived and is waiting outside. Zhuohua paused, her hand with the hairpin momentarily still. It dawned on her that this time entering the Eastern Palace, she was not alone. There was also a side consort and a secondary consort accompanying her. However, yesterday's wedding banquet had been solely in her honor. The other two consorts could only enter the palace discreetly through the back entrance. How long have they been waiting? They came just as you fell asleep. Zhuohua chuckled lightly. Indeed, they had waited. Chapter 21. The harmless little rabbit Zhuohua elegantly styled her hair and donned a green gauzy dress before stepping out. Su Jinyao, the beloved youngest daughter of the great general of the Qian dynasty, harbored a deep affection for the crown prince. However, the crown prince hesitated to accept her as a bride in the Eastern Palace, fearing her illustrious lineage might overshadow the Lu family. The book briefly mentions Su Jinyao's fate. Upon entering the palace, she was bestowed the title of Jeune Fei, yet succumbed to illness within a year. Little is elaborated on her appearance or character, as she merely serves as a supporting figure, a stepping stone for the prominent generals. Zhuohua mused to herself that this infatuated girl was indeed more than worthy of the crown prince's affections. Greetings to her highness the crown princess. A sweet voice interrupted her thoughts. Zhuohua lowered her gaze to appraise the young woman before her. Su Jinyao was undoubtedly striking, raised amidst wealth and privilege. exuding the poise of a noble lady in every gesture. Yet, her crescent-shaped eyes revealed a hint of innocence and simplicity. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Zhuohua thought that Su Jinyao truly resembled a harmless little rabbit. Please rise. It is my fault for sleeping in an opportune time, making you wait so long, Su Jinyao said, observing Zhuohua for a moment. Seemingly surprised by the crown princess's approachable demeanor and striking beauty, surpassing all the women she had encountered in the capital. As Zhuohua took a seat, noticing Su Jinyao still standing, she gestured, "Please, Consort Su, take a seat." "Thank you, Your Highness," Su Jinyao replied, performing a courteous bow before smiling and settling into a chair. Unfamiliar with her, Zhuohua sought a casual topic to initiate conversation. "Which courtyard do you reside in now?" "Qingyan residence, not far from Your Highness's Xianhua Palace, just around the small garden ahead," Su Jinyao answered, gesturing in the indicated direction. She had just turned 16, having recently come of age, appearing as a young girl yet to mature. "Have you arranged everything in your courtyard? If anything is lacking, do not hesitate to inform the palace steward," Zhuohua inquired. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. The items brought from home are quite sufficient, and His Highness has graciously allowed me to bring 2 personal maidservants," Su Jinyao replied. "That is reassuring," Zhuohua remarked. Aware of Su Jinyao's noble background and the necessity for the crown prince to provide her with special consideration as she settled into her role as a secondary consort. Su Jinyao bit her lip, shyly confessing, "There is, however, one drawback. I am the sole occupant of Qingyan residence, and it feels rather lonely without anyone to converse with. At home, I had my sisters-in-law and nieces and nephews for lively chatter, but now the courtyard feels desolate, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it." Noticing the childlike quality in her demeanor, Zhuohua smiled and reassured her, "What is there to fret about? You live close to me. If you find yourself bored, feel free to visit me often." Facing Su Jinyao's innocent and untainted visage, Zhuohua found it difficult to utter any sisterly words. "Isn't there also concubine Yao? She is merely 2 years your senior. You should be able to enjoy each other's company." Su Jinyao contemplated for a moment before responding. "Yao Shufei has not yet entered the palace." This revelation left Zhuohua astonished. "Su Finyao y la veratid, Yao Shufei possesses a unique fat." She has taken Master Sherwing from the Royal Grace Temple as her mentor and must remain in seclusion until she turns 18. According to Sister Lu, Yao Shufei is well-versed in Buddhist teachings, and both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager hold her in high regard, thus permitting her to enter the palace next year instead. This was news to Zhuohua. However, she was curious about Sister Lu. "Has Lu Fei visited you?" Upon mentioning the Lu family, Su Jinyao's eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. "Sister Lu came to see me last night, knowing I seldom leave home. She sent someone to tidy up the courtyard and stay to converse with me for quite some time. It was she who informed me about Yao Shufei. She initially intended for Yao Shufei to accompany me, but unexpectedly, the prince informed her that Yao Shufei would arrive later. She worried I might find it difficult to adjust, so she came to see me as soon as I entered the palace." Zhuohua nodded, smiling. Lu Fei has overseen the Eastern Palace for many years. She is well acquainted with all matters. With her support, even I feel considerably more at ease. Observing Su Jinyao's reaction, it was evident that in just one night, Lu had successfully enlisted her to her side. This woman was truly remarkable. "Your Highness," Su Jinyao hesitated, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. "Su Zhuhao Gandili Zima? Are you inquiring about the prince?" Su Jinyao paused, initially shaking her head before nodding in affirmation. I merely wish to know, is the crown prince easy to approach? Is he fierce?" Zhuohua chuckled. "Did Sister Lu not inform you last night? She has spent the longest time by the crown prince's side and knows him better than anyone." "Oh, she did mention that the crown prince is exceptionally gentle and considerate of others. However," Su Jinyao hesitated, "I still feel that the crown prince I have encountered differs vastly from the one she described." Zhuohua mused silently, aware that she was not the only one who felt that way. Perhaps aside from Lu, everyone else shared the same sentiment. "In truth, I have only spent one evening with His Highness. Although he appears stern, he is not unreasonable. Simply approach him with a calm demeanor. Su Jinyao blinked, somewhat perplexed. When she was 12, she accompanied her father to the royal autumn hunt, where she first laid eyes on the crown prince. He rode a noble steed, clad in robust attire, exuding an air of valor. Despite the throng surrounding him, she was captivated at first glance. Kneeling beside her father, she heard him address the prince as Your Highness. She was taken aback. In her eyes, her father was the most formidable and grand figure in existence, unyielding even in the face of countless adversaries. Yet, in the presence of the crown prince, he showed not a trace of the battlefield's ferocity. How could she maintain a sense of equanimity towards someone whom even her father willingly revered? Seeing her bow her head in silence, Su Zhuohua could surmise her thoughts. She herself harbored no feelings for the crown prince, thus his treatment of her was of little consequence. However, it was clear that Su Jinyao admired the crown prince, which would inevitably create an imbalance in their relationship. There is no need for concubine Su to worry. In 3 days, the crown prince shall no longer reside here, and he will certainly come to visit you then. When you meet him in person, you will understand his true nature. Su Jinyao blushed and nodded. Before entering the Eastern Palace, the young ladies would have the palace matrons instruct them in the rules of etiquette, with intimate matters being a significant focus of their education. Su Jinyao felt a twinge of apprehension. She regarded the crown prince as a revered figure, akin to a saint, one whom she admired from afar. The thought of being close to him was almost unimaginable. After exchanging some idle chatter, Su Jinyao rose to take her leave. Su Zhuohua waved her hand, saying, "Go on, and be cautious on your way back." Once Su Jinyao departed, Ru Tang assisted Su Zhuohua to her feet and remarked, "Concubine Su appears to be quite naive. How can she speak so freely before you? Coming from the household of a grand general and being the youngest daughter, she must have been spoiled by her parents and siblings. It seems the Su family wishes for her to live a life of comfort and ease, aspiring to be a carefree matriarch, and thus she has not been taught the ways of survival within a household. Such a disposition, without the unwavering protection of someone like Lu Wanning, could lead to considerable difficulties in the future." After Ru Lan escorted Su Jinyao out, she watched her walk towards the Hahuan garden and hurried back to inform Su Zhuohua of the matter. "Your Majesty," she said, her face filled with concern. "Concubine Su and concubine Lu appear to share a close bond. If they were to join forces against you, it could prove troublesome." Su Zhuohua shook her head. Su Jinyao cannot conceal her intentions. She has been raised by the Su family in simplicity, unable to hide her thoughts. If the Lu family seeks to use her as a pawn, they might inadvertently harm themselves. Setting aside the pastry in her hand, Su Zhuohua clapped her hands together. "Let us observe from the shadows for now. As long as the Lu family does not reveal their true colors, we shall refrain from taking action. There is only one person in charge of the Eastern Palace, and that is the Crown Prince. My efforts regarding him shall suffice." Chapter 22. A matter to discuss according to custom. After the Crown Prince marries the Crown Princess, he is required to reside in her chambers for 3 days. During this period, the matron of honor will remain in the Eastern Palace. The relationship between Qi Hecang and the Empress has finally improved, and thus, there is no need for further turmoil over such matters. Like the Emperor, he is a dutiful son, and the Empress's words still hold significant weight in his heart. In the subsequent 2 nights, Qi Hecang deliberately delayed his arrival until quite late. To outsiders, this behavior appeared to be a statement of his discontent regarding the marriage and his dissatisfaction with Su Zhuohua. However, Su Zhuohua understood that Qi Hecang regarded her as a formidable presence to be avoided, fearing that he might lose control in her company. In his absence, she did not wait for him and maintained her routine of dining and resting punctually. As the night grew late, she feigned ignorance of his return, wrapping herself in a solitary quilt and sinking into deep slumber. Though she lay with her back turned to Qi Hecang, Su Zhuohua could sense a gaze upon her. Qi Hecang tossed and turned for quite some time before he could fall asleep. It was only natural, with a delicate beauty beside him, her enchanting silhouette revealed beneath the sheer fabric. He was not a man of ascetic desires. How could he possibly resist? Yet Su Zhuohua did not take the initiative, and he was reluctant to lower himself to engage her. The 3 days passed swiftly. For over half a month, Qi Hecang had not set foot in the moonlit pavilion. Instead, Lu Wanning came to visit her. As the weather grew increasingly warm, she prepared some refreshing herbal tea to bring to the princess. Lu Wanning raised her hand, and a maidservant presented the food box to Su Tang. Su Zhuohua spoke, "Ru Tang, you may set it down for now. I shall partake after my afternoon rest." She was wary of consuming food brought by others. Turning to Lu Wanning, she smiled. "It has been a few days since we last met." Lu concubine appears to have gained some fullness, becoming even more charming. Lu Wanning, feeling shy, lowered her head. For over 10 days, the crown prince had been residing in the harmonious garden, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere, and even his meals had become more delectable. Whispers circulated that the crown princess would soon lose favor upon entering the Eastern Palace. With a lighter heart, Lu Wanning had regained the weight she had lost, appearing considerably more balanced. "The crown princess is merely jesting about me," she remarked. "How could I possibly compare to you? Your ethereal beauty and exquisite figure are simply unmatched. We have long envied you in private." Before Su Zhuohua entered the Eastern Palace, aside from Lu Wanning, there were several other concubines without official titles. Now, with Su Jingyao in the mix, we refer to these few individuals. At present, Su Zhuohua found herself not only neglected by the crown prince, but also isolated by the other women. Aside from her title as crown princess, it seemed as though she did not exist within the Eastern Palace. Su Zhuohua's expression turned sorrowful as she sighed. "Elu concubine, do notiest." Not only in the Eastern Palace, but throughout the entire capital of the Qian, which woman has not envied you? In the eyes of His Highness, you alone are cherished. We are mere fleeting shadows. What use is it to possess beauty and grace? As Lu Wanning observed the redness encircling Su Zhuohua's eyes, glistening with tears and her brow slightly furrowed, she appeared so pitiable that even a woman like herself could not help but feel a pang of compassion. She gently consoled her, saying, "I am but a few years older than you, Your Highness, and share similar experiences. In time, as you spend more moments with the Empress, you will surely come to appreciate her virtues." Su Zhuohua grasped Lu Wanning's hand and remarked, "Consort Su often visits me, always extolling your gentle grace. Now I understand. Conversing with you is indeed a delightful experience. No wonder His Highness holds you in such esteem." It would be disingenuous to claim that Lu Wanning harbored no reservations towards Su Zhuohua. Behind the scenes, she employed subtle tactics. Yet, since the crown prince's marriage 3 days prior, he had resided continuously in her chambers, while Su Zhuohua seemed to vanish into thin air, and the Eastern Palace remained unchanged. However, a new presence, Consort Su, frequently sought her company, eager to discuss matters concerning the crown prince. It appeared that Su Zhuohua had no intention of vying for favor. Consequently, Lu Wanning's wariness began to diminish. If Su Zhuohua remained modestly seated in her position as crown princess, it would be only fitting for the crown prince to bestow upon her a title when he ascended the throne. As a woman herself, Lu Wanning found a flicker of sympathy for Su Zhuohua. Yet, there was still a matter that required discussion. Originally intended to inform Su Zhuohua on behalf of the crown prince, she chose to phrase it more delicately to preserve her dignity. "I have come to discuss another important matter. The Empress Dowager is currently at Zhuohua Mountain for prayers and will return to the capital tomorrow. As per tradition, a banquet will be held at the end of the month, wherein the ladies of the capital are to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress has been unwell of late, and thus His Majesty has entrusted the Eastern Palace and the Ministry of Internal Affairs with the arrangements. With less than 10 days until the end of the month, Su Zhuohua had never attended a banquet in the capital, but she had managed numerous affairs in Anyang alongside the Lin family. Preparations for a banquet welcoming the Empress Dowager typically commenced at least a month in advance. This was hardly a discussion. It was evidently a notification. Su Zhuohua displayed a troubled expression, stating, "You have been managing the affairs of the Eastern Palace single-handedly. I am unfamiliar with these matters, so you may take the lead." Lu Wanning smiled, albeit with a hint of reluctance. "By protocol, I lack the standing to make decisions and cannot attend the banquet. I will ensure everything is arranged appropriately. However, on the day of the banquet, it is imperative to have someone to navigate the proceedings. If I am absent, Your Highness will bear the burden." "Ah, so you wish to borrow my name?" Su Zhuohua replied with a smile. In that case, you and I shall attend together. I will invite consort Su as well. You both are recognized consorts of the Eastern Palace, and it is only reasonable to welcome the Empress Dowager together. But the Empress has long harbored a prejudice against me. If she discovers that I have overstepped my bounds, she would surely be incensed and reprimand me. I have grown accustomed to such treatment, yet I fear that her displeasure may spill over onto His Highness. These words reflected Lu Wanning's genuine feelings. Her affection for Qi Hecang ran deep. She would willingly endure scorn herself rather than allow him to face even the slightest criticism. Zhuohua contemplated for a moment. There were certain words that, even if left unspoken, would inevitably be voiced by Qi Hecang. It would be more prudent for her to articulate them herself, thereby garnering his favor. The genuine affection that consort Lu harbors for His Highness is indeed moving, and this matter is not without resolution. Should Her Majesty the Empress inquire, I shall assert that I orchestrated this affair single-handedly, and that your attendance alongside consort Su was sanctioned by me, leaving no room for Her Majesty to find fault. Lu Wanning had initially harbored similar intentions. Prior to her arrival, she had contemplated various justifications, uncertain of how to persuade Zhuohua to acquiesce. To her surprise, Zhuohua broached the subject herself. Chapter 23. The substitute. Upon exiting the moonlit chamber, Lu Wanning instructed her attendant, Shiyu, that's starting tomorrow. All financial accounts concerning the Eastern Palace must be presented before the Crown Princess for her approval. Shiyu, perplexed, questioned, Your Highness. Did not the prince instruct you to continue overseeing palace affairs? By submitting the accounts, are you not granting the Crown Princess an opportunity? At that moment, Lu Wanning felt an inexplicable lightness and joy. Her tone elevated slightly. I have come to understand that the Crown Princess is not only gentle and demure on the surface, but also harbors no ulterior motives. This resemblance to my own nature is rather striking. Individuals like us, possessing such temperament, are hardly inclined towards malice. Throughout these days, the prince has remained in my quarters, and she has never once sent anyone to urge me, nor has she exhibited any discontent upon seeing me. Perhaps she is genuinely uninterested in the prince and has no desire to vie for favor. I have been overly cautious in my dealings with her. She responded in agreement. Your Highness is indeed the most magnanimous person. Were it anyone else, given your esteemed position in the prince's heart, they would have disregarded the crown princess entirely. Yet, you have shown her respect at every turn, which is quite commendable. She then jested. The crown princess's current status is indeed awkward. In terms of favor, she cannot compare to you, and concerning lineage, she falls short of concubine Su. If she does not relinquish her pretensions, her situation will only grow more difficult. Enough, Lu Wanning interjected calmly. You and San Shui are merciless with your words, and that has stirred the prince's discontent. Had I not gone to great lengths to protect you, you would have long been returned to your brother's household. The prince has sent several palace maids from the Ministry of Internal Affairs this time, presumably with the same intention. I have hosted numerous gatherings of varying sizes. We must ensure that this time proceeds without a hitch. I will speak favorably of you before the prince to secure your position permanently. Upon hearing her words, she felt both touched and elated, grateful to serve such a benevolent master. Lu Wanning harbored no concern that sending the accounts to the moonlit chamber would adversely affect her. Zhuohua was clearly not a person who took interest in managing affairs, and even if the accounts were delivered, it was unlikely she would review them. However, in the eyes of others, her actions would demonstrate respect toward the crown princess, leaving no grounds for criticism. That evening, when Qi Hecang arrived at the Hehuan garden, he heard Lu Wanning mention this matter. He initially praised her, commending her respect for the crown princess and her generosity in considering others. Regarding the banquet, Qi Hecang's expression remained unperturbed, his tone calm as he said, Let us proceed as the crown princess suggests. I apologize for having to impose such burdens upon you, while the credit shall not be yours to claim. Lu Wanning set aside the embroidery frame, moved closer to Qi Hecang, and softly embraced him, saying, Your Highness, knowing that you hold me in your heart is more than enough for me. The crown princess is quite amicable, and with concubine Su to share her time, I find that my days are more pleasant than ever. Qi Hecang gazed at Lu Wanning for a while, playfully pinching her chin, and teased. I cannot shake the feeling that your affection for them surpasses your fondness for me. Wanner, could it be that you have grown weary of my company? Lu Wanning let out a soft sigh, instinctively diving into his embrace, her fingers tracing gentle circles on his chest. The prince had been returning late these past few days, and their only moments of conversation were during the mornings, hardly enough to satiate her longing. Although Qi Hecang resided with her, their intimacy had been limited to just 2 or 3 occasions over these many days. Despite her outward composure, Lu Wanning could not help but feel a yearning. Given the months they had spent apart, Qi Hecang leaned down to kiss Lu Wanning, cradling her as he made his way to the bed. Shiyu and Sanxue stood guard outside the door. This evening, the sounds within the room seemed more pronounced and prolonged than before, with the hot water in the courtyard being replenished time and again. The moonlight danced from the treetops to the open sky. Lu Wanning turned over, her back pressed against his solid chest, and comfortably drifted into slumber. Yet behind her, Qi Hecang found no solace in sleep. He sought to relive the pleasures they once shared, but despite his efforts, something felt amiss. In fact, several times during their intimacy, he envisioned Lu Wanning as Zhuohua in order to persist. He tightened his hold around Lu Wanning, pondering what Zhuohua might be doing at that moment. That ungrateful woman had ensnared him, only to turn her back and feign ignorance. After so many days apart, she had not even thought to search for him in the study, despite his restless nights spent there. The Empress Dowager annually resided at Zhuohua Mountain for 3 months, listening to the masters of the temple expound upon Buddhist teachings. Upon her return to the palace, the emperor would personally greet her at the gates. As the crown princess, Zhuohua was naturally required to accompany the ladies of the court in welcoming the Empress Dowager. From afar, the majestic procession of the Empress Dowager could be seen, stretching for miles as it entered the palace gates. The empress scoffed lightly and remarked to Zhuohua, His Majesty advocates frugality, yet the Empress Dowager revels in opulence, spending considerable sums on Buddhist rituals each year. Such grand displays, do they not fear the discontent of the common people who witness them? Zhuohua adjusted her waist and replied, Mother, managing the inner court with diligence and thrift is indeed a blessing for all under heaven. She had no desire to involve herself in the rivalry between the Empress and the Empress Dowager. Though the Empress Dowager's actions were undeniably extravagant, the Empress was not without her own excesses. The Kuan-Ning Palace was adorned with rare paintings and exquisite jade ornaments, each a testament to luxury. In the century since the founding of the Great Qian dynasty, under Emperor Qiyuan's reign, while the nation's fortunes appeared to be waning, the common people still lived in relative peace and prosperity. As for the royal family and noble clans, their lavish lifestyles were beyond reproach. The Empress's remarks were merely small talk. Hearing Zhuohua's response, the Empress found it agreeable and continued, Lu's family has been raised in the Empress Dowager's court since childhood. Although the Empress Dowager is displeased with her lack of offspring after many years in the Eastern Palace, she surely harbors a preference for Lu over you. Zhuohua felt it prudent to maintain awareness of this dynamic. She shifted closer to the Empress, murmuring, Thank you for the reminder, Mother. Yet, the Empress Dowager is of seniority. Regardless of the situation, I must remain respectful. There is no need for you to take my side, Mother. Today, Father is also present, and should my actions cause any discord between you and him, I would be committing a grave transgression. The Empress felt a profound sense of comfort from her words. Observing the look of anxiety on her face, she took her hand and softened her tone. Silly child, you are the daughter-in-law I personally chose. If I do not protect you, the people in this palace will take advantage of you, and soon everyone will be able to tread upon you. The matters of the Eastern Palace had already reached the Empress's ears. She had initially believed that Zhuohua would have the capability to compel the crown prince to act inappropriately, thus suppressing the Lu family and managing the Eastern Palace effectively. However, to her dismay, merely 3 days had passed, and the crown prince had cast her aside. After all, she was not a woman raised in the capital and lacked some experience in the affairs of the inner court. Observing Zhuohua's gentle and serene demeanor, the Empress let out a sigh within her heart. She had chosen this person herself, and regardless of the circumstances, she must first attempt to support her. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the imperial procession of the Empress Dowager finally appeared. The crowd followed the emperor, kneeling to welcome her back to the palace, wishing her longevity. Clad in imperial attire, the Empress Dowager descended from her phoenix litter and surveyed the surroundings before raising her hand, commanding, "You may all rise." The emperor was the first to approach, taking the Empress Dowager's hand. "Mother, this journey has been arduous. Allow your son to escort you back to Zhuohua Palace for some rest." The empress also chimed in. "Zhuohua Palace has been prepared and awaits your comfortable return." The Empress Dowager did not spare her a glance and continued on her way. "Isn't that the crown princess?" The Empress Dowager's voice resonated in Zhuohua's ears. She had endeavored to blend into the crowd, yet was perplexed by how perceptive the Empress Dowager's old eyes could be. Chapter 24. The Empress Dowager returns to the palace upon being called out. Zhuohua had no choice but to step forward, bowing her head and performing a proper greeting. "I have met the esteemed ancestor," she said. The Empress Dowager responded with a sound of acknowledgement, taking a few steps closer to her. "Lift your head. Let me have a good look at you." Her gaze swept over Zhuohua's face several times, and she drawled, "You have changed quite a bit since the day you entered the palace." As the champion of the previous court intrigues, the Empress Dowager was not easily deceived by Zhuohua's ploys. A flicker of dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes as she remarked with a slight edge to her voice, "The crown princess is indeed quite lovely. I assume the crown prince must be very fond of you. Yet, it is well known that beauty alone cannot sustain one's position." The Empress Dowager scrutinized Zhuohua with a disdainful gaze. Before Zhuohua could respond, the Empress Dowager continued, "I have been thinking of the crown prince's wedding while at Zhuohua Mountain. I presumed that since the empress meticulously selected you, you must be the one the crown prince favors. Yet, I have heard whispers that the crown princess cannot even keep the crown prince by her side, spending her nights alone in an empty chamber." A heavy silence enveloped the room. Her words, neither too harsh nor too soft, reached everyone's ears. Although no one dared to speak in such a setting, their eyes darted about in confusion. The empress was about to interject when Zhuohua caught her eye, silently urging her to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, she replied composedly, "Your Majesty, I am truly touched that you have been concerned about my affairs from so far away at Zhuohua Mountain. As the crown princess of the Eastern Palace, it is my duty not only to serve the crown prince and share in his joys, but also to uphold the standards of the main palace, remaining unjealous and unperturbed, setting an example for all women in the realm." Her implication was clear. Her actions were those of magnanimity, befitting a principal consort, unlike those of the jealous concubines vying for favor. Upon hearing her words, everyone was inclined to regard Zhuohua as a virtuous and dignified crown princess, far removed from the petty rivalries of others. Someone immediately echoed, "The crown princess's benevolence is a blessing for the Eastern Palace and the state." The Empress Dowager felt a lump rise in her throat. Having been born of a concubine herself, she had only been a consort until the passing of the late emperor and had never ascended to the position of empress. Was Zhuohua's remark not a veiled jab at her? Yet, there was no apparent flaw in Zhuohua's words to criticize. The empress felt a surge of admiration for Zhuohua's courage in daring to confront the Empress Dowager head-on. It was a pity, however, that despite her quick wit, she seemed to be at odds with the crown prince. The emperor then interjected, "Mother has been traveling for several days and must be weary. It will be best for you to return to the palace and rest. The crown princess resides in the Eastern Palace, and should you wish to see her, you may summon her at any time. There is no rush." His words served as a reprieve for Zhuohua, primarily out of respect for the eldest princess. Had it not been for the eldest princess's mediation, the late emperor might not have ascended to the throne, and the current emperor's position would have been in jeopardy. Moreover, the late emperor had no legitimate son, and all the princes in the harem eyed that position. Before issuing his last will, he had consulted the eldest princess. Had she disagreed, the emperor would not have been able to ascend smoothly. Zhuohua understood this well, which emboldened her to confront the Empress Dowager publicly. The inexpensive gift from the Empress Dowager was presented by the Grand Princess, leaving one to ponder her intentions. Upon the Emperor's utterance, the Dowager emitted a disdainful snort, her countenance rigid as she departed. With a lingering trepidation, Ru Tang assisted Zhuohua to her feet, whispering, "If you provoke the Dowager, won't it become increasingly difficult for you?" Zhuohua replied solemnly, "Her disdain for me is not a recent development. If I yield to her whims, she will only belittle me further. I am not one to be insulted at her leisure. If my grandmother were aware, she would be incensed." Indeed, Zhuohua could glean some understanding of the Dowager's psyche. She was acutely aware that her esteemed position stemmed from her son, bolstered by the Grand Princess's support. Although she was the most exalted woman, she could not surpass the respect afforded to the Grand Princess by the court, a fact that left her feeling both resentful and powerless. Coupled with the disdain from the Empress, who hailed from a prominent lineage, her sense of imbalance only deepened. Thus, she hastened to elevate her maternal family, aspiring to place a woman from the Lu family in the position of crown princess. Yet, she overlooked the truth that both men and women must earn respect through their own merits, in addition to the immutable factor of birth. Otherwise, flattery and insincere adulation are merely fleeting amusements, potentially turning into malicious slander at any moment. As the crown princess approached to pay her respects, a lady-in-waiting by the Dowager's side announced, "This servant conveys the Dowager's decree. Please accept the edict, Crown Princess." Zhuohua refocused her thoughts and bowed in deference. As the Crown Princess is newly entered into the Eastern Palace, still youthful and restless, she may find it challenging to attend to the Crown Prince. Therefore, I impart a scroll of the Tranquility Mantra, hoping the Crown Princess will recite and transcribe it daily, delivering the scriptures to Zhuohua Palace in 7 days. The lady-in-waiting gestured for a maid to present the tray to Ru Tang, saying to Zhuohua, "This is the yellow paper bestowed by the Dowager. You must complete it and personally deliver it to Zhuohua Palace." Zhuohua glanced at the thick stack of yellow paper in the maid's hands, which numbered at least 100 sheets. "Indeed, you may rest assured, I shall duly report to Zhuohua Palace." The lady-in-waiting's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before she departed with the maid. At that moment, the Dowager reclined on her soft cushion, attended by 2 maids, one massaging her shoulders, the other kneading her legs. Upon hearing the lady-in-waiting's response, she expressed her astonishment. Is there truly no dissatisfaction whatsoever? The quantity of yellow paper she received is substantial. It is inconceivable that she could complete it in less than 3 hours a day within 7 days. The Crown Princess is the daughter of the esteemed Princess Iren, who has been raised in great luxury. Surely, her daughter cannot endure hardship. Let the Dowager wait and see. She currently remains unfazed, having yet to experience such toil. Once she begins to write, she will surely regret it. The Dowager scoffed, thinking that even requiring her to copy some scriptures was an act of grace, and had it not been for the Emperor's persuasion, she would not have shown leniency. The old matron presented a cup of hot tea to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager recalled that there was still Consort Lu in the Eastern Palace. Since the Crown Princess entered the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince had shown increasing favor towards Consort Lu. Should she bear a child, the Crown Princess would find herself utterly superfluous in the Eastern Palace, and even the Empress would cast her aside. The mere mention of the Crown Prince's progeny caused a pang of discomfort in the Empress Dowager's heart. At 22, the Crown Prince was of an age when most men would already have numerous offspring, yet the Eastern Palace remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of children. The miraculous physician we brought back this time must be arranged to visit Lu Wanning in the Eastern Palace without delay. She had previously saved the Crown Prince and suffered in her health for it. Though the path to childbirth may be arduous, she had been nurtured for several years, and perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once. However, Empress Dowager, Consort Lu's health remains uncertain. We must first devise a strategy to place a suitable woman from the Lu family by the prince's side. The Empress Dowager nodded thoughtfully. There were indeed suitable candidates among the Lu women, yet with Lu Wanning residing in the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince had been notably averse to the idea of involving any Lu family members. Must we then rely solely upon that individual? The Empress Dowager dismissed the thought with an irritated wave of her hand. Let's first allow the physician to assess the situation. I have my own plans for this matter. Upon returning from the palace, Zhuohua immersed herself in her study, engrossed in transcribing texts. Ru Tang sifted through a thick stack of yellowed paper, feeling both anger and sympathy. Your Highness, these hands are not meant for such laborious tasks. With so much yellow paper to finish within 7 days, how can your hands endure? Zhuohua continued to write diligently, responding calmly. The Empress Dowager punishes me for my inappropriate words and actions, to vex the Empress, and to provide support for the Lu family. Ru Tang remained unconvinced. What you said was entirely reasonable, Your Highness. If she chooses to overthink, how can that be your fault? Furthermore, you have always treated the Lu family with respect and never made things difficult for them. Why should she impose upon you? Zhuoha's my Fai Li, a hint of irony gracing her lips. Indeed, why should she? She publicly humiliated me and brought me shame. Despite my restraint, I have still been punished, and others will only perceive it as the Empress Dowager being difficult with me because of the Lu family. Surely, the Crown Prince thinks likewise. Ru Tang paused, taken aback. Beside her, Ru Lan, who was attending to the ink and brush, advised, Your Highness has her own plans. Do not complicate matters. Our priority is to serve Her Highness well, ensuring we fulfill our duties. Chapter 25 whispers between master and servant by the 3rd day of her arduous task. Zhuohua found herself increasingly restless. Her delicate skin had never endured such strain. Your Highness, you should apply some ointment. Your fingers are nearly worn raw. With so much left to do, how can you possibly hold brush? Zhuohua shifted her arm, having kept her right hand suspended for too long. She felt a painful ache from her wrist to her shoulder. Ignoring Ru Zhang's concern, she inquired, Is the Crown Prince returning today? Yes, Ru Zhang replied promptly. I have inquired thoroughly. His Highness finished inspecting the military camp and set off this morning. He is expected to arrive in the capital by afternoon. Qi Hecang had left the capital to oversee military affairs, and even the Empress Dowager had not been able to welcome him back. Zhuohua rotated her sore arm and set down her brush. After enduring so long, today was pivotal. She could not let her efforts go to waste. Ru Zhang, please place the ointment on the table. Yes, Ru Zhang, thinking Zhuohua had relented, happily fetched 2 jars of ointment and set them on the writing desk. However, she noticed that Zhuohua had no intention of applying it. Setting down her brush, Zhuohua walked toward the inner chamber. I'm feeling fatigued. Please arrange for hot water, as I wish to bathe. Ru Zhang paused, surprised, for had she not bathed the previous night? Yet, realizing it was her mistress's command, she promptly complied. As Zhuohua immersed herself in the warm water, various medicinal powders were sprinkled in, each with different restorative properties. Although the Crown Prince had not visited during this time, her self-care had not faltered. After soaking for nearly half an hour, her skin felt rejuvenated, plump, and dewy, radiating an even more lustrous glow than before. Ru Zhang assisted Zhuohua from the bath, meticulously applying rose essence all over her body. The fragrant aroma filled the room, soon settling into a subtle, elegant scent. Though accustomed to Zhuohua's form, Ru Zhang could not help but marvel at the softness and perfection of her curves. Each time captivated anew. Such beauty as that of her mistress was surely unparalleled in the world. Now in May, the weather was gradually warming. Zhuohua donned a pair of undergarments and a simple sheer robe, her damp hair cascading around her like a lotus emerging from water, fresh and ethereal. The steam from her bath had flushed her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with a charming allure. After their lengthy preparations, they had long missed the midday meal. Ru Zhang brought a bowl of lotus seed and lotus root soup, placing it on the table to cool. Zhuohua held a round fan, idly waving it while her gaze lingered outside the window. 2 magpies perched on a branch, playfully pecking at each other like a pair of affectionate couples. Suddenly, one of the magpies froze, seemingly startled, and both flapped their wings and flew away. Ru Zhang glanced outside, then set down the comb she held and sat beside Zhuohua. Your Highness, you have not eaten lunch, merely indulging in this sweet treat. How can you have the strength? There is still a substantial stack of yellow paper bestowed by the Empress Dowager that must be submitted on time. Otherwise, she will surely reprimand you again. Zhuohua lifted her round fan, partially concealing her face, and let out a soft sigh. Let it be a punishment, now that I have entered the Eastern Palace. My father and mother are beyond reach, and my grandmother, being advanced in years, I wish not to trouble her with every trivial matter. What other recourse do I have but to endure it myself? In the gentle light of early summer, a young woman clad in a simple garment reclined on a soft couch, her dark tresses cascading loosely behind her. Her unadorned features bore a hint of sleepiness, yet her delicate brows and enchanting eyes revealed a captivating allure, even when half-hidden. Rulon adjusted her skirt, leaving only her small, fair feet exposed. Your Highness must not forget, you are the Crown Princess, and His Highness the Crown Prince is your husband. He ought to protect and advocate for you. Zhuohua propped herself up slightly, her tone a blend of seriousness and playful reproach. Rulon, such words should not be spoken again. His Highness harbors only feelings for Sister Lu. Everything follows a sequence. And since I arrived late, I can only accept my fate. Kneeling before her, Rulon lamented, yet without His Highness's protection, how arduous your path will be, Your Highness. Rulon, I know you care for me, but in His Highness's eyes, I am not but a mere tool. A faade bearing the title of Crown Princess to shield Sister Lu from criticism. If I were to bear a legitimate son, my status would elevate, and everything would change. Zhuohua offered a bitter smile. Sister Lu remained silent. Do you truly believe His Highness would permit me to conceive first? Moreover, since our marriage 3 days ago, His Highness has not graced the moonlit chamber with his presence. Alone, how could I bear a child? Her voice trailed off. Choked with emotion, her gaze lowered, obscuring her expression. Outside, Debao followed Qi Hecang, observing the cold fury etched on his frosty countenance. Qi Hecang pushed open the chamber door and strode inside. Is the Crown Princess still unaccustomed to her position in the Eastern Palace? Speaking ill of the sovereign behind his back is most unbecoming. Rulon, startled, rushed out and knelt on the ground, greeting His Highness. As Qi Hecang attempted to enter, Rulon stepped forward, pleading, Your Highness, please wait a moment. The Crown Princess is resting and will come to receive you shortly. With a scoff, Qi Hecang stepped past her. The inner chamber was draped with layers of silk curtains, faintly revealing the figure upon the noble couch. Qi Hecang swept aside the curtain, locking eyes with Zhuohua. In her timidity lay a hint of shyness, the tear glistening at the corner of her eye, rendering her utterly pitiable. Through the thin veil of her attire, her graceful form was subtly discernible. Qi Hecang's throat tightened, caught in a moment where neither retreating nor advancing seemed feasible, as unspoken words lodged firmly in his throat. Zhuohua rose, her bare feet grazing the carpet, and bowed respectfully. I was unaware of Your Highness's return and failed to observe the proper decorum. I implore you to punish me. Punish you? Qi Hecang scoffed. You have yet to finish the punishment bestowed upon you by the Empress Dowager. What further penalties do you seek from me? He bypassed her and settled onto a nearby couch. After returning to the capital, he had only just learned of the difficulties the Empress Dowager had imposed upon Zhuohua. He understood her temperament all too well. As one ages, one tends to become increasingly meticulous about trifles. His reach extended far and wide, even encroaching upon her matters. As the nominal husband of Zhuohua, he ought to inquire about the situation for both emotional and rational reasons. If the Empress Dowager's punishment was excessively severe, he could indeed seek her mercy within the palace. However, after hearing those words just now, Zhuohua had never regarded herself as someone worthy of trust or reliance. Her swift return had been in vain. Zhuohua did not rise, but instead knelt beside Qi Hecang, a strand of ebony hair cascading down to obscure half her face, rendering her petite and timid. Recalling her earlier words, Qi Hecang, almost compelled by an unseen force, reached out a hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. His tone softened. Rise. Yes. Zhuohua stood, taking a few steps back to distance herself from him. Your Highness has just returned. You ought to visit the Zhuohua garden. Concubine Lu has not seen you for some time, and must be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Just now, Rilon came from the kitchen to say that the Hahuan garden had instructed the kitchen to prepare your favored dishes in advance. And Lu Wanning even personally checked to ensure everything was in order, fearing any oversight. If she knew you had come straight here upon your return, I wonder what her feelings would be. Noticing Qi Hecang's silence, Zhuohua continued, Your Highness should visit concubine Lu soon. She has likely been waiting for quite a while. Qi Hecang suddenly appeared intrigued. With his hands propped behind him, he casually observed Zhuohua, a smile playing on his lips. Other women would be eager to keep me in their chambers, yet you seem so keen for me to leave? Qi Hecang realized he was becoming increasingly perplexed by his crown princess. Despite harboring grievances within, she feigned strength with her words. He found himself curious to see how long she would maintain this fade. Chapter 26 Reunion. Qi Hecang's gaze lingered on Zhuohua, pondering the stark contrast of her demeanor in and out of bed. Had she forgotten the fervent pleas and desperate cries she had uttered while entwined in his embrace? How could she don her garments and so swiftly delineate their boundaries, casting him aside to other women? His eyes returned to the table, feeling a profound loneliness. Did her lack of appetite not indicate sorrow over his indifference? He was unconvinced. In this world, there existed only women who fawned and begged for his favor. There was no heart he could not possess, no woman beyond his reach. Come here, Qi Hecang commanded, his voice a blend of authority and calmness. Zhuohua hesitated briefly before cautiously approaching him. Your Highness, she spoke, her voice soft and melodious, laced with fear, yet tinged with an appropriate measure of curiosity and shyness. Qi Hecang extended his hand, encircling her delicate waist and drawing her into his embrace. The familiar scent and sensation enveloped him, igniting a profound sense of satisfaction. Tell me, why do you not wish to keep me? He inquired, his warm breath grazing her neck, sending shivers coursing through her. Internally, Zhuohua cursed him for being akin to a masochist. The more she resisted, the more he sought her presence. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she met his gaze, responding with caution. Your Highness, you share a deep bond with Consort Lu. I am well aware of why the Empress selected me as the crown princess and why you consented to it. I do not dare nor wish to intrude upon your relationship with Consort Lu. I merely implore you, considering my devoted service to you, to grant me a modicum of dignity and a place within the Eastern Palace. Outside, the sky had darkened entirely. Under the flickering candlelight, her petite face glowed with a delicate radiance, her beautiful eyes shimmering as though filled with clear springs, both fragile and resilient. Qi Hecang extended 2 fingers, gently caressing her small chin. Her tender skin reddened beneath his touch, the blush blossoming from her chin to the tips of her ears. Her beauty was captivating, yet her stubbornness was undeniable, whether it was the loss of her virtue before marriage or her subsequent neglect after their union. She never sought justice from the Grand Princess or the Empress, nor did she plead for his affection. Recalling his own frustrations, Qi Hecang felt a surge of anger. Crown Princess, he leaned in closer, their proximity suggesting intimacy to any onlooker. You are my legitimate wife. You must understand your responsibilities. If you comply and behave, I shall honor and respect you, allowing you to be the mistress of the Eastern Palace. Heat radiated from her waist as Qi Hecang's hand tightened around her soft form, pressing her further into his embrace. Zhuohua's eyes widened in terror, her expression betraying a desire to flee. Your Highness, you are hurting me, she gasped, feeling a throbbing pain at her waist, acutely aware that his grip had surely marked her skin. Her delicate frame had been nurtured to an exquisite fragility, and a moment's inattention could leave indelible marks. Qi Hecang rarely witnessed her in such a state of fear, and he was intent on teasing her. The more she evaded him, the more he tightened his grasp. His gaze and tone were laced with a hint of mockery. If the crown princess could not endure the pain, then she ought to plead with him. Plead? How does his highness wish for me to beg? Yet she understood that at this juncture, the reins of control were soon to shift into her hands. Today, She would ensure that Qi Hecang experienced the essence of desire unfulfilled and the bittersweet taste of loss and regain. Qi Hecang's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. With Zhuohua rubbing against him, he found himself unable to contain his reactions. He seized her by the back of the neck, pressing her down, and whispered near her ear, "The way you used to plead in bed, do so today." Zhuohua's face flushed a deep scarlet. Who would have thought that this man, appearing so genteel in public, possessed such prowess in private? To think he desired her to beg. How naive. "Your Highness, please," Zhuohua interjected, placing her palm between them. "Consort Lu is waiting for you. You ought to make haste." Suddenly, Qi Hecang's expression turned sharp, his countenance gradually enveloped in an undeniable authority. This woman truly lacked discernment. Had it been anyone else, they would have readily acquiesced. He had treated her with kindness, yet she persisted in refusing him. With a swift motion, Qi Hecang brushed Zhuohua's hand aside, extending his long arm to lift her, carrying her into the tent. Beneath him, the woman furrowed her brow, her eyes glistening with a hint of crimson. "Your Highness, it hurts." Only then did Qi Hecang notice the redness and swelling on the wrist he had held, the skin broken and glistening. He immediately released her, stepping back, asking what happened. Recalling her punishment, he quickly understood. "The Empress Dowager instructed you to copy. Did you not seek assistance? To be so naive, why have you not learned from your mother?" Zhuohua internally scoffed. No one held the right to speak of her mother. She was the best mother in the world. Allowing the unloved Zhuohua to experience the tenderness of being cherished once more. To speak ill of her mother warranted a moment of discomfort for him. Zhuohua lowered her head, feeling aggrieved. "If the Empress Dowager finds fault with me, she may use it to trouble the Empress. I can endure a little hardship." A gentle tug at Qi Hecang's heart stirred within him, a soft feeling, yet he felt a tinge of anger. She would rather shield the Empress than come to plead with her own husband. Yet, gazing at Zhuohua's pitiful demeanor, he found it difficult to chastise her. Earlier, he had spotted some ointment on the table, so he rose to fetch it and apply it for her. Zhuohua acted obediently, leaning over the bed and extending her hand towards him, her eyes sparkling like a kitten nestled on a branch. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all." Qi Hecang found himself amused. Though tears brimmed in her eyes, she feigned strength before him. It is truly a blend of anger and pity. After all the turmoil, Qi Hecang found himself devoid of any extraneous thoughts. He contemplated that the time spent away had been considerable. Thus it was prudent to first visit the Huan garden. As he turned to place the medicine away, Zhuohua reached out to grasp him. "What is it?" Qi Hecang withdrew his leg and settled back down. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuohua's hand had found its way to his waist, her delicate fingers gently caressing the jade belt. She remained silent, her enchanting eyes fixated upon him. Those eyes, veiled in a misty sheen, possessed a slight upward tilt at the corners, still adorned with a lingering blush, resembling a whirlpool that beckoned one to be drawn in. Qi Hecang's heart inexplicably raced, the faint fragrance lingering beneath his nose compelling him to draw closer to her. This time, he softened his demeanor, extending a finger to gently caress her earlobe. "Have you missed me?" Zhuohua lowered her gaze, biting her lip, neither affirming nor denying. Qi Hecang felt a surge of joy and, in turn, reclined beside her, encircling her in his embrace. "Since you missed me, why didn't you come find me?" The two had been apart for nearly a month. During these days, Qi Hecang had sensed a certain flavor was missing from his life. It was only upon seeing her that he realized the sweetness he craved was solely found in Zhuohua. His hand, which had rested beside her ear, soon began to wander, as if a fish had leapt into water, reveling in freedom. Zhuohua let out a soft hum, calling out, "Your Highness." The sound, sweet and tinged with a delightful tingle, resonated within Qi Hecang's heart. The doors of the Xianyu Hall remained closed from the afternoon until the cloak of night enveloped the world. Chapter 27, The Taste of Betrayal. The gates of Huan courtyard remained open from the afternoon until nightfall. Lu Wanning had lost count of how many times she had stepped outside, gazing into the distance. Finally, she spotted a figure approaching, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She instructed Qiyu to quickly prepare dishes in the kitchen. The prince would surely be famished after his late return. As the silhouette drew nearer, a familiar face emerged, Ru Tang. With the heavens beginning to drizzle, Ru Tang set down her paper umbrella and bowed respectfully to Lu Wanning. The smile on Lu Wanning's face instantly froze, and after a moment of hesitation, she raised her hand and inquired, "What brings you here?" Ru Tang presented her with a package, replying, "Has the side consort forgotten? You previously expressed your admiration for the flowers in the Crown Princess's chamber. The Crown Princess has arranged for these to be delivered to you today." It was only upon Ru Tang's reminder that Lu Wanning recalled this matter. The Crown Princess, preoccupied with transcribing Buddhist scriptures, had still managed to remember such a trivial detail. It seemed she was the one causing inconvenience. The Crown Princess had even mentioned joining her for a meal, yet she had not seen her arrive. This statement, of course, was mere politeness. In truth, her thoughts were consumed by the prince, leaving little room for dining with others. Ru Tang smiled slightly. The Crown Princess was unexpectedly detained by a matter. Yet she did not wish to disappoint you. Thus she instructed me to ensure these are delivered. If the side consort is free tomorrow, the Crown Princess is hosting a banquet at the Zhuohua Hall and would be honored by your presence. Lu Wanning probed gently. I am indeed free. But I wonder what difficulties the Crown Princess has encountered. Perhaps I could be of assistance? Ru Tang's expression shifted slightly. Yet she continued, "It is nothing. Thank you for your kindness, side consort. I shall return to report." Very well. Once Ru Tang departed, Lu Wanning summoned Zhuohua, instructing her to inquire at Zhuohua Hall regarding the Crown Princess's troubles. Why does the mistress concern herself with her? The people in her courtyard are all from the princess's palace, and each is formidable enough not to allow her to suffer, Zhuohua remarked. Lu Wanning's demeanor grew grave. I cannot shake the feeling that the maid's expression was rather strange. Do you think the prince might be with the Crown Princess? Which is why he has not yet returned. Zhuohua chuckled softly, seeking to comfort her. Who does not know that the Crown Princess has been neglected by the prince for an entire month? He rarely visits her, and upon his return, he would undoubtedly come to see you first. Why would he think to visit the Crown Princess's quarters? Rest assured, the prince is the heir apparent and has many affairs to attend to. Delays are common. If it troubles you, I can send someone to Zhuohua Hall to keep watch and return with news at once. Lu Wanning nodded. All right, please make the arrangements swiftly. Zhuohua comforted her for a while before departing to fulfill her task. Lu Wanning sat on a bench in the corridor, staring vacantly into the misty distance. She could not pinpoint when her feelings of uncertainty had intensified. Having spent so many years hand in hand with the prince, no one understood him better than she. While Zhuohua was indeed beautiful, the prince was not a man swayed by mere appearances. He always exhibited displeasure whenever her name was mentioned. She truly could not fathom why she was plagued by such baseless worries. Footsteps echoed along the corridor. She looked up to find Su Jinyao approaching. Sister Lu, why do you stand outside at this late hour? Although the weather has warmed, the night rain brings a damp chill that could harm your health. At this moment, Lu Wanning had no inclination to engage with her. Without rising, she forced a smile and replied, with nothing to occupy my time, I am merely enjoying the rain. What brings you here at such an hour? Su Jinyao pointed to the food box held by her maid and cheerfully responded, This is a gift of fruits sent by the general's residence. No tavern or pastry shop in the entire capital can compare to the culinary skills of my family's cook. My mother, fearing I would miss home, specifically had someone deliver these. Lu Wanning, somewhat distracted, murmured an acknowledgement and instructed someone to take it. It is quite a bother for you to venture out in the dark. I see the rain is intensifying and the roads will be slippery tonight. You should return home and rest. Su Jinyao, ever carefree, noticed Lu Wanning's slightly haggard appearance, but attributed it to discomfort and said little more. She called for her maid and turned to leave. Suddenly, recalling something, she looked back with concern and advised, Sister Lu, you should head indoors as well. I just visited the Moon Fragrance Hall to see the Crown Princess and happened to encounter Eunuch, she coming out. He mentioned that the Crown Princess is unwell and has gone to bed early. Perhaps the unpredictable weather has made one susceptible to illness. You must take care of your health. These words struck Lu Wanning like a thunderclap. She rushed forward to grasp Su Jinyao's arm. You met the Romain letter elf. Su Jinyao, taken aback by her reaction, replied, Yes, I went to the Moon Fragrance Hall, but the door was tightly shut. I knocked for a while before someone finally opened it, and it was eunuch Qi who emerged. In that instant, Lu Wanning felt as though all strength had drained from her body, leaving her weak and unsteady. She staggered back a step, barely managing to support herself against a pillar. Yet, unwilling to lose her composure before others, she waved her hand. I understand. Take care of yourself and return home. Su Jinyao replied affirmatively and departed with her maid. She was a close attendant to the crown prince, managing daily affairs alongside him. The crown prince, not wishing for Lu Wanning to handle the Eastern Palace matters alone, sometimes allowed Qi to assist her. In Su Jinyao's mind, the crown princess was the primary consort of the Eastern Palace, so it was entirely normal for Qi to report matters to her. However, Lu Wanning was acutely aware that Qi had accompanied the crown prince out of the capital this time. His presence at the Moon Fragrance Hall indicated. San Shui, San Shui. Lu Wanning called out several times before recalling that San Shui had been sent away on errands. Qi hurried out from within. Your Highness? Upon seeing Lu Wanning's pale countenance, she was instantly alarmed. Your Highness, what is the matter? Allow me to assist you back to your chambers. Lu Wanning shook her head, taking Qi Yu's hand as she moved outside. I must go to the Moon Fragrance Hall. Your Highness, please wait. I will fetch an umbrella. No, we must go now. Lu Wanning could not afford to wait another moment. She needed to uncover the truth. She yearned to know whether Qi Hecang had forsaken her, abandoning the vows of their past. Had it not been for her shielding Qi Hecang from that fateful arrow, she would not have endured until this day, unable to conceive. He had once professed that in his heart, she alone would hold the title of wife, and his true affections would be reserved solely for her. Today marks her birthday. He had promised to return early. Yet now, he finds himself in the company of another woman. Lu Wanning's vision blurred, the distinction between tears and rain lost upon her. By the time she and her maid arrived at the Crescent Moon Palace, they were thoroughly drenched. Honging, holding an umbrella, stood hidden behind a tree, and from a distance, she caught sight of two figures. Unsure through the curtain of rain, she approached closer, only to realize it was Lu Wanning. She hastened over to pass the umbrella to Qi Yu, noticing Lu Wanning's disheveled appearance, drenched and in disarray, and averted her gaze in modesty. What is the situation inside? Honging? Qi Yu inquired. Replying to the esteemed lady, the door has remained shut, rendering it impossible to ascertain anything, the maid replied. I inquired with the palace attendants responsible for cleaning, and they mentioned that the Crescent Moon Palace had closed its doors this afternoon. Qi Yu, still unaware of the unfolding events, addressed Lu Wanning. Is there something of great importance? My lady? Shall I knock and inquire? Do not. Lu Wanning grasped her arm. I shall remain here for a while before returning. Though Lu Wanning enjoyed the prince's favoritism and managed the affairs of the Eastern Palace, the prince was known for his strictness and unwavering enforcement of his rules. His whereabouts were paramount. Once Qi issued an order, no matter who inquired, they could not glean any tidings of him. Not even Qi, Lu Wanning, was an exception. Despite having seen nothing, her intuition whispered to her. Her beloved, her husband, was on the other side of the wall, in the company of another woman. Chapter 28. What he is angry about as the night deepened. The rain gradually subsided. Beneath the eaves, the intermittent sound of droplets falling created a gentle symphony. The enchanting atmosphere of the room finally drew its curtain along with the rain. Zhuohua, leaning against the tub, felt as if her body had been thoroughly exhausted, devoid of any surplus energy. Seeing the myriad of marks crisscrossing her skin, Su Tang sighed, expressing her concern. Your Highness, this is becoming a habit. It seems you must endure such tribulations each time. As she spoke, she added a vial of medicinal liquid to the water. This remedy was known for its restorative properties, perfectly suited to alleviate the swelling and soreness that followed such encounters. Zhuohua lowered her eyelids, observing the prominent imprints and red marks on her delicate skin, which stood out alarmingly against her fair complexion. This scoundrel, she mused. One could only wonder how long he had been harboring such desires, leaving no part of her untouched, rendering her as if trampled upon. It appeared that she would need to reconsider her strategy. Continually denying him would ultimately result in her own suffering. Reflecting on the events that transpired, a smile played upon her lips. It was not entirely a lamentable situation. Qi Hecang possessed quite a measure of skill and finesse. His touch deftly balancing intensity and tenderness, his rhythm impeccably timed, leading her to lose control more than once. Noticing the smile on Zhuohua's face, Su Tang chided. "Your Highness still finds reason to smile? The crown prince has gone to the Hahuan garden in the dead of night. Should this news leak, one can only imagine the rumors that will circulate by morning." Zhuohua idly played with the flower petals on the water surface, casually responding. "The people from the Hahuan garden have already come to invite him. If I were to send them away, he would surely blame me upon his return. Yet that is far better than allowing Lu Shi to succeed. What kind of mistress barges into the main chamber of the rightful consort? This is the Eastern Palace, where decorum and dignity should still prevail." Zhuohua cast a sidelong glance at her. "If you understand such principles, do you think the crown prince and the empress are oblivious? The crown prince, burdened by guilt, may have acted thoughtlessly, but once he regains his senses, he is unlikely to remain regretful. As for the empress, should she become aware of this incident, it would surely incite her resentment towards Lu Wanning." Stretching lazily, Zhuohua reclined comfortably. "Dear Su Tang, do not trouble yourself with such matters. Tomorrow, let us keep the doors of the Xianyue Hall closed and take a day to recuperate. That is what truly matters. As for the vexations outside, let them be dealt with by Qi Hecang and Lu Wanning." Hahuan Garden. Lu Wanning lay her head against the soft pillow, which was already damp from her tears. Yet she had not managed to dry them all. Last night, she had stood at the entrance of the Xianyue Hall for nearly half an hour, only to be carried back in a palanquin. By midnight, she had developed a high fever. Xiu, under the pretense of seeking a physician for the household, had gone to the Xianyue Hall to seek an audience with the crown princess. Not long after her return, the crown prince arrived. It was rare for her to show displeasure towards him, as she turned away, weeping and reproaching him. "The crown prince truly returned early, while I, like a fool, waited in the wind and rain, oblivious to the fact that you were seeking pleasure in another's embrace." Illness had muddled her mind, and her words had become rather unrestrained. The crown prince, maintaining his composure, patiently took her hand to offer comfort. "Wanner, if you wish to find me, simply request the steward to convey your message. There is no need for you to stand out in the rain. Your health has always been fragile, and now that you have caught a chill, it only brings you discomfort. Why endure this unnecessary suffering?" Lu Wanning turned her head away, silently shedding tears. She had contemplated seeking the steward, yet he was an emissary of the empress. It was not a matter of great importance, and to inquire about the crown prince's whereabouts could lead to the empress's wrath, resulting in inevitable reprimands. If the crown prince held me in his heart, could he not send someone to inform me? Why must I wait anxiously at the Xianyue Palace? My background is humble, and I lack the art of flattery. I cannot compare to the crown princess. If the crown prince's affections have waned, just let me know, and I shall not harbor any improper thoughts. As for the past, let be mere memories. I would be content to cherish those memories for a lifetime." Qi Hecang felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. In their past interactions, regardless of how he doted on Lu Wanning, she had always understood her boundaries and rarely challenged him so openly. Remembering Zhuohua's gentle demeanor made Qi Hecang feel increasingly uneasy. He replied in a low tone, "What do you mean by changing affections? The crown princess is my legitimate wife, bestowed upon me by the emperor himself. If I were to neglect her, what would the emperor think? What would the court say? The blame that would fall upon me would be trivial, but you know well the capabilities of those scholars. Could you endure their scorn directed at you?" Lu Wanning laughed mockingly. "Your Highness truly concerns himself for me. I am deeply touched. Should you tire of me in the future and cast me aside, a mere thought for my well-being would suffice to dismiss me, and I would still be expected to bow in gratitude for your protection." "Enough." The crown prince abruptly rose, his voice sharp with reproach. He should never have come here. Zhuohua had promptly informed him of Lu Wanning's illness, and rather than feeling any discontent regarding his departure, she had expressed her intention to visit Hahuan Garden the next day to apologize to Lu Wanning. At that moment, he had genuinely worried for her and felt a pang of guilt which prompted him to leave the Xianyu Palace without further thought. Now, as he observed Lu Wanning in her distraught state, regret washed over him for having come. Since you are unwell, you must heed the physician's advice. Take your medicine regularly and rest well, he stated, before rising to depart. Lu Wanning propped herself up and called out, "Is it so difficult for you to let go of the crown princess? You are already so eager to return." Qi Hecang hesitated for a moment, leaving behind the words, incomprehensible, as he continued on his way, with Lu Wanning's sobs echoing behind him. The Bao awaited outside, and, seeing Qi Hecang's hurried steps, bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, please temper your anger. The princess is unwell. Her behavior in the palace is uncharacteristic and not intentional." Anger? Qi Hecang paused. With each step that followed, he found himself repeatedly questioning, what exactly am I angry about? It is not merely that Lu Wanning has shown disrespect towards himself. Rather, it is the revelation of an uncomfortable truth by Lu Wanning, that within him, another person seems to have taken residence. This individual, hailing from a distinguished family, embodies the grace of a noble lady, yet she remains neither haughty nor pretentious, resembling a tranquil mountain spring that soothes the weary heart. By day, she exudes a demeanor of dignity and gentility, while by night, she blossoms like a delicate flower, trembling on its branch, making a challenge for anyone to pluck her effortlessly. Recalling these thoughts, Qi Hecang felt increasingly agitated. After all, she is merely an object of admiration. Deonthe, unable to comprehend, chose to remain oblivious. Casting a glance at the sky, he inquired, "The day is still young. Your Highness, where do you intend to rest?" "I cannot find sleep. I shall go to the study." "Very well." Chapter 29. The arrival of Lady Zhang the following day. Lady Zhang, Lu Wanning's mother, visited under the pretense of inquiring after her health. Although Lu Wanning managed affairs in the Eastern Palace, any visit from the consorts or relatives required the consent of the crown princess. Consequently, steward Lu Yu presented the invitation at the Xianyu Hall. Zhuohua, having risen late, was still in the midst of her grooming when Lu Yu arrived, and it was Zhu Lan who brought in the invitation. Lady Zhang had served as the crown prince's wet nurse. Upon the prince's birth, the Empress Dowager personally appointed her to attend to him. Zhuohua, while selecting a hairpin from her cosmetic box, remarked, "Logically, there should be more than one wet nurse for the crown prince. Why has only Lady Zhang remained until now?" Zhu Lan replied, "When His Highness was 6 months old, he fell gravely ill, allegedly due to improper feeding by the other 2 wet nurses. The Empress Dowager was furious and had them executed, leaving only Lady Zhang by His Highness's side." The young empress, consumed with concern for the crown prince at that time, naturally did not harbor many suspicions. By the time she regained her composure, Lady Zhang and Lu Wanning had already firmly established themselves in the Eastern Palace. Zhuohua raised an eyebrow, realizing that Lady Zhang was indeed formidable, having not only become the crown prince's closest confidant, but also nearly positioning her daughter as the crown princess. Zhu Lan suggested, "Perhaps your Highness should refuse her visit. It is not a special occasion, and Lady Zhang cannot simply come and go as she pleases. If every illness warranted a family member entering the palace to attend, it would be more ostentatious than the palace ladies themselves." Zhuohua waved her hand, passing the invitation to Zhu Lan and instructing Lu Yu to convey her approval. The crown prince had not stayed at Yihuanyu on the previous night, suggesting that a disagreement had arisen between the two. Otherwise, Lady Zhang would not have rushed over. Ultimately, a meeting was inevitable, so it would be better to seize this opportunity to allow her to create a stir. Zhuohua refrained from elaborating further, but Zhu Lan, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped her intentions. Lady Zhang, holding a bowl of medicine, sat at the bedside, her face etched with concern. "My son, how could Zhuohua, having only recently entered the palace, have subjected you to such torment? When I next enter the palace, I shall certainly speak to the Empress Dowager. Our Lu family's daughter, no matter how fallen, should not be trampled upon and humiliated by anyone." Lu Wanning turned her head slightly, saying, "Mother, the Empress Dowager has already reprimanded her. Why must you add to her grievances? Besides, she is not just anyone. She is the granddaughter of the Grand Princess of noble birth." How could we dare provoke her? Lady Zhang scoffed, forcefully setting down the medicine bowl. What, the Grand Princess? No matter her power or prestige, that was all during the reign of the late emperor. She ought to open her eyes and see who currently sits upon the golden throne and who resides in Shoan Palace. Even the empress must be mindful of the empress dowager. What right does she have to speak out of turn, let alone her descendants? At this point, Lady Zhang's frustration was palpable. You, my child, are being foolish. The empress dowager has harbored resentment towards you for your inability to conceive over the past 2 years. Yet the crown prince has consistently defended you. This is the Eastern Palace, the crown prince's domain. With his protection, who cares for the grand princess? Even if the empress herself came, she would have to consider the crown prince's regard for you. When Zhuohua first entered the palace, you should have given her a stern warning, so she could understand who truly holds power in the Eastern Palace. As these words fell, Lu Wanning began to weep. Zhang Shi hurriedly offered her a silk handkerchief to dry her tears, saying, "What are you doing? It's improper to cry while unwell. Don't ruin your eyes." Lu Wanning took the handkerchief from her hand, sobbing as she spoke. "You don't understand. My current state is not due to the crown princess. I have already lost favor in the prince's heart." Last night, she had spent the entire night in turmoil, contemplating many things. The tale of the crown prince escorting Zhuohua back to the capital had spread far and wide. There is no smoke without fire. The crown prince must have begun deceiving her from that moment. Once suspicion takes root, it can devastate, weaving together every thread of evidence into a grand narrative. Perhaps, even earlier, the grand princess or the empress had already delivered Zhuohua to the crown prince. They played her for a fool right under her nose. How foolish she had been to think that Zhuohua had no desire for favor. In truth, she had long since usurped the crown prince's affection from her, rendering any competition unnecessary. The more Lu Wanning thought, the more fear gripped her, as her beliefs crumbled piece by piece. Zhang Shi, perplexed, stared at her, saying, "Is it not that little vixen who has been scheming? Would the crown prince truly neglect you otherwise? Why do you still feign kindness and innocence? She has already stepped into your realm, snatching the position of crown princess from you, and now she aims to take the crown prince as well. If you do not act now, what place will you have in the Eastern Palace in the future?" Zhang Shi sighed in frustration, wishing she could step in and resolve the situation for her daughter. It must be said that her daughter had become this way due to her strong-willed nature and the excessive protection she received. Yet, without such qualities, she would never have secured her position beside the crown prince, nor would she have caught the empress's eye. I heard from Shiyu that you had a quarrel with the crown prince last night. Is that true? Lu Wanning buried her head and nodded. As the saying goes, couples often argue but reconcile quickly. This is a common occurrence. You mustn't take it to heart. Men are particularly sensitive about their pride. If you are willing to soften your stance and appease him, this matter will soon pass. Lu Wanning shrugged her shoulders, responding in a low voice, "Mother, last night the prince declared that the crown princess is his legitimate wife, and I am merely a concubine, a servant. I have no right to placate him." The moment those words left her lips, it felt as though a knife had pierced her heart, leaving her in excruciating pain. "You are speaking in anger." Zhang Shi replied with a smile. "The crown prince has shared many years of affection with you. He cannot possibly hold a grudge over last night's trivialities. From the moment he was born, I have nurtured him. I know him well. Though he may appear stern, he is quite tender-hearted towards those close to him. Just go to him in your current state, and do not say too much. Instead, speak of what he cares about and warm his heart. I assure you, he will reconsider." Lu Wanning wiped the tears from her eyes, hesitating as she said, "I fear that he may be mindful of the crown princess and may not wish to see me." Zhang raised the corners of her lips, letting out a scornful laugh. "I was just contemplating a visit to that little minx. I wonder what enchanting appearance she possesses to have ensnared the crown prince's very soul." With that, Zhang prepared to rise. Lu Wanning slightly lifted her head, observing her departure without uttering a word to impede her. "Oh, wait," Zhang halted, turning back. "I nearly forgot to inform you that your brother will soon return to the capital. This time, he has distinguished himself in the military, and it is said that His Majesty intends to publicly reward him. Wanner, do not fear. What is Zhuohua after all? merely reliant upon a powerless princess's residence. Should your brother achieve greatness, you will be able to traverse the Eastern Palace with impunity, and no one will dare utter a word against you. With a beaming expression, Zhang strode confidently outside. She had served as the crown prince's wet nurse, and had only left upon Lu Wanning's marriage to the Eastern Palace to avoid suspicion. Consequently, the palace attendants recognized and respected her. Upon reaching the entrance of the Xianyu Hall, Zhang announced, "I kindly request to convey my greetings to Her Royal Highness, the Crown Princess." The attendant at the door moved swiftly, returning just as quickly. "Madam, Her Highness is still taking her afternoon rest. Please wait in the side hall." Zhang chuckled. "What hour is it? The Crown Princess ought to be more mindful of decorum." The maid, head bowed, remained silent, gesturing for her to proceed. Though Zhang felt a twinge of displeasure, she could not ascertain the situation and refrain from expressing her ire, instead walking in with her head held high. Once she encountered the Crown Princess, she would surely take the opportunity to impart a proper lesson on decorum for the Crown Prince's sake. The Eastern Palace was governed by strict discipline, not allowing just any woman to act recklessly. During her time there, she had ensured that the concubines and maids were obedient, causing nary a ripple of disobedience. She could hardly believe that, at her age, she would struggle to manage a mere young girl. Chapter 30. A lesson well learned in the study. Zhuohua meticulously examined 2 sheets of yellow paper. Indeed, the individual she had engaged this time possessed remarkable skills in imitation. Even I could hardly discern which was my own handwriting and which was not. As Tang poured hot water into the teacup and handed it to her, she remarked, "Your Highness, this is not befitting. You were raised in the Su household, cherished by the lady of the house, and not meant to toil in such menial tasks. If the lady were to see you, she would surely be heartbroken. Were it not for the need to appease the crown prince, Zhuohua would not have endured such hardships. Fortunately, it seemed that these trials had not been in vain. Your Highness, Madame Zhang has sent someone again, inquiring when you might summon her." "No rush," Zhuohua replied, twisting the jade bracelet on her wrist. "She has only waited half an hour. Her patience has not yet waned. She must wait a little longer." Madame Zhang had already consumed 8 cups of tea and made 3 trips to the restroom. "What, the Crown Princess? Why has she not yet risen? The hour is late, almost time for dinner. Does she not respect the customs of the Eastern Palace?" The maid, feeling the weight of her words, shrank back, fearing to be caught in her ire. "Last night, Our Lady retired late, hence she will rest this afternoon." However, upon hearing this, Zhang seemed to ignite like a firecracker. In the palace, maidens serving His Majesty must depart before the hour of the high, yet the crown princess disregards the prince's well-being, indulging him excessively. Is she intent on harming him? The prince was nurtured by me. I raised him single-handedly. Regardless of who it may be, I shall not permit any harm to come to the crown prince. "Madam, the crown princess requests an audience." A maid entered and interrupted her words. Zhang adjusted her attire, her displeasure evident, and followed the maid outside. Zhuohua sat in the main hall, clad in simple attire that exuded an air of approachability. However, flanking her were 2 maids, and 4 stern matrons stood nearby, their expressions grave. Seeing this formidable assembly, Zhang's bravado faltered, and her earlier arrogance dissipated. "I have met the crown princess," she greeted. "Your Highness, may you enjoy longevity." After a brief pause, Zhuohua raised her hand. "Madam, please rise." "Thank you, Crown Princess." Having served beside the Crown Prince for many years, Zhang was well versed in court etiquette. After standing, Zhuohua did not grant her a seat, but inquired, "This morning, the physician reported that concubine Lu's ailment was caused by a chill. She must rest to recover. I wonder if her condition has improved?" "Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, concubine Lu suffers from a malady of the heart. I fear it may not resolve quickly." At that moment, Zhang raised her gaze to Zhuohua. Indeed, she possessed an enchanting beauty. No wonder the crown prince had lost his senses before her. Unlike her own daughter, who had been ensnared by Zhuohua's charms, today she was determined to assert her superiority. Zhuohua feigned ignorance of the veiled sarcasm in her tone and expressed, "If it is a malady of the heart, then it is indeed difficult to treat. Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace to inform Her Majesty, in hopes of inviting a skilled physician to attend to her. After all, it is essential to attend to His Highness. Should illness provoke His Highness's ire, it would not bode well. Zhang's heart sank momentarily. She had merely spoken in jest. Yet the crown princess did not seem to grasp the gravity of the situation. This matter must not reach the empress. After a brief pause, Zhang recalled that the empress had previously dispatched a renowned physician to care for the concubine's health. Perhaps he could be summoned to assess her condition, potentially proving more capable than the palace physicians. The empress had always been concerned for the concubine's well-being, so there was no need for the princess to exert herself. That is indeed fortunate. The Eastern Palace relies entirely on concubine Lu's management. If she remains unwell, the entire affair may fall into disarray. Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes darted around, and she smiled. Indeed, concubine Lu has been overseeing matters of the Eastern Palace. With your Highness's arrival, it does seem a bit out of order. This is not a trivial matter, especially with the Empress's banquet approaching, which is particularly taxing. Since concubine Lu is ill, it is likely she will be unable to handle it. Wanner, fearing to offend anyone, preferred to endure hardships alone rather than inconvenience others. At this moment, Zhang glanced at Zhuohua and suggested, "Perhaps your Highness should take over this matter to avoid any delays for the banquet, lest the Empress ultimately place the blame on you." Zhuohua stifled a laugh. Zhang believed she could manipulate her. However, Su had not lived in the capital for long and was not well versed in palace affairs. Yet during her time in Anyang, she had been closely involved in managing household affairs alongside Lin, organizing countless banquets. Moreover, she had a capable staff at her disposal, and as long as she did not misallocate tasks, everything would proceed smoothly. This matter, Zhuohua's expression turned grave. The Eastern Palace had always been under concubine Lu's stewardship, and she was the most familiar with the internal affairs. If Su were to take over, it would indeed be challenging to manage at first. Perhaps I should handle things temporarily and allow concubine Lu to resume her duties once she has recovered. Zhang inwardly chuckled, deeming her foolish. This crown princess was indeed charming, yet ineffectual. She could not even manage this simple task. No wonder the empress had agreed to her selection. Once Lu Wanning bore the imperial heir, her position would inevitably be usurped. With this thought, Zhang felt a sense of satisfaction, as if her pent-up frustrations had found an outlet. She feigned difficulty, saying, "This truly is a challenging situation. The physician has stated that Wanner's illness will not improve for at least 10 to 15 days. It's not that she is unwilling, but her health simply does not permit it. Even if she recovers, she will need a rest for some time. You may not be aware, but when an assassin threatened the crown prince, Wanner risked her life to save him, which has led to the crown prince's fondness for her." "Oh, Zhuohua feigned surprise. Is that so? Then I certainly cannot burden her further. Rest assured, I will ensure that concubine Lu will no longer have to worry about the Eastern Palace's affairs. I will communicate this to His Highness." However, Zhang only mentioned handing over the banquet arrangements to her, not that the authority over the Eastern Palace should also be relinquished. As Lan observed Zhang's shifting expressions and then Zhuohua's demeanor, she spoke up, "The crown princess has matters to attend to. You may take your leave, madam." Zhang cast a piercing glance at her, noticing that Zhuohua was indeed rising to leave, just as she was about to step forward to obstruct her. A matron had already positioned herself in front of Zhang, intoning firmly, "Madam, please kneel and pay your respects." These four matronly figures, hailing from the Grand Princess's residence, exuded an undeniable aura that could instill trepidation with mere presence. Zhang understood that causing a scene here would ultimately lead to her own disadvantage. Thus she begrudgingly inclined her body in a gesture of respect. "The common woman still has to pay her respects to His Highness, so I shall not trouble you further." "Your Highness." "Humph." She would certainly report this audacious little wretch to the crown prince later. How dare this insolent girl bully her? As Zhang made her way to the 9-story palace, her mind was racing with thoughts. As long as the Empress Dowager's banquet remained untainted by Lu Wanning, she would be content. She still had acquaintances within the palace. It would suffice to stir up a little commotion, enough to ensure that the crown princess would find herself in a precarious position before the Empress Dowager. At that point, the authority of the Eastern Palace would inevitably revert to Lu Wanning. Realizing this, She found herself panting from exhaustion. Whenever she encountered the crown prince, he would graciously offer her a seat, yet this crown princess, in her arrogance, had kept her standing. Zhang spat in disdain, awaiting the day when she would reap the fruits of her plotting. No sooner had Zhang departed from the Xianyue Hall than a palace attendant arrived to summon her to the 9-story palace. Zhuohua patted her face with powder, suppressing her emotions before following the attendant outside. Chapter 31. The bottom line, this was her first visit to the prince's palace. Upon entering the grand gates, the solemn and antiquated decor, coupled with the poised palace attendants standing with hands clasped, imparted an almost palpable sense of pressure. Your Highness, the prince requests your presence inside. Zhuohua turned her head to see Dashi emerging, followed closely by Lady Zhang, who wore a triumphant expression as she gazed at her. Dashi addressed Lady Zhang, saying, "Madam, please take care." He then fell in step beside Zhuohua. Together, they traversed the long corridor until they reached a door. Dashi bowed slightly and said, "Your Highness, please enter. I shall wait outside." "Thank you, Master Dashi," Zhuohua replied. "Your Highness is too gracious." Zhuohua lifted the hem of her gown and entered the study. The study was divided into an inner and outer chamber, the latter adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings that immediately instilled a sense of calm. Turning, she spotted a screen, behind which a silhouette could be discerned. "Come in." The prince's voice resonated, even-toned and devoid of discernible emotion, yet imbued with the undeniable authority of one in power. "Greetings, Your Highness." Zhuohua approached the desk and performed a respectful bow. "Please have a seat." This time, the princess' voice bore a hint of fatigue. Earlier, Lady Zhang had approached him in tears, reminiscing about the past and lamenting over Lu Wanning's current regrets and sorrows, which inevitably stirred his emotions. After all, she was the first woman in his life, one whom he had once risked his life to save. Years of affection could hardly be dismissed over a mere quarrel. Qi Hecang intended to discuss serious matters with Zhuohua, but, upon lifting his gaze, found her curiously surveying his study, her clear and innocent eyes brimming with wonder. What piques the interest of the princess? Unbeknownst to him, the corners of his lips had subtly lifted. Zhuohua withdrew her gaze and smiled. "I would never dare covet your Highness's possessions. I merely find it remarkable that amidst your numerous responsibilities, you still find time to indulge in reading." Zhuohua was not one to make frivolous remarks. The study housed 2 large cabinets filled with a myriad of books and texts, many marked with bamboo slips, indicating these were indeed the prince's frequent readings. Zhuohua reflected on her own past. During her tenure in the family business, she was so engrossed in her work that she scarcely found the time to read. It was no wonder Qi Hecang had become a prominent figure. There were reasons behind his accomplishments. Do you also enjoy reading? Take a few books that you fancy when you leave. You can read them in the Xianyue Palace. As Zhuohua approached him, she added, "Your Highness, please do not jest with me. The moment I see those characters, I feel drowsy. My parents would watch over me while I studied, fearing I would become illiterate and be the subject of ridicule. Yet, I'm truly a rather indolent person. Having finally arrived at the Eastern Palace to enjoy a life of leisure, I hope you will not make things difficult for me." Qi Hecang's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly pleased by her response. The ancients proclaimed that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue. A man wielding such power as he cherished only a docile wife, not a partner to stand beside him as an equal. Zhuohua's understanding of this brought him a sense of relief. As they conversed, a faint blush crept onto Zhuohua's somewhat pale face, enhancing her charming and delicate appearance. Qi Hecang grasped her hand and could not help but pull her into his embrace. This time, the scent that enveloped her was distinctly different from before. It resembled the fragrance of orange blossoms, a delicate blend of sweetness and freshness, much like her essence, soft and gentle, yet devoid of any cloying sensation. Zhuohua placed her hand against his chest and remarked, "Didn't you come to discuss matters with me, Your Highness?" Her gaze flickered, a fleeting hint of flirtation shimmering in her eyes. At that moment, Qi Hecang was no longer inclined to discuss. He was drawn to more pressing matters. He encircled Zhuohua's waist and gently pushed her against the writing desk. "Your Highness, this is not appropriate," she protested. Qi Hecang rose slightly. leaning closer to her ear, whispering whether it is appropriate or not is not for you to decide. Ultimately, their intentions remained unfulfilled. In Zhuohua's mind, the day's tasks were to be completed without delay. The matters regarding the Zhang family were not yet resolved, and she had no desire to afford Qi Hecang any undue advantage. Initially, after hearing Zhang's words, Qi Hecang intended to hold Zhuohua accountable. Yet, with the soft and delicate figure nestled in his arms, he found it impossible to utter harsh words. Did your wet nurse say you didn't grant her a seat? Leaving her to stand the whole time, he pinched Zhuohua's cheek, acknowledging her wet nurse's status and her connection to the Empress's family, which he had always respected. How could you be so petty? The esteemed future princess consorting with a servant. If Zhang were to learn that she was regarded as a mere servant in the eyes of the crown prince, she would surely be furious. She wrapped her arms around Qi Hecang, retorting, "Indeed, I am petty. After all, she spoke ill of me." Qi Hecang frowned, his tone abruptly turning stern. "What did she say?" "She accused me of being uncouth and lazy," Zhuohua replied. Qi Hecang relaxed his brow and chuckled softly. He had to admit that he somewhat agreed with Zhang's sentiment. The palace had its own rules, and if everyone sought to overstep their bounds, chaos would surely ensue. However, witnessing Zhuohua's half-pouting, half-innocent demeanor rendered him unable to feel anger. He teased her, "Go ask around. Not even the princesses of the palace dare to sleep through an entire afternoon." Zhuohua remained silent, yet her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, conveying a sense of deep grievance that made one yearn to protect her. Qi Hecang quickly reassured her, all right, I did not speak harshly. Just be mindful in the future. If word gets out, it will be you who faces embarrassment." Zhuohua lowered her head, murmuring, "I do not behave this way every day. After you left last night, I could not fall asleep, so I got up and copied the Buddhist scriptures I had neglected." Qi Hecang's heart sank. He feared that her sleeplessness was not due to the scriptures, but rather because of his sudden departure. He tightened his embrace, feeling a surge of tenderness. Zhuohua was 5 years his junior, and in his eyes, she resembled a young girl. He could understand her occasional whims and caprices, yet she remained frustratingly reticent, her stubbornness evoking a pang of sympathy. Zhang had also claimed that Zhuohua sought to harm him, stating that other palace consorts retired early after their duties, while she clung to him. As she recounted this, her voice dwindled, her face burying deeper into Qi Hecang's embrace. Her cheek gently brushed against his chin, sending a tingling sensation through his heart. This situation was partly the fault of Zhuohua, but it was also due to his own lack of restraint. However, how did the Zhang family come to know of this matter? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Qi Hecang's eyes. There were certain things he could overlook, choosing not to be overly calculative. Yet, when someone attempted to encroach upon the Eastern Palace, that crossed his boundaries. Chapter 32. A doorstep protest. Upon reflecting on this, Qi Hecang's voice unconsciously turned colder. "I have heard from a Zhang family that you wish to assume the responsibilities of the Eastern Palace?" Zhuohua replied as usual, "Sister Lu is unwell. It is said to be a malady of the heart, which is difficult to remedy. If I continue to burden her with matters of the Eastern Palace, would it not place her in a difficult position? You are most aware of Sister Lu's character, Your Highness. She is kind-hearted and has always treated me with great warmth. Now that she faces challenges, I ought to share her burdens. However, I lack experience and fear that I may not perform well, thus causing you trouble instead. It matters not. I shall have Deshi accompany you. He has managed the affairs of the Eastern Palace in the past and is most familiar with them." Upon hearing this, Zhuohua felt a sense of relief. She waved her hand in refusal, saying, "That will not do. Deshi serves you, Your Highness. What will you do without him?" Qi Hecang responded, "I am not like you delicate ladies who must rely on servants. Besides, the palace is filled with attendants. Do you think they cannot take care of me?" Qi Hecang was indeed unlike other princes. The Empress had always imposed strict expectations upon him, sending him to the military at the tender age of 12, where he learned to be self-reliant for a time. He possessed all the qualities a ruler should embody: vision for the world, wisdom, composure, and resilience. Indeed, he possessed even more. This time, Zhuohua did not decline, but expressed her gratitude, bestowing upon him a gentle kiss. Qi Hecang, having finally awaited this moment, grasped the back of her head, unwilling to release her. Seizing the opportunity when he finally loosened his grip, Zhuohua hurriedly dismounted from him. "Your Highness has matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment," Qi Hecang called out to her. "I visited the Zhuohua Palace today to intercede with the Empress. You need not transcribe the Buddhist scriptures anymore. Instead, focus on arranging the palace banquet." "Understood. Thank you, Your Highness." With that, Zhuohua fled the study as if escaping. Qi Hecang watched her retreating figure, secretly amused. His princess consort was truly delightful. Shi, unaware of the events that transpired, was left bewildered, having not completed his bow. He observed the princess consort leave in haste and assumed the prince had scolded her. The prince was typically stern, and he was accustomed to it. Yet the princess consort was young, and if the words were too harsh, she might struggle to comprehend them. He sighed inwardly, feeling anxious as he entered. "Your Highness, please take care of your health. I have prepared calming tea for you to enjoy." There was a prolonged silence above. Gathering his courage, Shi dared to glance up. Qi Hecang was gazing at him with a serious expression. This dog's servant, truly. Why must he always touch upon matters that should remain unspoken? Was it so evident? Did he truly require calming? It made him seem like a lecherous man. Shi found himself utterly perplexed. Where had he gone wrong? He merely wished for his master to be less irritable and acted solely for his benefit. At this moment, Lu and Wanning were waiting outside the Zhuochong Hall for Zhuohua. "Your Highness, did the prince give you any trouble?" Wanning hurriedly asked upon seeing her. Concern etched on her face. "No, the matters with the prince have been resolved. I must now make a trip to the Hahuan Garden." Zhuohua wore a composed expression as she swiftly instructed Wanning to visit the princess's residence and inform her grandmother that she would be going to see her the following day. At present, she held the reins of power in the Eastern Palace, yet whether she could maintain her grip remained uncertain. Her position in the capital was precarious, necessitating the support of the Grand Princess. After parting ways, Zhuohua accompanied Wanning to the Hahuan Garden. Lu Wanning lay weakly in bed, attended by two maidservants who assisted her with her meal. "Your Highness, what brings you here? I beg your pardon for my impoliteness. Please do not hold it against me," Lu Wanning said, her voice laced with fatigue. Zhuohua approached and gently pressed her hand down. "There is no need for excessive formality, Consort Lu. Rest is paramount when one is unwell. You must recover swiftly. Bring tea for Her Highness," Lu Wanning instructed. Zhuohua took a seat on the chair beside the bed and inquired about her health, which, as it turned out, aligned with what Lady Zhang had conveyed. "I just visited the Ninefold Palace. His Highness is concerned about your condition and has entrusted me with the administrative duties of the Eastern Palace so that you may focus on your recovery." Upon mentioning the Crown Prince, Lu Wanning's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Since their quarrel the previous night, he had not come to see her. In times past, even when busy, he would always find a way to express his concern for her. Through her misty gaze, she beheld Zhuohua's visage, youthful and strikingly beautiful, a stark contrast to her own. Suddenly, she noticed that Zhuohua's lips appeared unusually swollen and red. Her gaze drifted downward, and she discerned a faint crimson mark at the collar, extending from her collarbone to her chest. A surge of anger mingled with an inexplicable bitterness welled up within Lu Wanning. "I would like to rest now, Your Highness," she declared, her tone abrupt. Zhuohua, feigning ignorance of Lu Wanning's sudden change in demeanor, smiled lightly and prepared to depart. The maids, Shiyu and Sanxue, exchanged astonished glances. Lu Wanning was typically gentle and had never displayed anger, especially not in front of the Crown Princess. "Please, Your Highness, the consort is still unwell. It would be best for you to take your leave. If she were to catch your illness, it would truly distress her," Sanxue urged, stepping forward. "Very well. Please take good care of the consort. If there is anything she requires, do not hesitate to inform me at the Xingyue Palace." Zhuohua said, "I shall take my leave now." Once Zhuohua departed, Lu Wanning swept her hand across the small table, sending the dishes crashing to the ground. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Shiyu questioned anxiously. "You mustn't let your anger harm your health." "Harm my health?" Lu Wanning glared with fury. "I shall no longer pretend. Did you witness that?" The crown princess did not come to visit me. She came to assert her dominance. She had chosen this moment deliberately. It was as if she wanted Lu Wanning to see that, even while she languished in illness, the crown prince had the leisure to indulge in romantic pursuits. In a fit of rage, Lu Wanning seized a teacup and hurled it at the door. The fragments mingled with tea as they scattered. Yet they did nothing to quell the seething anger and fear that surged within her. It was only at this moment that Lu Wanning comprehended the force with which Zhuohua had arrived. If she continued to be passive and indifferent, she would surely lose the crown prince. Chapter 33. Trust among family. On the following day, Zhuohua set out early for the residence of the grand princess. Upon seeing her, the grand princess embraced her tightly, examining her with delight. "Look at our Tao Tao. Since your marriage, you have blossomed considerably," she remarked, leaning in to whisper. "The crown prince must be treating you quite well in private, I presume?" Zhuohua, unable to feign indifference in her presence, felt a blush creep on her cheeks and nodded in agreement. The grand princess sighed deeply. "Your grandfather has always been concerned for you, frequently urging me to visit you in the Eastern Palace. I reassured him that our Tao Tao is clever and capable, certainly no less than I was in my youth. What is the Eastern Palace to you? Even if you were to become the mother of the nation, it would be a mere trifle for you." Sitting beside her, Zhuohua whispered, "Grandmother, you have always been one to flatter. If you continue, I fear my tale will soar to the heavens. In your grandmother's eyes, you are indeed such a treasure. Fortunately, I did not heed your mother's counsel to reject this marriage proposal. Your entry into the royal family and your position beside the crown prince is a blessing for the imperial lineage. Our Qian requires you. Only you can assist the crown prince in restoring the grandeur of our dynasty." As the grand princess spoke, her gaze was filled with unwavering conviction, and the spark in her eyes made her seem as formidable as the regent she once was, commanding respect in the imperial court. The two of them, with the door to the flower hall closed, exchanged heartfelt words. The grand princess wholeheartedly agreed with Zhuohua's thoughts and actions. "You are correct. Lu Wanning is nothing more than a paper tiger, relying entirely on the crown prince's favoritism. Within this deep palace, a woman must never tether her fate to the whims of a monarch. Who can guarantee that his heart will remain steadfast? The moment he wavers is the day a woman descends into despair." Zhuohua replied earnestly, "I heed your words, grandmother. If the crown prince holds me in esteem, it is merely an embellishment. If not, I shall safeguard my own strengths and position. Should he ever wish to act against me in the future, he must think twice. You possess such insight at a young age. It is truly remarkable. Yet, I am aging. I do not know how many years I can protect you. I too was once young and harbored dreams of a life filled with mutual affection. But a woman can only earn a man's respect through tangible power. There is no other path." The grand princess had always been a rational and composed individual. She acknowledged that her relationship with General Yan had been harmonious and affectionate over the years, but she did not attribute this solely to mutual love. To her, managing a relationship was akin to navigating political affairs. Understanding when to advance or retreat was one aspect, but maintaining control over one's own destiny was the true key to longevity. Her affection for Zhuohua was not merely due to their familial ties. She recognized that despite Zhuohua's seemingly delicate and innocent appearance, her heart was clear and resolute. As long as she was not ensnared by romantic entanglements, she had a long road ahead of her. The grand princess gently clasped Zhuohua's hand and patted it. "Lu Wanning is indeed a considerable challenge. Yet she will serve as a valuable trial for you. It is only a matter of time before you assume responsibilities within the Eastern Palace. With her remarkable talents, she aspires to govern the Eastern Palace." The grand princess scoffed disdainfully, for it was the crown prince's deft maneuvering over the years that had prevented chaos from engulfing the palace. Otherwise, it would have long descended into disarray. "Tao Tao, while your mother possesses a temperamental nature, she has adeptly managed the household affairs under my guidance, adhering to her own principles. You, being more astute and possessing a broader perspective, must have learned a great deal by her side. Therefore, I shall not worry about the management of the Eastern Palace on your behalf." Zhuohua Is it customary to speak of one's own daughter in such terms? Nevertheless, matters pertaining to the palace require my strategic foresight. At last addressing the main issue, Zhuohua promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, grandmother. I have come today precisely for this matter. The Grand Princess gently pressed her hand, signaling her to be at ease. I surmise your intentions when you summoned Rudong back yesterday, and I have already made arrangements with the palace overnight. Zhang, having navigated the palace for many years and having the backing of the Empress Dowager, knows many influential individuals and has ample resources at her disposal. But rest assured, a mere uninformed woman will find it arduous to maneuver within my grasp. The Grand Princess leaned closer and whispered a few words into Zhuohua's ear. Grandmother's strategy is truly ingenious. This is a method of returning misfortune to its source. We shall refrain from ruthlessly attacking a drowning dog and instead withdraw gracefully. Zhuohua understood the Grand Princess's intentions well. After all, Zhang was the Crown Prince's wet nurse and the mother of Lu Wanning. She did not believe this power struggle would completely undermine Lu Wanning. One must not act with absolute severity, for it would eliminate any room for negotiation. The ongoing struggle between herself and the Crown Prince was a protracted war of attrition, one that could not be rushed. When lunch arrived, Zhuohua noticed that General Yin was absent. Where's grandfather? Why have I not seen him? The Grand Princess smiled. The general is on his way back to the capital. They have achieved a great victory over Nanzhao, and many await the reward of merit. The two ministers of war and personnel have requested your grandfather to discuss the list of commendations, as they seek his insight before presenting it to His Majesty. Although General Yin has long since retired from the front lines, as a general of great military distinction, he remains deeply trusted by both emperors of this dynasty, and his influence is still considerable today. Zhuohua brought up a second matter. Among those being honored, there is an individual named Lu Yu, and she wondered if her grandfather could take note of him. Who is this person? He is the elder brother of Lu Wanning, and this time he single-handedly rescued the vice general from the battlefield and led a small team to launch a surprise attack on Nanzhao supplies, thus earning significant merit. The Grand Princess pondered for a moment, acknowledging that such talent is indeed rare. Zhuohua continued, I know well that both you and grandfather are discerning of talent. Exceptional generals are hard to come by. If domestic affairs were to sway him, it would not be beneficial for the Qian. I merely wish for grandfather to consider a way to detach him from the general's side. The vast territories of the Qian offer ample opportunities for a military officer to showcase his abilities. The Grand Princess regarded Zhuohua with a solemn expression for a while, causing her heart to flutter with unease. She understood that the Grand Princess was wholly devoted to the nation, and she was uncertain whether her request would encroach upon her limits. The Grand Princess spoke earnestly, Tao Tao. Do you understand what is most taboo in court affairs? Zhuohua shook her head. Compassion. That is the greatest taboo. If you harbor even a shred of pity for your adversary, you may find that they seize the opportunity to rise again, and it is you who will ultimately perish. Should you wish to take action against Lu Yu, you must strike with absolute certainty, leaving him no chance for retreat. As for this matter, your grandfather and I will assist you. Your reluctance to burden us is a testament to your filial piety, which we appreciate, but when it comes to others, you must never allow your heart to soften. Do you remember my words? This admonition echoed in Zhuohua's mind like thunder. She had indeed committed an error. In her concern for the Grand Princess's devotion to Qian, she had foolishly contemplated providing Lu Yu with an escape route. Those who ascend to power on the backs of lives and blood will never be grateful for one's kindness. Fortunately, the Grand Princess, well-versed in the ruthless intrigues of the court, had timely reminded her. Grandmother, Lu Yu. Zhuohua still wished to explain her reasons for wanting to eliminate Lu Yu. The princess embraced her gently, patting her softly. There now, my dear. I know you are always resolute. Any request you make is certainly the result of careful consideration. I trust you completely. Pursue your intentions without hesitation, for I shall bear the burdens on your behalf. Zhuohua's eyes subtly glistened with tears. It was indeed a profound joy to be cherished and unconditionally trusted by someone. In her previous life, she had been alone, shouldering immense pressure, only to reclaim what was rightfully hers amidst betrayal. yet she had scarcely enjoyed it before falling victim to treachery. Thus, in this life, she cherished her family all the more, fearing to disappoint her grandmother. Yet, between family members, there should exist mutual trust and unwavering support. Today, she finally understood. Chapter 34. Falling for an imaginary person after luncheon. Zhuohua returned to the East Palace. With the banquet set to take place in Changchun Garden in 3 days, her time was limited. She needed to review the matters handled by Lu Wanning to prevent any oversights and also to devise strategies to counter the Zhang family. As she approached the entrance of the Xianhua Hall, she spotted Su Jinyao waiting there. After greeting the crown princess, Su Jinyao performed a respectful bow. Zhuohua held a certain fondness for Su Jinyao. The girl was typically quiet and would seek her out whenever there was a delectable treat to share. Although she was close with Lu Wanning, Zhuohua had verified that there were no clandestine dealings between them. The girl was simply too naive, easily used as a pawn by others. Why have you come empty-handed today? Surely you are not here to beg for food? Zhuohua jested as they walked inside together. Su Jinyao appeared somewhat shy today, lowering her head and drawing closer to Zhuohua. In a hushed tone, she replied, "Yesterday, His Highness visited my quarters, and according to custom, I should come here to pay my respects with tea." Zhuohua paused momentarily, realizing the implication. Indeed, with the Grand General returning to court soon, the Crown Prince could not merely keep Su Jinyao in the East Palace as a mere talisman. She slowed her pace, walking alongside Su Jinyao, who was now blushing deeply, the color creeping up to her ears. Once they entered the inner hall, where there were fewer people, Zhuohua seized the opportunity to inquire. "Having been in the East Palace for some time now, have you had the chance to spend time alone with His Highness? Is he treating you well?" A flicker of confusion passed through Su Jinyao's eyes, and after a moment, she managed to utter, "Sister, it hurts so much." Coughing lightly, Zhuohua found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or to sympathize. Ultimately, she could not contain her amusement and covered her mouth, letting out a chuckle. "Sister, I'm speaking sincerely, and you mock me," Su Jinyao protested, stamping her foot. "I'm not mocking you," Zhuohua reassured her. "I merely find your candidness utterly charming." With that, she offered comfort. "The first time is always like this. It will get better with time." "Better?" Su Jinyao exclaimed, stepping back in fright. "I do not want it anymore. His Highness is too fierce, and I am afraid." "What makes you say he is fierce?" Zhuohua asked, genuinely teasing. In bed, the Crown Prince was indeed quite vigorous, leaving her feeling sore, not to mention poor Su Jinyao. At this moment, Su Jinyao's demeanor shifted. Her expression turned serious. When His Highness arrived, he first inquired about my well-being, then summoned someone to assist with my ablutions. Afterward, he extinguished all the lamps and, without uttering a word, it simply happened. Then, within a quarter of an hour, he departed. Zhuohua was taken aback, thinking she must have misheard. A quarter of an hour? That hardly aligned with the Crown Prince's usual prowess. His Highness has been preoccupied with court matters recently. His mind has been burdened, which may have led him to overlook your feelings, Zhuohua stated. Though she did not wish to excuse the Crown Prince's behavior, she felt compelled to protect such an innocent girl from developing fears stemming from her first experience, which could cast a shadow over the years to come. "Sister, I do not intend to blame His Highness. Rather, I simply feel that matters should not have unfolded this way, as they are entirely different from what I envisioned." Su Jinyao fiddled with her beaded bracelet, pausing for a moment before continuing. "I have cherished my affection for His Highness for quite some time. Though he appears as a deity before my father, when he speaks to me, he does so without any pretense. When he addresses me as Sixth Miss, I find that title, uttered from his lips, far more melodious than when others say it. Since I must marry, I wish to wed the one I love, to share delightful meals with him, to ride horses, stroll through markets, fish together, anything as long as we are together." Zhuohua's smile gradually faded. She had long been aware that Su Jinyao's family had arranged a suitor for her, but it was her own heart that yearned for the Crown Prince, prompting her mother to seek the Empress's intervention. However, with Su Jinyao's temperament, it was evident that her destined partner would not be the Crown Prince. The right man for her would be one of her own age, a youthful soul just awakening to the pangs of love and innocence. Only such a youth would toss and turn over a sweet confession, blush at a first kiss, and shed tears during their initial quarrel. In the years to come, they would experience the bittersweet journey of love together, laughing and crying, experiencing both joy and sorrow, gradually maturing. Unlike the present, where sudden, inexplicable infatuation followed by naive imaginings has sculpted a perfect figure of him in her mind. The crown prince and the idealized version of him she holds within her heart are entirely distinct beings. Perhaps one day she will come to realize that she has made an erroneous choice. Yet reality offers no path of retreat. Ayo, do you still harbor feelings for the crown prince? Su Zhenyao's eyes sparkled momentarily. Yes, I hold him in the highest regard and admiration. Yet, I do not admire the person he was yesterday. He ought to embody the qualities described by Sister Lu: gentle, considerate, and a touch domineering. She has fallen for the crown prince she imagines, or rather, the one who appears when in the presence of Lu Wanning. Su Zhuohua Sayin Wa Li. As long as the Su family remains intact and Su Zhenyao does not cause trouble, Qi Hecang would not overly pressure her. A life spent in a state of confusion may not always be a misfortune. Ru Tang, Su Zhuohua instructed, bring me a vial of. Ru Tang delivered the medicine and also mentioned that Lu Yu had arrived and was waiting in the side hall to report on the banquet. She accepted the vial from Ru Tang and handed it to Su Zhenyao, saying, have the maid apply this in the evening. It will alleviate the pain. Su Zhenyao's cheeks flashed a deeper shade. Thank you, sister. I shall take my leave now. As she began to depart, she turned back halfway and asked, could you please tell His Highness not to come seeking me at night anymore? Su Zhuohua was taken aback. How could she involve herself in such matters? If the opportunity arises, I shall mention it to the crown prince. Yao, you should return to rest now. I will seek you out once I have concluded my current tasks. All right. Su Zhuohua changed into a different outfit and, accompanied by Ru Lan, proceeded to the side hall to meet Lu Yu. The servant humbly greets the esteemed princess consort, wishing her abundant blessings. Master Lu, please rise and take a seat, says Su Zhuohua, a gentle smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of warmth and approachability. Lu Yu, a seasoned steward of the Eastern Palace, had been appointed by the Empress when the crown prince was merely 12 years old. His loyalty lies unequivocally with two individuals, the Empress and the crown prince. Having served under Lu Wanning for several years, he harbors a quiet disdain for her methods, deeming them overly petty and indecisive. However, as the crown prince offers her protection, he can only strive to mitigate issues and ensure the smooth operation of the Eastern Palace. At this moment, having expressed his gratitude, Lu Yu takes a seat on a solitary stool, casting a sidelong glance at Su Zhuohua. Despite her youth and gentle demeanor, she commands a presence befitting that of the primary consort. Lu Yu, having been immersed in palace life for years, considers himself discerning and thus does not underestimate Su Zhuohua. He sits upright, maintaining a respectful posture. Master Lu, the palace banquet will be held in 3 days, as per tradition at Changchun Garden. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has organized several such events, and they must be well acquainted with the arrangements by now. I shall refrain from inquiring into the specific procedures. Please draft a list detailing the important considerations for the banquet, she instructs. Lu Yu responds, might I inquire what you mean by considerations? What must be avoided? And what must be ensured? These are the critical points you must contemplate thoroughly. Nothing should be overlooked, Su Zhuohua emphasizes. Lu Yu is taken aback by her expectations, but finds himself compelled to admire her foresight. With only 3 days remaining, a complete reassessment of details would be impractical. However, if the most vital aspects are addressed, the risk of significant mishaps can be mitigated. Yes, I understand. I shall ensure the items you require are delivered before dinner. He replies. Su Zhuohua smiles. Thank you, Master Lu, for your diligence. Lu Yu proceeds to outline the general preparations for the banquet and hands her a list of key personnel involved, compiled by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Eastern Palace. Su Zhuohua glances through the list and closes it. I am not well acquainted with the inner court, and we have no jurisdiction over the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Just ensure that our people from the Eastern Palace are reliable. As for the ministry, rely on your experience to monitor the situation. Should anything appear amiss, inform me immediately, and I shall devise a solution. Understood. Lu Yu had anticipated that the princess consort would wish to make sweeping personnel changes with her new position, but was pleasantly surprised by her trust in him. Unlike Lu Wanning, who often fixated on minutiae, the princess consort's decisive and straightforward manner was refreshing. Given your trust in me, I shall not disappoint you, he assures her. Please see to your tasks promptly. Prepare the items, and I shall summon you once I have reviewed them, she instructs. Yes, I take my leave. After Lu Yu departs, Rulan approaches Zhuohua. Your Highness, Lu Yu is aligned with the Empress, she implies, suggesting that Zhuohua should not place too much faith in his words. I am aware, and I shall remain vigilant. For now, the Empress and I share a common purpose, so there is no need for undue concern, Zhuohua responds. However, this is the Eastern Palace, the domain of Zhuohua. The presence of others' pieces here is certainly not a favorable circumstance. Once her wings are fully developed, she shall reassess whether to eliminate them. Chapter 35. A grand debut at Changchun Garden every 3 years. The Empress Dowager leaves the palace to pay her respects, and upon her return, the banquets are always splendid. This year, at Changchun Garden, the flowers are in full bloom, painting the landscape in vibrant colors. With picturesque scenes at every turn, many noble women gather in small groups, admiring the blossoms. Is that the crown princess? Whispered one lady, pointing towards the opposite shore of the lake. Zhuohua did not grow up in the capital, and even among the people of Anyang, few had the chance to see her. Since her marriage to the crown prince, this marked her first public appearance. Thus, in the eyes of the court ladies, she became an object of curiosity and scrutiny. Of course, not everyone looked favorably upon her. There were those who resented the rise of an obscure woman to such a prominent position. Do you think the crown princess is truly as foolish as the rumor suggests? After more than a month of marriage, she has yet to make an appearance. Indeed, during the recent flower banquet at the Chun residence, invitations were sent to her. Yet she only sent gifts in return, never showing up. Even if she is not foolish, she certainly seems overly proud, as if she believes herself a phoenix. Now that she has ascended, she is the granddaughter of the grand princess, so it cannot be said that she has climbed too high. However, having not grown up in the capital, her upbringing and manners may be lacking. Do not be deceived by her current confidence. History teaches us that entering the harem does not guarantee elevation to empress. She may be celebrating her good fortune far too soon. Why speak such scornful words? It is said the crown prince is quite displeased with her. Just 3 days into their marriage, he moved into the quarters of consort Lu, leaving her in cold isolation. Surely, she must be suffering. You speak with kindness. Yet when consort Lu was the sole favorite, were you not also eager to enter the Eastern Palace? Indeed, who among the young ladies in the capital does not secretly wish to be by the prince's side? Can you claim you have never thought of it? Enough, enough. Do not raise such a clamor. The empress is approaching. As the empress walked along the lakeshore towards the garden, Zhuohua accompanied her, engaged in conversation. Crown princess. With consort Lu now unwell, the crown prince wishes to entrust the duties of the Eastern Palace to you. This is a splendid opportunity. You must seize it, the empress declared, her countenance adorned with a smile. Her judgment was astute, despite Zhuohua's quiet demeanor and the apparent lack of favor from the crown prince. She had swiftly acquired authority within 2 months, revealing a depth that belied her seemingly harmless appearance. The empress, with her years of experience in the harem, possessed an intuition that could not be underestimated. Zhuohua responded with a courteous smile. I am still quite young, and my considerations may lack thoroughness. Fortunately, with steward Lu managing affairs and assistance from the crown prince's staff, I have managed to maintain stability. Otherwise, I would have been utterly overwhelmed by this banquet. It is perfectly normal to feel uncertain at first. I too was once young and inexperienced. When I first entered the inner palace, I was quite flustered, taking a full year to navigate the intricacies with ease. If you find yourself short-handed, simply select people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. As for those in the Eastern Palace who rely solely on their seniority and engage in underhanded tactics, they should be promptly dismissed. Once, Lu Wanning managed the Eastern Palace, and the subordinates all praised her. She was one who neither took charge nor understood governance, which naturally endeared her to the attendants. Indeed, as instructed by the empress, Zhuohua would take action once the palace banquet concluded. However, having just entered the Eastern Palace, her bold maneuvers might earn her the acknowledgement of those who knew her struggles, while others might mistakenly believe she was targeting consort Lu. It was only natural for personnel changes to occur in the Eastern Palace. Even if she did not act, the Crown Prince would. Upon her initial entry into the Moon Hall, she deliberately retained a few individuals from the past, among whom was an informant for Lu Wanning. Later, leveraging a remark from the Zhang family, she subtly alerted the Crown Prince. Within a mere few days, those individuals vanished without a trace. Yet, every action must have a legitimate cause. She now sought to pursue her own desires while avoiding any ill repute. The Empress, sensing a hint of Zhuohua's concerns, did not evade the matter and remarked, "This is simple. In a few days, I shall issue a decree for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to select new personnel for the Eastern Palace. With new arrivals, there will naturally be departures, leaving others with little to say." "Thank you, Mother," Zhuohua replied. The Empress raised her hand dismissively, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. "As the Crown Princess, I treat you well. Should you not also demonstrate some sincerity in return?" A chill ran through Zhuohua's heart as she responded, "Whatever your command, Mother, I shall endeavor to fulfill it to the best of my abilities." The Empress's ability to make demands fortified Zhuohua's resolve. As the saying goes, there are no unearned benefits. When others offer you sweetness, they invariably seek to take something in return. With a sigh, the Empress continued, "I have grown old. I lack neither glory nor power, yet I languish day by day in the depths of the palace, feeling the weight of solitude. The Crown Prince is 21 this year and has no offspring, which weighs heavily on both His Majesty and me. To be candid, when I chose you, it was not solely due to your suitable conditions. I also had someone calculate your destiny, which foretold a flourishing lineage. Entrusting you with the Eastern Palace was also a consideration for the Crown Prince's heirs." Zhuohua quietly lamented, surprised by this additional reasoning. Unfortunately, she had no intention of bearing children so soon. "Even without your words, I am aware of my responsibilities, Your Highness. I shall counsel the Crown Prince to ensure equitable distribution of blessings. Whoever bears the firstborn shall be my child. Please rest assured, Mother." The Empress scrutinized her, then smiled. "You are indeed perceptive. However, it is the legitimate offspring that hold the highest esteem." "Yes, I understand. I shall strive to fulfill your wishes, Mother." As they conversed and strolled, they soon arrived at the garden. A gathering of delightful young ladies rushed forward, kneeling before the Empress in unison. "Rise," the Empress commanded, raising her hand. With a beaming smile, she gazed at them, appreciating the youthfulness, reminiscent of vibrant flowers in a garden, each unique and pleasing to the eye. Among the crowd stood a girl in a pale yellow gown, approximately 14 or 15 years old, who boldly chimed in my humble opinion, if the garden were filled solely with roses and irises, their brilliance would eventually become overwhelming and tiresome. Only the noble and elegant peony remains eternally captivating, its fragrance enduring through the ages. The Empress laughed heartily. Everyone present comprehended the situation. This was merely a pretense to flatter the Queen through flowery words. However, the overt display of admiration rendered it rather pedestrian. Some exhibited disdain, while others felt envy. After all, the mere act of addressing the Queen in public required a courage not commonly found among ordinary women. "And you are?" the Queen inquired, narrowing her eyes. "In response to Your Majesty, I am Yao Qian, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue." "No wonder," the Queen smiled, turning to Zhuohua and stating, "I have long heard of Minister Yao's two daughters. One is serene, the other spirited, both celebrated as the twin beauties of the capital. Indeed, seeing you today confirms this." "Very well, I have grown weary after my rounds. Princess, please lead the other ladies in admiring the flowers. I find it uncomfortable to remain here with them." The Queen, having long surpassed the age for such flattery, found it tiresome and wished to avoid expending energy on the display of those young women's ostentatiousness. Thus, she took her leave early. Zhuohua accompanied the Queen out of the garden before returning alone. Chapter 36. Who is the real power player? The Minister of Revenue has two daughters. The elder, Yao Chu, has been personally appointed by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor as a concubine of the Eastern Palace, while the younger, Yao Qian, is the one standing before us now. As the assembled guests pay their respects to the crown princess, their perceptions of Zhuohua shift markedly. The capital is not devoid of beauties, yet few possess the striking brilliance and vivacity that Zhuohua exudes. In noble families, young women are often bound by strict decorum and upbringing, their radiant beauty dulled by prolonged restraint, leaving only a faint sheen that obscures their true luster. Those delicate and demure ladies pale in comparison to Zhuohua's vibrant presence. Observing Yao Qian standing at the forefront, Zhuohua gracefully follows the queen's lead and initiates a conversation. Miss Yao, your poise is quite admirable. It is my pleasure to meet you for the first time. Once your sister arrives at the Eastern Palace, I hope to see you often. Yao Qian, unabashed, surveys Zhuohua from head to toe and replies with a courteous bow. The crown princess may not be aware that my sister is deeply devoted to the study of Buddhism and shuns worldly affairs. She is a person of utmost elegance and refinement. I would not wish to intrude upon her. This was Zhuohua's debut, and Yao Qian offered her no semblance of courtesy in return. The women behind her wore varied expressions, many of them reveling in the spectacle. If one is so fond of Buddhist teachings, why not retreat from the world entirely rather than traverse its mundane paths? Zhuohua, upon hearing a familiar and vibrant voice from behind, could not help but smile. However, Yao Qian's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing Su Jinyao. While the capital boasts numerous noble ladies, few rival the esteemed Su Jinyao, hailing from the illustrious general's household. As the youngest among her siblings, with several nephews and nieces older than herself, the little matriarch of the Su family possesses a formidable temper when provoked, as evidenced by today's incident with the audacious crown princess. Regaining her composure, Yao Qian smugly remarked, "Ah, it is the consort Su. I was unaware that today's banquet permitted concubines to attend. The crown princess should exercise some discretion. One consort is already a significant presence in the Eastern Palace. And now we have another in you. Where shall your dignity reside?" With unwavering composure, Su Jinyao circled Yao Qian, dismissing her words. "Do not speak of concubines as if they are beneath you. You may aspire to that role, but you lack the merit. Do you believe that simply addressing the crown princess's sister is enough for one to attain such a status?" Yao Qian's face flushed with indignation. As a young woman yet to reach maturity, her sensitivity to embarrassment is heightened. "Ayao, Zhuohua interjected, holding su Fenyao. It is a rare occasion to be out and about. Why waste your mood on one who lacks appreciation for her place? Crown princess, please clarify. Who is it that is unaware of their position?" Yao Qian, now visibly flustered, allowed her manners to slip. Zhuohua regarded her with a cold smile. "I am speaking of you. If you possessed even a modicum of self-awareness, you would comprehend your standing. Even your sister must pay her respect to me with tea. What gives you the audacity to raise your voice before me? Is this the standard of decorum in the Yao family? Are you deliberately targeting me?" Yao Qian found herself at a loss for words when Zhuohua questioned her, muttering a few incoherent syllables, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. The crowd stifled their laughter behind their hands. With her elder sister now in the Eastern Palace, could it be that the younger sister harbored thoughts of sharing a husband? Though such occurrences were not unheard of, the gossip that would ensue would be far from flattering, especially for the Yao family, renowned for their virtuous lineage. Should such a scandal arise, it would indeed tarnish the family's reputation. Zhuohua composed herself, casting a cold, piercing glance at the assembly, prompting everyone to avert their gaze hastily. "Having just arrived in the capital, I am aware that many of you are unfamiliar with me. I understand your curiosity. Today's gathering is merely an opportunity to become acquainted." She surveyed the crowd of noble young ladies, each action reflecting their esteemed upbringing. "But do not, under any circumstances, emulate Miss Yao Air, who demonstrate a lack of respect and decorum, thereby reflecting poorly on the Yao family's values." Zhuohua smiled faintly, her expression suggesting that it was all rather trivial. The heads of the assembly bowed even lower. As for Yao Qian, her countenance turned ghastly pale. The Yao family had enjoyed elevated prospects for their daughters in recent years, thanks to her elder sister's prestige before the emperor and empress. Should her careless actions today jeopardize the futures of her kin, it was certain that Yao Shangshu would be the first to hold her accountable upon their return home. Yet, confronted with Su Zhuohua's icy demeanor, Yao Qian found herself devoid of the courage to counter her. No matter how much disdain she harbored for Su Zhuohua, she had to concede that the titles of Grand Princess and Crown Princess conferred upon the latter were a formidable shield, far beyond what she, a mere minister's daughter, could contend with. Intent on asserting her dominance over Su Zhuohua, she inadvertently ensnared herself instead. Embarrassment and resentment coursed through Yao Qian as she longed for her elder sister's arrival in the Eastern Palace to avenge this slight. Su Zhuohua had initially intended to engage in amiable conversation with the young ladies, but seeing that their words did not align, she opted to depart with Su Jinya. Speaking to those who only engaged in idle gossip felt like a futile expenditure of energy. Sister, Su Jinya said, linking arms with Su Zhuohua, her eyes filled with admiration. You are truly formidable. I have long found those people insufferable. They engage only in scheming, trading barbs without any regard for substantive matters. Substantive matters? In this era, it is indeed quite challenging to address anything of significance. Even stepping outside is a rare venture. However, she found Su Jinya's prickly demeanor today rather amusing. A delightful change from her usual submissiveness. Did you have any past grievances with Yao Qian? Su Jinya shook her head. I am not well acquainted with her, but I know she relishes attending various banquets, flaunting her friendship with Princess Mingzhu, and has made life difficult for many girls of lesser standing. If she dares to target others, how could I possibly remain silent when she speaks of you? Su Zhuohua chuckled, playfully tapping Su Jinya's forehead. You have yet to witness my true prowess in battle. Sister, I heard that Princess Mingzhu has returned to the capital. Perhaps she will attend today's gathering as well. Did she not marry into the Shu Junwang family? She is the only biological sister of His Majesty, and her desire to return to the capital is unlikely to be thwarted by the Wang family. Su Zhuohua has never encountered Princess Mingzhu, though she has heard of her. She is the posthumous child of the late emperor, and thus has been cherished by both the Empress Dowager and the current sovereign. From the moment of her birth, she was granted a fief and bestowed with the title Mingzhu. Despite her elevated status, she is nearly of the same age as Su Zhuohua, yet still shy of 18. The texts offer little detail about her, merely stating that, as the treasured jewel, she was raised in a manner that made her willful and spoiled. And upon Qi Hecang's ascension, she was relegated to her fief. Su Zhuohua holds no particular feelings towards her, merely reflecting on the former emperor's vitality, managing to leave a legacy for the Empress Dowager even in death. After wandering along the path for a short while, a palace attendant arrived to summon them, announcing that the Empress Dowager had arrived and instructed everyone to kneel in the grand hall to pay their respects. Chapter 37. Princess Mingzhu by the time they arrived. The grand hall was already filled with a considerable number of guests. The Empress Dowager sat at the head of the hall. Next to her, a resplendent woman adorned with jewels, whose dazzling appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Empress Dowager. This was Princess Mingzhu. Your Majesty, may you live long. They greeted. Please rise. The Empress Dowager appeared particularly cheerful today, her conversation with Su Zhuohua imbued with an unusual warmth. Princess Mingzhu lazily pointed at Su Zhuohua and inquired, Who are you? I don't believe I have seen you before. Who, besides a crown princess, could attend a palace banquet accompanied by Su Jinyao? It was evident she was not unaware, but rather feigning ignorance. Su Zhuohua lifted her head and replied, Zhuohua pays her respects to Aunt Mingzhu. Ah, so you are the crown princess, Princess Mingzhu said, linking her arm with the Empress Dowager's and laughing. Mother, is she the one you previously punished? I must say, she does not strike me as someone lacking in decorum. With such beauty, she surely cannot harbor duplicity. The Empress frowned and interjected. The princess has only just returned and has interacted little with the crown princess, even if she is unaware of her character. It is prudent not to be misled by others. The crown princess is the direct granddaughter of the grand princess and is undoubtedly of good stock. In time, you will come to appreciate her virtues through your association." Princess Qi scoffed lightly. Naturally, the choices of the empress are favored by her. Yet I implore my sister not to be overly partial. Should the crown princess show any disrespect towards the empress, outsiders may wrongly attribute the blame to you. The empress cast a sidelong glance. Her lineage from a prestigious family and years of reigning over the harem imparting an inherent authority and gravitas to her gaze. Unlike the Empress Dowager, who had ascended from the ranks of a lowly concubine, the empress's commanding presence elicited a sense of caution, even from Princess Qi. "Mother, I merely speak the truth, and yet my sister grows displeased. I have long maintained that the palace does not welcome me. I fear that I may even have to consider the sentiments of others when returning home." The empress turned her gaze, responding languidly. "It is not uncommon for a princess to divorce within a year of marriage. Being so young, you shall surely remarry in due course. Why not establish a princess's residence outside the palace? You may dwell there, and should you find a suitor, you could reside in your own quarters, thus alleviating your mother's heartache." Princess Mingzhu was known for her arrogance, and keeping her within the palace would undoubtedly lead to a daily uproar. After a year of relative peace, the empress was disinclined to allow her return. Zhuohua exchanged glances with Su Jinyao. It seemed that Princess Mingzhu possessed a bold spirit. If she remained in the capital, there would surely be no shortage of turmoil ahead. Upon hearing the empress's words, the smile on the Empress Dowager's face vanished. "I am still here. I hold authority within this palace. Our Dakian princess cannot return to the palace without a proper place to stay, lest we become the laughingstock of neighboring realms." The empress refrained from further comment. She merely articulated the thoughts of Princess Qi, confident that the princess would persuade the Empress Dowager without her needing to speak. Indeed, Princess Qi remarked, "Mother, my sister speaks wisely. As I am now an outwardly married princess, it seems rather improper for me to return to live in the palace." The Empress Dowager cast a sharp glance at her daughter, unprepared for her to undermine the situation further. Qi continued, "Why don't we follow the suggestion of the crown princess and establish a separate princess residence? I shall reside outside the palace." After a prolonged period of separation, the Empress Dowager was naturally reluctant to part with Qi. Yet, having always indulged her daughter's every request since childhood, she found herself unable to resist the girl's pleading and readily agreed. Suddenly, Qi mentioned Zhuohua. "I have taken a liking to a residence on Linqi Street. It is conveniently located near the palace gates. What do you think?" Zhuohua muttered to herself, "I am not a real estate agent. How would I know?" Nevertheless, Qi inquiry seemed laden with ulterior motives. Straightening her posture, Zhuohua replied, "I have not grown up in the capital and am unfamiliar with its locales. As for the residence you mentioned on Linqi Street, I have never heard of it. If you seek a prime location, it would be far more prudent to let the Ministry of Internal Affairs handle the arrangements rather than consulting me." Qi pursed her lips, noting how Zhuohua deftly distanced herself with a few words. Thus, she decided to speak plainly. "To be frank, the residence I am interested in just so happens to be under your name. Do you recall it now?" Zhuohua possessed numerous properties in her name, and she could hardly remember them all. Thankfully, she had not followed Qi lead, lest she have unwittingly stepped into a trap and offer a residence for free. It is indeed under my name," Zhuohua realized belatedly. "If the princess desires it, I could sell it to you at a 20% discount from the market price. The properties left to me as part of my dowry are all in prime locations, and I had no intention of selling them so soon. However, since the princess has expressed interest, I shall prioritize your needs." Qi mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief. Having broached the subject, should not Zhuohua be inclined to gift it to her? Before her return, Qi had made inquiries and learned that the Su family was affluent, and as the sole daughter of the esteemed Princess Irin, Zhuohua's dowry would surely be substantial. It was merely a property, after all. What reluctance could there be? Qi was not lacking in funds, yet this was not merely a matter of money. It was Zhuohua's blatant self-sabotage. having always been granted her desires. Qi Mingzhu had never faced opposition publicly. Mingzhu, the Empress Dowager interjected before Qi Mingzhu could lose her temper. She recognized that while Zhuohua possessed considerable private wealth, even the emperor had abundant properties available for selection. It was perplexing that Qi Mingzhu had fixated on one belonging to Zhuohua. The assembly consisted entirely of noble women and esteemed ladies, and although the Empress Dowager cherished Qi Mingzhu, she understood that the princess could not indulge in such outbursts in this setting. In a hushed tone, the Empress Dowager advised, as a princess, you can have whatever fine possessions you desire. The capital's southeast, southwest, and beyond are all at your disposal. As for the Su family's belongings, I have no interest in them. Even if they were to be presented to you for your princess residence, they would hardly befit your stature. That as for the best. Zhuohua mused silently, puzzled by Qi Mingzhu's insistence on encroaching upon her wealth. She had ample funds to bestow upon whomever she pleased, contingent solely upon her willingness. Within the palace, where a multitude of individuals gathered, Qi Mingzhu, under the subtle insinuation of the Empress Dowager, found herself compelled to temper her capriciousness out of respect for both her own and the Dowager's dignity. It was indeed unbecoming for a princess to squabble over mere property. However, she remained unperturbed. She had never failed to obtain what she desired. Just as with her previous suitor, despite his long-standing engagement, she merely had to express her intentions, and the entire family of the betrothed would be compelled to vacate their residence in Shu County, not a trace of them permitted to linger in her sight. With a disdainful smile, Qi Mingzhu ceased her pursuit. The banquet commenced in earnest. Yulan approached Zhuohua from behind, whispering, "Your Highness, all arrangements have been meticulously made." "Very well," Zhuohua replied, lifting her teacup to her lips, concealing her smile. The hall was alive with song and dance. Amidst the fragrant garments and the lively clinking of cups, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Zhuohua offered to toast the Empress Dowager, and the Empress in turn. The Dowager, preoccupied, spared her the trouble of further scrutiny, exchanging only a few casual words before allowing her to withdraw. Yet, before she could return her seat, Qi Mingzhu and Yao Qian obstructed her path. Chapter 38. The Intrigue of Intrigues. Yao Qian, are you not going to offer a toast to our esteemed crown princess? Qi Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with sarcasm. Yao Qian accepted the wine cup from a maid, bowing slightly as she said, "This humble servant raises a toast to Her Highness the Crown Princess, wishing her all success and hoping she soon bears a noble heir for His Highness." Your words imply that the Crown Prince married solely for the purpose of procreation. Given the Crown Princess's stunning beauty, surely the Crown Prince must have been captivated at first sight, Yao Qian remarked with exaggerated expressions. The princess and concubine Lu had known each other since childhood. The Crown Prince held deep affections for concubine Lu, and the princess ought to be aware of this. How could I have forgotten? Crown Princess, you truly are pitiable. Enduring the loneliness of the inner palace, it seems you have much to endure ahead. Zhuohua rolled her eyes inwardly. The schemes of these two were pathetically juvenile, crude, and utterly lacking in sophistication. Had she truly been an innocent maiden fresh from the confines of her chamber, such words might have caused her heartache, self-doubt, and despair. Yet, she was no such naive girl, fretting endlessly over matters of love and affection. Their words bore no weight upon her. "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness." Zhuohua performed her courtesy, preparing to take her leave. Qi Mingzhu, displeased by Zhuohua's composed demeanor, cast a glance at Yao Qian. As Zhuohua passed by Yao Qian, the latter suddenly collided with her, spilling wine all over Zhuohua's attire. "Oh dear, I was thoughtless. I beg your pardon. Esteemed Crown Princess." Zhuohua was assisted to her feet by Lu, realizing that curious eyes were now directed toward them. Such petty individuals were the most troublesome. The more one disregarded them, the more emboldened they became. Zhuohua had no desire to create a scene in this setting, especially with the Empress present. It was unlikely she would emerge victorious. Taking the embroidered handkerchief Lu offered, Zhuohua hastily attempted to address the dampened areas before retreating to the inner hall. The inner hall was designated for the ladies to rest, and at this moment, with everyone occupied at the banquet, it was exceedingly quiet, save for the attending maids. Lu found an unoccupied room and led Zhuohua inside. The garments and hairpins had been prepared in advance. Once the maid brought hot water, Zhuohua intended to change her attire. "Your Highness, wait." Lu quickly approached her from the window, speaking in a hushed tone. "Something feels amiss. Please delay your change of clothes." Recalling Yao Qian's deliberate act of spilling wine on her, Zhuohua began to piece together the scenario. However, such childish tricks were utterly mundane in her eyes. Yet, since the opportunity had presented itself, she might as well assist in crafting a more compelling performance. In a quarter of an hour, Zhuohua emerged from the inner hall, having changed into a new outfit. A figure darted past in the corridor, swiftly heading toward the Great Hall. "It should be about time," Lu remarked. Zhuohua paused at the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, the sound of clattering dishes echoed from within, followed by Qi Mingzhu's terrified cries. Someone summoned the imperial physician. The chaos within the Great Hall persisted for a moment before quieting under the Empress's direction. Zhuohua adjusted her attire and stepped inside. Several imperial physicians swiftly entered from behind her, guided by eunuchs towards the high seat. Qi Mingzhu knelt before the Empress Dowager, weeping as she pleaded, "Mother, please awaken. Do not frighten me." The leading physician stepped forward to take her pulse and inquired, "Where is Her Majesty's meal from today?" The maidservant hurriedly presented the few remaining bowls and dishes on the table, stating, "This is all that remains. The rest fell to the ground." "Fool! Pick it up at once," Qi Mingzhu shouted, having conveniently forgotten that she was the one who had pushed it down. The physicians meticulously examined the remains. Ultimately, they discovered the answer within a dish known as jade soup. "Physician, what has happened to the Empress Dowager?" At this moment, the emperor had also arrived, accompanied by Crown Prince Qi Hecang. Upon entering the hall, Qi Hecang's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, spotting Zhuohua kneeling obediently in the corner. His tense heart inexplicably eased a fraction. The physicians, seeing the emperor's arrival, quickly approached to report, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager mistakenly consumed broad beans," which led to her sudden vomiting of blood and fainting. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression changed dramatically, and he bellowed, "Who was responsible for today's meal? The Empress Dowager cannot consume broad beans. How could such a grave matter go unverified? Who dares to knowingly transgress?" The emperor's fury was overwhelming. Everyone bowed their heads in silence, avoiding eye contact. Zhuohua stepped forward, saying, "Father, I personally reviewed and approved this meal." The emperor's face darkened, and he rebuked her harshly. "Crown Princess, how dare you create such a blunder? If anything were to happen to the Empress Dowager, I shall not forgive you." Previously sobbing, Qi Mingzhu immediately turned and pointed at Zhuohua, accusing, "Elder brother, this woman has dared to contradict Mother the very first time she met her. Mother, being kind-hearted, overlooked it, yet she repays kindness with malice, intending to harm her. This is no mere oversight. It is a deliberate attempt to poison and retaliate. Zhuohua harbors wicked intentions and is unworthy of her position in the Eastern Palace. She should be imprisoned and interrogated severely." With that, she rushed forward, intending to strike Zhuohua. "Princess, mind your words." Qi Mingzhu's hand was seized firmly, causing her pain. Turning her head, she saw Qi Hecang blocking her, his expression dark and filled with suppressed rage, sending a chill through her. Qi Hecang spoke sternly, "The matter has not been clarified. The princess cannot indiscriminately cast accusations upon the crown princess." Zhuohua had already begun to retreat, but steadied herself against the urge. She lowered her head, silent, with tears hanging at the corners of her eyes, poised to fall. Anyone who beheld her would find her innocent and pitiable. Qi Mingzhu violently shook off his grip, still unsatisfied with her resentment. Noticing Zhuohua had changed into another outfit, a calculating smile crossed her face as she taunted. "The crown princess takes so long to change her clothes. Could it be that she is destroying evidence?" Qi Hecang stood protectively in front of Zhuohua, his lowered gaze softening the coldness, half in inquiry, half in reassurance. "Crown Princess, do you have any rebuttals?" It must be said that Qi Hecang exudes an undeniable presence in such formal settings. Zhuohua does not need to feign innocence. She merely adopts the demeanor of a wronged little lamb. She leaned forward and responded, Your Highness, I indeed reviewed the menu for this banquet and affixed my private seal before it was delivered to Changchun Garden. I inquired meticulously about the ingredients of each dish, and I assure you, none contain fava beans. May your Majesty and your Highness take note. Qi Mingzhu seemed to have seized upon a critical piece of evidence and addressed the emperor. Brother, have someone fetch the menu, and the truth will be revealed. I am eager to see what defenses you can muster in the face of irrefutable proof. This banquet encompasses numerous dishes, from appetizers to main courses and desserts. Which is why she was certain that without Su Zhuohua's consent, the imperial kitchen would never dare alter the offerings. She cast a triumphant glare at Su Zhuohua, relishing the thought of her audacity to compete even for a trivial dwelling. She relished the opportunity to express her displeasure. Under the Empress's orders, the head of the imperial kitchen, the head of the internal affairs court, and the chef responsible for the dish were summoned to the main hall. Chapter 39. A painful sacrifice. The Empress Dowager had already been escorted to a side chamber, while the Emperor sat solemnly at the head of the table. The Empress spoke. It has come to our attention that fava beans were discovered in the jade soup served to the Empress Dowager. Pray, enlighten us on how this calamity transpired. As her words echoed, several individuals below hastily bowed their heads in supplication. The first to speak was the chief steward of the imperial kitchen. Your Majesty, your keen insight is commendable. The dishes were prepared in accordance with a list provided by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a long-standing protocol of the palace. I assure you, I adhered strictly to the palace regulations and would never dare to be negligent. Having held his position for over a decade without any prior errors, he had meticulously reviewed the list multiple times before procurement, convinced that no mistakes could possibly occur. Hearing the steward's self-incrimination, the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs quickly interjected. I humbly report to your Majesty that the menu was presented to the Crown Princess for confirmation before it was delivered to the kitchen. I inspected it myself and found nothing amiss. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Su Zhuohua, who nodded in acknowledgement of the matter. Afterward, the head of the ministry submitted the menu for review. The Empress examined it before passing it to the Emperor. Indeed, the jade soup was listed, with the sources of the ingredients clearly stated, devoid of any mention of fava beans. The Emperor's gaze fell upon the chef, his voice low but imbued with undeniable authority. How audacious of you to tamper with the dishes and poison the Empress Dowager. Do you realize your crime? The chef was already terrified, trembling and bowing his head in protest, unable to articulate a coherent defense. As a mere cook, he had never encountered such an ordeal. And with the Emperor's verdict already pronounced, he dared not cry out in innocence, nor could he pinpoint where the error had occurred. Su Zhuohua stepped forward. Father, please temper your anger. This may not solely be the chef's doing. The Emperor, now aware that Su Zhuohua was not implicated in this affair, and having noted her earlier unjust suffering, softened his demeanor towards her. If it is not the Crown Princess, then who is responsible? Your Majesty, she replied. The jade soup, from the kitchen to the Empress Dowager's table, would have passed through the hands of the serving attendants and the dish arrangers. At any stage, someone could have taken advantage of the situation. I cannot presume to know where the fault lies or who is at fault. Qi Mingzhu interjected. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? Regardless of where the mistake occurred, you cannot evade culpability. You are wholly responsible for this banquet, and thus cannot absolve yourself of blame. Despite Qi Mingzhu's usual arrogance and lack of reason, her assertion held truth. Regardless of the outcome, Su Zhuohua would face punishment as she had orchestrated the banquet. Such a significant mishap could not be resolved by merely executing a few palace servants, unless there was a person with irrefutable evidence who could shoulder this blame. Su Zhuohua replied calmly, Dear Princess, do not be hasty. I have inquiries I wish to pose to you. Su Zhuohua gestured to Lu, who proceeded to the outer hall, bringing with her a man bound in 5 intricate knots. The man, restrained by 2 guards and with a cloth gagging his mouth, scanned the room upon entry, finally whimpering in the direction of Qi Mingzhu. The expression on Qi Mingzhu's face visibly shifted. Zhuohua addressed the emperor and empress, stating, "Father, mother." While I was retreating to the rear palace for rest, the steward from the kitchen reported a suspicious stranger lurking outside. Fearing he might be an assassin, they apprehended him. My delay was indeed due to this matter. According to those who interrogated him, this man claims to be Qin Erlang, who was brought into the palace by Princess Mingzhu. "You speak nonsense," Qi Mingzhu interrupted vehemently. Yet, as the gaze of the assembly turned upon her, she found herself at a loss for words. Qin Erlang was her favored paramour, who had persistently pleaded with her that day, assuming the guise of her attendant to accompany her to Changchun Garden and broaden his horizons. Qi Mingzhu's indulgence of paramours was not a closely guarded secret. However, if she wished to extricate Qin Erlang from the implications of the empress's poisoning, she would have to address the matter of having sent him to the crown princess's quarters to commit misdeeds. Each of these transgressions bore the potential to cost Qin Erlang his life. Yet, knowing Qi Hecang's temperament, if he discovered her involvement in such sordid affairs, he would undoubtedly persuade the emperor to exact severe punishment upon her. Such meticulous scheming, Qi Mingzhu could not help but concede that Zhuohua had played a masterstroke. To evade this treacherous situation, she would have to align herself with Zhuohua. A nauseating sensation akin to swallowing a fly filled her chest as she regarded Zhuohua with eyes brimming with animosity. This was her most cherished paramour, recalling their intimate moments. Qi Mingzhu felt an ache in her heart. Zhuohua continued, "Princess, what I have stated is the truth. If you possess any other evidence or thoughts, I encourage you to share them for the emperor's consideration." Qi Mingzhu ground her teeth in frustration, stealing her expression as she retorted sharply, "What a silver-tongued assassin you are! Not only have you conspired against my mother, but you also seek to tarnish my reputation." As she descended, she declared, "My mother's life hangs by a thread. Unless I take your life, my resentment shall never be quelled." Qin Erlang, taken aback by the sudden betrayal, recalled her morning promises of endless wealth and glory, only to find himself cast aside as a scapegoat. Shocked and sorrowful, he managed to whimper, only to feel a sharp blade pierce his body. The sound of tearing fabric accompanied the muted thud of flesh parting, a subtle noise yet enough to rouse the most sensitive nerves of the assembly. "Princess, no!" the empress cried out. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. No one anticipated that Qi Mingzhu would draw a guard sword and commit murder in public. "Seize Princess Mingzhu and take her away." The emperor, equally taken aback by this astonishing turn of events, found it utterly absurd that a princess would take matters into her own hands before the assembly. Zhuohua had foreseen Qi Mingzhu's willingness to sacrifice Qin Erlang to protect herself. Aside from resolving the matter before Qin Erlang could speak, there was no other recourse. Thus, she remained unfazed within. At this moment, she found herself enveloped in the warm embrace of Qi Hecang, struggling to control her trembling body as she softly murmured, "Your Highness, I am afraid." Qi Hecang tightened his hold, gazing down at the pale and anxious figure in his arms, and his heart swelled with an even deeper affection. He gently reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Yet, she lamented, "This incident has transpired under my watch. The emperor will surely blame me." "Do not dwell on it," he replied. "I shall have someone escort you back to the Eastern Palace. Leave the rest to me." "Thank you, Your Highness." Thus, this farce concluded in a hasty manner. The imperial physician reported that the Empress Dowager had regained consciousness. The emperor and empress hurried to the side hall to pay their respects, leaving the subsequent matters for Qi Hecang to manage. Zhuohua, assisted by Lu exited the palace as well. As they strolled down the corridor, they happened to witness Qi Mingzhu attempting to visit the Empress Dowager. A group of palace attendants, acting on the emperor's orders, blocked her path, refusing to let her pass. Chapter 40. The truth upon encountering Zhuohua, Qi Mingzhu turned her steps towards her, declaring, "Today, you have played a trick on me, and I shall not let this matter rest." Zhuohua, with an air of nonchalance, raised her hand to adjust her hairpin and replied with a smile, "I must admit, I am quite terrified. Princess Mingzhu, your ability to act decisively against those around you is indeed remarkable. However, I wonder, Should His Highness the Crown Prince uncover the connection between you and this person, or perhaps discover the unsavory intentions you harbor towards me, would he still consider your bond of kinship? Silence. Qi Mingzhu, filled with a mix of embarrassment and rage, managed to retain a shred of composure. Do not think you can cast your filth upon me. Zhuohua glanced towards the side chamber, approached Qi Mingzhu, and whispered in her ear, if I were in your position, I would hasten to seek favor with the Empress Dowager. Perhaps she might intercede on your behalf, allowing His Highness to downplay the matter. With that, Zhuohua elegantly turned and departed. Fuming, Qi Mingzhu felt the urge to stomp her foot. Yet Zhuohua had pointed out a clear path. While this situation seemed temporarily resolved, if Qi Hecang were to probe deeper, many unprepared truths would inevitably surface. She had considered confronting the issue directly, since Qin Erlang was not the true culprit. It was only a matter of time before Qi Hecang traced the matter back to Zhuohua. At that point, she would be left to bear the consequences alone. However, upon further reflection, she realized that Qi Hecang must never learn of her intentions towards Zhuohua. Zhuohua, mark my words, there will come a day when I shall see your demise. Resigned, Qi Mingzhu had no choice but to seek out the Empress Dowager. Upon returning to the Crescent Moon Palace, Ru Tang approached, noticing that Zhuohua had changed her attire, leading her to surmise that something had transpired in Changchun Garden. Without further inquiry, she promptly ordered the servants to bring in the hot water she had prepared, ready to assist her mistress with bathing and changing. Your Highness, perhaps you should sleep in a bit longer tomorrow. You must be exhausted from the recent festivities. Immersed in the warm water, Zhuohua felt her strength ebb away, her body relaxing into a state of utmost comfort. I fear I may sleep until tomorrow evening. What? Ru Tang leaned in, examining her closely. Is there something amiss? Has the Empress Dowager troubled you again? Were you punished to stand or kneel? Zhuohua chuckled lightly and recounted the events of Changchun Garden. Your Highness is concerned that His Highness may uncover the truth and come to question you. Ah, it seems our Ru Tang has grown perceptive, able to discern my thoughts in an instant. Ru Tang shyly turned her head. As for me, I cannot compare to Rulan's intelligence, but I must not lag behind. The Eastern Palace is not like the Su residence. If my foolishness were to hinder you, it would be better for me to be gone altogether. Foolish girl, I will bear any burdens that arise. There is no need for such drastic thoughts. Rulan had been nurtured by her grandmother, quick-witted and astute. You have grown alongside me since childhood, and you are the most considerate. Each of you possesses your own strengths. There is truly no need for comparison. Ru Tang felt her heart ablaze, bubbling with warmth and contentment. Your Highness, do not concern yourself. I shall strive to learn from Rulan and improve continuously. Do as you wish. Within the confines of the chamber, the master and servant engaged in light-hearted conversation, savoring the moment. As Zhuohua reclined upon the bed, Ru Tang could not restrain herself from inquiring, Your Highness, since you have uncovered the tampered list, which the imperial kitchen received devoid of broad beans, how is it that broad beans still appeared in the Empress Dowager's bowl? Previously, Zhuohua had instructed Lu Yu to outline the essential details for the banquet, with the foremost item being the Dowager's dietary restrictions. In her youth, the Dowager had nearly perished from mistakenly consuming broad beans. Thus, she maintained a vigilant watch over this particular food item. Zhuohua was aware that this ailment was known as hemolytic anemia, colloquially referred to as broad bean disease, which could lead to symptoms ranging from vomiting and fainting to, in severe cases, death. Therefore, she scrutinized the list with particular care. Among the over 100 dishes, one emerald soup caught her attention, as its ingredients included fava beans. Zhuohua summoned Lu Yu, who had never heard of such a thing, and given the Dowager's fondness for Buddhism, he assumed it to be a tribute from the palace. Not entirely at ease, Zhuohua sought further clarification and discovered that fava beans were merely another name for broad beans, a term used in only a few regions. It seemed Zhang had discreetly arranged for this dish to be served. Zhuohua crossed out the fava beans, affixed her private seal, and sent the revised list back to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Knowing that Zhang had planted her people, she was certain that the matter was now exposed. However, Zhuohua was resolute in not allowing her to escape unscathed. With a calm demeanor, she remarked. Zhang has gone to such lengths to orchestrate this. It is only fitting that I assist her in her performance. Ru Tang nodded in understanding, realizing that the princess was employing the very tactics that Zhang intended to use against her. Unfortunately, it was Princess Mingzhu who bore the brunt of the blame, thus benefiting Zhang unjustly. Zhuohua waved her hand dismissively. That may not necessarily be the case. The appearance of Qin Erlang was indeed unexpected. I merely took advantage of the situation. What sort of man was His Highness? Surely he would not be deceived by my petty tricks. A slight investigation would reveal the truth behind it all. After all, though the term fava beans had been crossed out, the original list retained by the ministry still bore the inscription with clarity. As for who sought to conceal the truth and included it, he could uncover that should he wish. Regarding Qin Erlang's involvement, a significant portion stemmed from Zhuohua's own motives. Despite having to bow to the pressures of court, she was not one to cower in the face of Qi Hecang's persistence. The principles of filial piety ruled the realm, and the emperor exemplified this. Should Qi Hecang's assertiveness be widely known, it might not serve him well. Did you not wish to send a daughter of the Lu family to the Eastern Palace, grandmother? I believe it is time for new faces in the Eastern Palace, and it would be wise to consider a member of the imperial clan. After all, we are family, and I would feel reassured. Prompting Ru Tang to hastily retrieve the prepared brocade cloth, wiping her body and carefully applying a skin-nourishing ointment. Clad in a soft and comfortable nightgown, Zhuohua nestled into bed, enjoying a restful slumber. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding Zhang was fraught with turmoil. That very night, Qi Hecang initiated an investigation into Zhang. Qi Mingzhu had caused quite a scene in the main hall, leading many to believe in the veracity of Qin Erlang being an assassin. However, Qi Hecang, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, was not to be easily swayed by such trivialities. Upon assuming control of the matter, he traced the records retained by the ministry, identifying several cooks involved in the initial drafting of the list. One of the cooks, however, was honest and directly admitted that the jade soup was his creation, and he had also added the fava beans primarily for the purpose of enhancing the color. Yet, the substitution of fava beans with Buddha beans was a tactic employed by a certain young eunuch. According to the cook, the eunuch informed him that the Empress Dowager had a fondness for Buddhism, suggesting that a change of name would better reflect this sentiment. The cook, though bewildered, thought that if this dish were to capture the Empress Dowager's favor, it could lead to rewards, and thus he acquiesced. As long as he found someone, Qi Hecang had numerous ways to extract the truth from him. However, upon investigating the Zhang family, Qi Hecang found himself in a quandary. After all, Zhang was the wet nurse who had cared for him since childhood and was also Lu Wanning's mother. If he were to lay the blame for the crime of conspiring against the Empress Dowager solely on Zhang, it would not be a burden she could bear alone. Lu Wanning would certainly be implicated as well. Qi Hecang hesitated, still undecided about whether to report this matter. Chapter 41. Bidding farewell to the Zhang family, Your Highness. It is all my fault. I only wished to teach the crown princess a lesson and never intended to harm the Empress Dowager. Zhang wept, her eyes swollen and her once meticulous hair now in disarray, devoid of any semblance of her former pride. Seated in the grand chair, Qi Hecang regarded the kneeling Zhang with a frigid expression. Although the Empress Dowager had been saved this time, her life was no longer at risk. Yet the crime of endangering the current Empress Dowager warranted the execution of 9 generations. Were you truly unaware of this? Terrified, Zhang slumped onto the floor, stunned into silence for a considerable time before regaining her senses. I did not do anything. I merely had one character altered on the list. When the crown princess discovered it, she crossed out the fava beans. Knowing the matter could not proceed, I let it go. Qi Hecang scoffed. Such a simple resolution. But what if the crown princess had not discovered it? Ultimately, she would bear the burden of guilt alone. What do you think you are? To scheme against the crown princess and infiltrate the Eastern Palace? Never before had Zhang witnessed such a cold and ruthless demeanor from Qi Hecang. She dared not weep audibly, only managing to stifle her sobs. Qi Hecang's gaze bore into Zhang, sending shivers down her spine. He would trust at most half of Zhang's words, having grown accustomed to the insidious machinations of the palace and the darkness that resides in human hearts. Having spent decades within the palace, he could not believe she had not learned its treachery. If she dared to strike at the Empress Dowager, how could she easily withdraw her hand? His scrutiny turned from questioning to resolute certainty, causing Zhang to doubt herself. She could not help but replay the events in her mind. Aside from altering a character, she had truly done nothing more. Woo woo woo. Zhang wept as she pleaded for mercy. Your Highness, I am truly wronged. I do not know why there were still fava beans in the dish. It was my foolishness that led me to conspire against the Crown Princess, but I would never harm the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager has shown me kindness. I would never forget such grace. Qi Hecang grew weary of her incessant justifications and inquired, Then tell me, why did you conspire against the Crown Princess? Zhang hesitated, steeling herself to respond, I saw the consort being targeted and oppressed by the Crown Princess, suffering greatly, and in a moment of confusion, I committed a grave error. The consort was unaware of this matter. Please do not implicate her. How do you perceive the Crown Princess as bullying the consort? Qi Hecang pressed, as Zhang continued to sob. Ever since Wanner entered the Eastern Palace, she has been cherished and protected by your Highness, with not a shred of grievance allowed to touch her. Yet now, Wanner is ill and speaks nonsensically, and your Highness has not even glanced her way. Is it not because the Crown Princess has been instigating trouble? Wanner is such an innocent soul. How could she possibly contend with the Crown Princess? She is left with nothing but grievances and tears swallowed in silence. At the mention of Lu Wanning, a pang of guilt and tenderness surged within Qi Hecang. Although Lu Wanning had indeed been a bit unruly this time, at the heart of the matter, he was the one who had failed her first by indulging another woman. Yet he is the crown prince, destined to be the future emperor, surrounded by numerous consorts in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Even if there are others by his side, it does not preclude the possibility of Lu Wanning holding a place in his heart. With this thought, Qi Hecang made a resolute decision. This matter must not implicate the Zhang family. Otherwise, the empress would undoubtedly drag Lu Wanning down with them. Since Qi Mingzhu had condemned Qin Erling, he would take advantage of this momentum and construct a complete set of evidence to conclude the case. At this moment, his mind was made up, and he had no desire to hear any further justifications from Zhang. He summoned a Bao, stating that Zhang's conduct was unbecoming, and thus she should not be in proximity to the side consort. He immediately dispatched someone to return her to the Lu family's ancestral home, forbidding her from entering the capital without his permission. Your Highness, Zhang suddenly regained her senses, crawling to Qi Hecang's feet. You cannot send me away. If I leave, Wanning will be left vulnerable and subject to humiliation. Your Highness, I beg you, allow me to stay. She promised, I will not utter another word, nor will I target the Crown Princess again. Please, Your Highness, let me remain. Qi Hecang paid her no heed, rising to leave. No matter how much Zhang pleaded, once Qi Hecang had made a decision, no one dared to defy it. Thus she followed Qi Hecang out, noticing his dark expression and speaking with increased caution. Your Highness, are you returning to the East Palace? Indeed, Qi Hecang replied, stepping into the carriage. Although he had condemned Zhang, a nagging intuition compelled him to seek out Zhuohua for further clarification. Your Highness, this she reported upon returning from Xianyue Hall. The Crown Princess seems to have been frightened upon her return to the palace, and has been in a deep slumber. She likely will not awaken soon. Qi Hecang lifted his head and inquired, Have you summoned the imperial physician? Is there any serious concern? The physician has examined her. There is nothing serious, merely a need for rest over the next few days. The physician prescribed soothing medicine, which the Crown Princess has already taken. Qi Hecang set down his brush, recalling the doubts he had just entertained regarding Zhuohua, and could not help but smile. That young girl appeared strong-willed. Yet she was truly tender-hearted and timid. She must be quite frightened now. Should he question her further, it might exacerbate her condition. Does she inform the Hehuan Garden that I will join them for dinner? Does she, taken aback, quickly responded in the affirmative. Upon learning of the prince's impending arrival, Lu Wanning promptly instructed her attendants to prepare water for washing and changed into a pale red silk gown adorned with subtle floral patterns, standing outside to await his arrival. Esteemed Crown Prince, I pay my respects to you. May you enjoy boundless blessings. Having not seen him for several days, Lu Wanning had lost considerable weight. The once fitting gown now hung loosely on her frame, as if it might be blown away by the slightest breeze, perhaps due to years of habit. Qi Hecang instinctively reached out to steady her. Lu Wanning grasped his hand in return and said, "Today, I specially prepared your favorite dishes, Your Highness. I hope you will not find them lacking." Qi Hecang was not a petty person. He had long forgotten any previous discord between them. Seeing her cautious demeanor, he playfully pinched her cheek, smiling as he said, "Your culinary skills are unparalleled, and I have not tasted them in quite some time. I cannot possibly find fault." Lu Wanning blushed and smiled shyly, linking her arm with Qi Hecang's as they walked inside together. There are myriad ways in which individuals interact. Some ignite like dry tinder and blazing fire, where absence feels like a separation of three autumns, while others flow gently like a trickling stream, where the mundane becomes habitual. The dynamic between Qi Hecang and Lu Wanning belongs to the latter, even after previous disputes and the presence of another in their lives. Once they revert to their former mode of interaction, everything feels effortlessly natural. It seems as though only the two of them exist in that moment, as if all misunderstandings and suspicions had never been. Qi Hecang found it difficult to deny or resist the tranquility and familiarity he experienced with Lu Wanning, which indeed brought him a fleeting peace of mind. After dinner, Qi Hecang and Lu Wanning strolled in the courtyard. "Wanner, I have returned your mother to the old residence," he stated, his gaze fixed on Lu Wanning's expression. From the moment he entered, her demeanor had remained consistently normal, and at this moment, it was no different. "Your Highness, may I inquire why?" Lu Wanning asked, puzzled. "Your mother has erred, and this is my punishment for her," Qi Hecang replied, his eyes still gentle, placing his hands on her shoulders with an undeniable authority. "An error?" Lu Wanning mused, her gaze cast downward. Was it a grave mistake? Had it not been significant, "Your Highness would not have taken such action without informing me." She knelt, beseeching him to clarify, "What exactly has my mother done?" Qi Hecang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice deep and solemn. "Do you truly not know?" Chapter 42. Retreat as Advancement. I, Lu Wanning, felt tears welling in my eyes, my brow furrowed tightly in distress. What did I truly understand? What did His Highness believe I would know? A sudden realization dawned upon me. His Highness had not come merely to dine, but rather to scrutinize me, to hold me accountable. Qi Hecang, a master of discerning human nature, had detected no flaw in my demeanor. Since childhood, I had borne the brunt of Qi Mingzhu's relentless taunts and endured grievances under the Empress, silently bearing my pain deep within. Qi Hecang softened his tone, urging me to rise. I merely inquired without intention to blame you. He gently assisted me to my feet, gazing at me with tenderness. "Your mother's poisoning incident is connected to the Empress Dowager. I returned her to the ancestral home for her protection, and when the time is ripe, I shall bring her back." I realized my impatience had led me to question you out of concern for your involvement. I lifted my head, kneeling once more. His Highness's actions would never be taken lightly. Unless the evidence was irrefutable, he would not hastily draw conclusions. Though reluctant to accept, I understood that my mother was indeed implicated in these matters. His Highness's willingness to assist filled me with gratitude. But how could I remain in the Eastern Palace to serve him, knowing my mother had committed such heinous acts? "I beseech your Highness to send me out of the capital. I am willing to devote myself to the ancient Buddha, praying for the Empress Dowager's forgiveness to atone for my mother's sins." News of Zhang's arrest reached me swiftly, for it was inevitable that someone would link her actions to me. While I had not directly participated, I was indeed aware and had subtly provided guidance. Yet, I cannot be certain if Zhang would withstand the pressure and keep my name concealed. However, I had already prepared my defense. It is but human nature to shield one's kin. Even if I am at fault, I can navigate this situation. Now, it was time to observe Qi Hecang's reaction. This kneeling plea had revealed my bottom line. After 5 years with Qi Hecang, I had never encountered such peril. I needed to extricate myself completely from this incident while seizing the opportunity to win back his heart. After a long pause, a deep sigh resonated above me. "Wanning, if you were not here, I would be utterly alone in this capital. The years of shared intimacy had made Qi Hecang accustomed to my presence. Deep down, he believed that as long as he did not speak, I could never leave him. Although he could not discern whether my words were sincere or a strategic retreat, the thought of my departure left an emptiness within him, as if a piece of his soul had been hollowed out. I understood that I had managed to turn the tide in this situation. I raised my tear-streaked face, my eyes brimming with disbelief, excitement, and gratitude. Your Highness, to receive such words from you is enough. I would have no regrets even in death. Qi Hecang bent down, tenderly wiping away the tears beneath my eyes, unable to resist being moved by the scene before him. Wanner, I have been remiss in my attention to you these days. I have always assumed your magnanimity and tolerance would enable you to endure all things, forgetting that you are also a delicate woman, possessing your own thoughts and feelings. At this juncture, Lu Wanning chuckled softly, turning her head in embarrassment. Qi Hecang gently cupped her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. I confess, the Crown Princess holds a unique place in my heart, yet the words I have uttered remain steadfast. Your position is irreplaceable. Lu Wanning reached for his neck, her expression tender. Your Highness, Wanner acknowledges her faults. I have been consumed by fear, fearing that should you take another, you would forget your past. Throughout these years in the Eastern Palace, I have experienced daily anxiety and concern, tormented by my inability to bear offspring. The Empress and the Dowager Empress have expressed their discontent, and the weight of your pressures bears heavily upon me, leaving me with a sense of helplessness. In recent days, I have come to understand that your status precludes the possibility of having only one woman, nor will I be the sole one to bear your heirs. All I can hope for is to retain a place in your heart. These words are the sincere confessions of Lu Wanning. She had once envisioned a lifetime shared with one beloved, even harboring hope before her elevation to Crown Princess. But now she comprehends that clinging to such unrealistic fantasies will only lead to her own suffering. Having already lost the Zhang family due to her own frailty, she cannot afford to bury herself further. If she cannot be the one and only, then she shall strive to be the one whom the Crown Prince cherishes most. Regardless of how many charming women surround him, as long as he holds her dear, that shall suffice. Lu Wanning rose and stood beside Qi Hecang, resting her head on his shoulder, tentatively suggesting, Your Highness, would you stay in the Hehuan garden tonight? Certainly, he replied. Qi Hecang had initially intended to visit the Xianyu Palace, but upon seeing Lu Wanning's joyful countenance, he could not bear to dampen her spirits. In the days that followed, everything seemed to revert to the past. Qi Hecang often frequented the Hehuan garden. He would spend 3 to 5 nights each month at the Xianyu Palace. He gradually discovered a semblance of balance. In moments of tranquility, Lu Wanning provided him with a comforting solace, while in the Xianyu Palace, Zhuohua's tenderness and allure captivated him, repeatedly filling the chasm of his desires. She was like the crescent moon in the dark night, coolly suspended, igniting a yearning that was both enticing and unattainable. She was a wild vine, its tendrils encroaching upon every inch of his being, both poison and antidote. She lay languidly at the head of the bed, casting occasional glances that ensnared his soul. Even in her absence, thoughts of her lingered persistently. Your Highness, it has been 10 full days since the Crown Prince last visited us at the Xianyu Palace. Lu Tang remarked, counting on her fingers before speaking. Zhuohua leaned against the window, casually holding a book, displaying no sense of urgency. She had calculated that these days were conducive to conception. Thus, while Qi Hecang was occupied with state affairs, she refrained from seeking him in the study. It was not a matter of mistrust regarding the contraceptive methods here. Rather, she believed that all medicines possess their own dangers. She preferred to err on the side of caution, mindful of her future prospects for pregnancy. Your Highness, observe how Lady Lu, after merely half a month of despondency, has risen with renewed vigor to face her challenges. You must not grow complacent. There's a saying that goes, with one vigorous effort, then, what comes next? Then, what follows, you're currently too relaxed. Do not allow her to seize the opportunity. Zhuohua set down her book, regarding her leisurely. It was unexpected that someone would criticize her for being idle and unambitious. You wish to convey that, after an initial burst of energy, One tends to weaken and eventually exhaust oneself, do you not? Lu Tang, my purpose in coming to the East Palace is not to target Lu Wanning. In Su Zhuohua's eyes, her rival has never been Lu Wanning, nor any woman from the East Palace. The one she seeks to conquer is solely Crown Prince Qi Hecang. She has never desired genuine affection. Thus, she remains indifferent to the women who come and go around Qi Hecang. Today it may be Lu Wanning, but tomorrow could bring Zhang Wanqing or Chen Wanqing. A man's heart is invariably devoted to youth, beauty, and those who gaze upon him with admiration. However, indifference towards Lu Wanqing does not imply that she will yield. Should Lu Wanqing stand in her way, Su Zhuohua would not hesitate to act decisively to eliminate the obstacle. Chapter 43. She would not stay. Su Zhuohua has always conducted her affairs at her own pace. When her rhythm is disrupted, she risks being led astray. In the past 2 months, Qi Hecang seems to have returned to Lu Wanning's side, yet she is acutely aware that this is merely an illusion. Were it not for Qi Hecang's escalating desire for her and his deepening demands, she would not dare to draw such a conclusion. Initially, she employed the strategy of feigned indifference to draw Qi Hecang in, subsequently igniting a fervor that made him yearn for her. Now, it is time for a gentle simmer, as she intends not only to captivate Qi Hecang with her physical allure, but also to make him understand that she, Su Zhuohua, can offer far more than mere pleasures of the bed. She can be the red mole, the moonlight, and a companion worthy of standing beside him. Gazing down upon the world, Rulon entered, lifting the curtain, followed by several palace attendants carrying an ice basin to replace the one in the corner that had mostly melted. Once the room was arranged, Rulon approached Su Zhuohua and reported, "Your Highness, the ice supply at Qingyan residence has been increased significantly, exceeding the allocated amount. The account office requests your instructions." Su Zhuohua dismissed the concern. Su Sifu is young and energetic. It is only natural for her to be sensitive to heat. Whatever she requires in her chamber should be sent without hesitation. You may return directly to the accounts office thereafter. Understood. Regarding Su Finyao, Su Zhuohua realized it had been quite some time since she last visited. What could Su Sifa be preoccupied with? Given her restless nature, it was rare for her to confine herself indoors. Rulon, having just visited, recounted her observations. Perhaps Su Sifu is indeed sensitive to the heat. When I saw her earlier, she was clad only in her undergarments, reclining in a wrought-tan chair, taking a midday nap. Su Zhuohua chuckled softly. The weather grows increasingly warm, and even someone who typically avoids napping would find it difficult to resist. She then recalled other matters. Ensure that the kitchen prepares ample cooling tea daily. All the palace attendants in the Eastern Palace must partake. Avoid scheduling outdoor labor at noon to prevent heat exhaustion. Your Highness, you have given such instructions before, and I remind them regularly. They dare not forget. As the three of them shared light-hearted banter, a palace attendant reported, "Your Highness, the Crown Princess has arrived and is waiting in the side hall. Let her in." Though Lu Wanning and Su Zhuohua have tacitly become opposing factions, they still outwardly maintain a semblance of sisterly affection. "Your Highness, I pay my respects. May you enjoy longevity and prosperity." Seated comfortably on the soft couch, Su Zhuohua raised her hand. "Crown Princess, please take a seat. It is sweltering outside. How did you manage to endure the heat to come here? Your Highness is benevolent. I am grateful for your leniency regarding our formal greetings due to the heat. Yet, I cannot truly disregard etiquette and must keep you company to alleviate your boredom." Su Zhuohua accepted the cooling tea handed to her by Rulon and remarked with a smile, "Crown Princess, you are thoughtful. It is indeed dull to be alone, and since you have come today, I shall take the opportunity to entrust some matters to you." Lu Wanning felt a surge of curiosity, uncertain of what she intended to convey, and sat attentively, adopting a posture of listening. Su Zhuohua, this year, the weather has been particularly sweltering. His Majesty has decided to retreat to the Lingshan Palace at the end of the month to escape the heat, returning to the palace in early September. "Must we be away for so long?" Lu Wanqing blurted out. Realizing her reaction was rather exaggerated, she quickly composed herself and inquired, "Does Your Highness intend to accompany His Majesty out of the city as well?" Su Zhuohua replied calmly, "I am not particularly averse to the heat. It is simply that this time, The crown prince is going, and lacking a reason to remain, I must accompany him. A sense of unease began to stir within Lu Wanning. From Zhuohua's tone, it appeared she was meant to stay in the Eastern Palace. Naturally, the crown prince would require the presence of his consort. Lu Wanning spoke somewhat distractedly, while Zhuohua observed her quietly and continued. I had initially intended to bring you along with concubine Su, but the empress has advised against it, citing it as improper protocol. Furthermore, the palace is already crowded with dignitaries, making it difficult to accommodate everyone. Concubine Lu, during my absence these 2 months, Lu will temporarily oversee the Eastern Palace. However, there will inevitably be matters requiring decisive leadership. Concubine Su is still young and inexperienced. Thus, I feel more at ease in trusting these responsibilities to you. Lu Wanning managed a strained smile. It was not merely a lack of trust, but rather a concern that Su Jinyao might err and face punishment. Yet at this moment, her greatest fear was not this issue. After all the effort she and the crown prince had put into rekindling their affection, 2 months apart could result in an unpredictable shift upon his return. She needed to devise a means to persuade the crown prince to take her along. If all else failed, the Empress Dowager could intercede. Once the Empress Dowager spoke, the Empress would not dare to undermine her authority over such trivial matters. With a sense of urgency consuming her thoughts, Lu Wanning had little inclination to discuss anything further and thus assured, Your Highness places her trust in me. I shall not disappoint you and will ensure the Eastern Palace is well guarded. Might I inquire when Your Highness intends to set off? The exact date has yet to be determined, but I suspect it will be in about 10 days, Zhuohua replied, gracefully fanning herself with a handheld fan. Appearing quite at ease, after sitting together for a while, Lu Wanning suddenly spoke up. I wish to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager before she leaves the palace. I kindly request Your Highness's permission. Zhuohua closed her eyes in contemplation. She was acutely aware of Lu Wanning's intentions. It seemed she sought to leverage her visit to request the Empress Dowager to take her along, yet this aspiration might well be in vain. Just as Zhuohua was about to decline, a commotion arose from outside. She gestured for Rulon to investigate. Rulon soon returned, accompanied by a maid. Your Highness, concubine Su is unwell and requests that a physician be dispatched for her treatment. The maid's face was etched with concern. Zhuohua immediately sat up, instructing Rulon to hastily send for the imperial physician. She then turned to the maid. What affliction does concubine Su suffer? Speak quickly. The maid bowed and responded. For over half a month, concubine Su has not been in good spirits, often feeling chest tightness and fatigue. Just yesterday morning, she experienced severe vomiting and could not even keep water down. By the afternoon, she had consumed scarcely anything and felt dizzy and unwell, refusing to move. I was genuinely worried and thus took the liberty of seeking Your Highness's guidance. Lu Wanning spoke. Given these symptoms, it is likely that she has succumbed to heat stroke. Having delayed for so long, I fear the consequences may not be favorable. Upon hearing her words, Zhuohua could not help but feel a wave of concern. If it were indeed heat stroke, it could prove fatal. Initially, she intended to admonish the maid, questioning why she had not reported sooner. However, upon reflection, she recognized that those in servitude seldom possess the authority to act without their master's command. Zhuohua gestured for Ru Tang to bestow a reward of silver upon the maid. You have done well. Ensure you take good care of your mistress upon your return. Once the maid departed, Zhuohua rose to visit Qinyan residence. Your Highness, might I accompany you? I cannot rest easy without seeing Sister Su with my own eyes. Lu Wanning was reluctant to go, yet knowing the matter was already known, it would seem remiss not to attend. Moreover, she did not wish for Zhuohua to be the sole bearer of goodwill. Chapter 44. Is it really that simple? Zhuohua was concerned that Su Jinyao might truly be in distress, so she promptly left her abode. With swift steps, Zhuohua and her entourage soon arrived at Qinyan residence. Io, Zhuohua called softly as she approached the bedside. Su Jinyao, in a daze and uncertain whether it was hunger or heat that plagued her, barely opened her eyes to see Zhuohua sitting beside her. Sister, what brings you here? She hastily instructed, please bring some tea. Lie down first. Do not fret about these matters. Zhuohua gently pressed her shoulder, placing her hand on Zhenyao's forehead and palm, which felt warmer than usual, though not feverish. "Why is your room so cool?" A chill swept over Zhuohua's shoulders as she turned to survey the room, noticing large ice basins placed in each corner and another beside the bed. A maid entered with tea and explained, "The princess has been saying she feels hot, so we have brought in these ice basins, yet she continues to sweat profusely." Zhuohua felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety. "It is good that you are sweating. It should not be merely from the heat." Lu Wanning approached, dabbing her eyes with a silk handkerchief. "Sister Su, how is it that you have become so thin?" Su Zhenyiao lay on the bed, her frail arms draping over the edge, their veins starkly visible. Zhuohua softly inquired, "Can you truly not eat at all? If nothing else works, you must at least have some broth. Otherwise, you will lack strength." Tears welled in the corners of Su Zhenyao's eyes, her face a portrait of grievance as she choked out, "Sister, I feel so unwell. I constantly feel like I might vomit, as if my insides are about to come out. The imperial physician is on his way. He will examine your condition and prescribe medicine. You will be well soon. Do not worry, I shall stay by your side." "Sister, I wish to drink water." "Of course." Zhuohua took the tea from the maid, assisted her in sitting up, and brought the cup to her lips. Su Zhenyiao sipped slowly, but suddenly a wave of nausea surged forth, and before she could react, she vomited onto the side of the bed, splattering Zhuohua's skirts. Despite her empty stomach, Su Zhenyiao could not cease her retching, tears and mucus streaming down her face, rendering her a pitiful sight. The maid hurriedly brought hot water, soothing her back while wiping her down. Lu Wanning recoiled a few steps, finally regaining her composure from the shock. She thought to herself, given Su Zhenyiao's condition, it was quite dire. A certain concubine in the palace had met her end in a similar manner. Any inability to ingest food would lead one to exhaustion within a matter of days. "Sister Su, what has happened to you?" As soon as she spoke, Su Zhenyiao began to weep. "Crown Princess, such grave matters have arisen. What shall we do? We must send someone to inform His Highness at once." Seeing Lu Wanning's sorrowful and helpless demeanor, Zhuohua felt agitated. She immediately adopted a stern expression and said, "Lu Consort, you should return. Your presence here is of no assistance. If you were to fall ill as well, I would have to attend to you." "That cannot be. Sister Su is so ill. Surely, I could be of some help by staying." Zhuohua did not believe she was merely seeking amusement, but she was indeed inexperienced and easily flustered in times of crisis. "As the crown princess, you should promptly dispatch someone to the yamen. This is a matter of great significance and requires His Highness's decision." "What grave incident has occurred?" Zhuohua demanded sharply. "How can you reach a conclusion without the imperial physician's presence? His Highness is preoccupied with state affairs. Calling him back would be of little use. Consort Su is currently unwell and requires rest. The presence of a crowd or a chamber will only exacerbate her discomfort." Lu Wanning mumbled, unable to articulate a rebuttal. Her heart was in disarray, and seeing Su Zhenyiao's reaction filled her with genuine concern, rendering her somewhat disoriented. Noticing the fierce glint in Zhuohua's eyes, she dared not speak further and quietly retreated to the side, feeling quite resentful. It is said that concern breeds chaos. The crown princess remained composed and unperturbed, appearing devoid of worry, perhaps seeking to establish her authority before the onlookers. Zhuohua gently assisted Su Zhenyiao to lie down, soothing her in soft tones until she gradually calmed. Rulan led the physician into the room. "Greetings to the crown princess." "Please rise, Dr. Li," Zhuohua instructed. Then turned to the maidservant. "Quickly relay all of Consort Su's symptoms over the past few days to Dr. Li, sparing no detail." "Understood." The maidservant recounted everything meticulously. After inquiring about a few additional matters, the physician approached the bedside and began to take Su Zhenyiao's pulse. Everyone fixated on the expression on the physician's face. His brow relaxed, a hint of joy emerging. He rose and cupped his hands towards Zhuohua, saying, "Congratulations, Your Highness, Consort Su is with child." Though the statement sounded peculiar, Zhuohua's attention was solely captured by the latter part. "Consort Su is with child. Dr. Li, are you certain?" Observing Zhuohua's serious demeanor, Dr. Li tempered his tone, replying, "Based on my assessment, it has likely been over 2 months." This is truly a singular success. Zhuohua cleared her throat, realizing she should adopt a more joyful demeanor. What splendid news! Someone, hurry and inform the crown prince. Consort Su is expecting. Indeed, it was Lu's side consort who accurately predicted this joyful occasion, which must be reported to His Highness. Taken aback, Lu Wanning managed to prop herself up and offered a faint smile. Zhuohua inquired of Dr. Li, were Consort Su's previous ailments all related to her pregnancy? Is there a remedy to alleviate her discomfort? At this rate, her health may not withstand it. Your Highness, rest assured, Consort Su's nausea and inability to eat are normal reactions during early pregnancy. However, her sensitivity has made her symptoms more pronounced. I will prescribe a remedy. After a course of treatment, she shall recover well. Moving forward, she merely requires rest and nourishing food to stabilize her condition. Being young and in good health, she will recuperate swiftly. Zhuohua genuinely smiled for the first time. Since Dr. Li assures me, I am at ease. I appreciate your efforts. Everyone may withdraw. Consort Su requires tranquility. Henceforth, no one is permitted to disturb her in Qingyun residence without my consent. Understood. The occupants of the room exited quietly. Unbeknownst to the jubilant crowd surrounding her, Lu Wanning's complexion was ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the support of Shiyu, she would have surely crumpled to the ground. She found herself engulfed in confusion, unable to fathom why her heartfelt prayers, fervently made over the years, seemed to be effortlessly granted to others. What, then, did her years of kneeling before the Buddha, her bruised knees, the tasteless offerings, and countless sleepless nights amount to? Her fingers brushed against the fragrant pouch at her waist, containing the fertility talisman personally sought for her by the crown prince. Clutching in her palm, she felt an unsettling heat radiate from it, stirring a tumult of anxiety within her heart. Oh, heavens, do you not have eyes? Why can you not bless me with a child? Chapter 45, a simple gesture as the crowd dispersed. Only Zhuohua remained, seated by the bedside. Su Jinyao buried her head in the brocade quilt, and after a while, she murmured, "Sister, I am frightened." Su Zhuhao Zhuge Sopti, surprised that the fearless Su Jinyao was consistently overwhelmed by such matters. If one were to speak of fear, Zhuohua too felt a twinge of trepidation. In this era, it was not uncommon for girls as young as 15 or 16 to bear children, and even those as young as 13 or 14 could give birth. However, families of any standing, particularly among the aristocracy, tended to delay childbirth for their daughters. Parents cherished their daughters, aiming to raise them a bit longer, ensuring their bodies were better suited for motherhood before contemplating the matter of reproduction. Before Zhuohua entered the capital, her mother had repeatedly advised her, even going so far as to have the household physician prepare contraceptive medicine. For families of their status, there was indeed no necessity to hasten the arrival of children. "Sister," Su Jinyao peered out from beneath the quilt. "Will I die?" Zhuohua gently replied, "What are you imagining? There are imperial physicians who come daily to attend to you, and I will also hire a female doctor to tend to your needs. You must not conceal your discomfort as you did this time. Had it not been for Qingji's cleverness in reporting to me, who knows what greater troubles could have arisen." "Oh," Su Jinyao lowered her eyelids, finally expressing her apprehension. "I won't do so again. I just fear being a burden to you." Zhuohua smiled. "It's merely a matter of exchanging words. How could it possibly trouble me? Ah Yao, whether you wish it or not, you are destined to be a mother. The Eastern Palace is not like your own home. It is filled with many people and diverse opinions, and the hearts of others are hard to gauge. If you do not remain vigilant, you cannot protect yourself and your child." This statement puzzled Su Jinyao. Having lived in the general's residence for over a decade, surrounded by the affection of her parents and the care of her siblings, she had always spoken her mind freely and acted upon her desires. Now that she was in the Eastern Palace, she believed she had learned to abide by the rules and handle matters within her capacity. Was that not enough? "Sister, do you think someone would harm me?" Zhuohua did not answer directly, instead posing a counter-question. "What do you think?" Su Jinyao, though innocent, was not foolish or ignorant. The shifting tides of power in the court and the covert struggles within the palace were not entirely lost on her. even if she had not personally experienced them. She had gleaned some understanding from others' accounts. Furthermore, the previous palace banquet had served as a practical lesson. I understand now. As you say, without your permission, no one shall enter Qingyun Garden. Even if they plead with me, I will simply say that I cannot disrupt the rules. It is the decision of the crown princess. Su Zhuohua felt a sense of relief at Su Zhenyao's awareness. She disliked having to repeat herself and preferred not to waste time on those who would not heed her counsel. Very well, now that we have identified the cause, you must follow the physician's instructions, obediently take your medicine, and rest well. After a half-day of turmoil, the sky outside had darkened. Now you should return as well, sister. With Qingji taking care of me, you may rest easy. Su Zhuohua cast a glance at the maid standing beside her and instructed. You have been brought from the general's residence by Consort Su. You are the one she trusts the most within the Eastern Palace. You have performed admirably today. Take good care, Consort Su. Once she safely delivers her child, there shall be ample rewards. Yes, thank you, princess, the maid replied. Su Zhuohua rose and suddenly recalled another matter. I will arrange for someone to return to the general's residence to inform them, allowing Madame Su to visit you tomorrow. I am not well-versed in childbirth, but your mother can provide you with guidance. Upon mentioning her family, Su Zhenyao's eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling. I am grateful for your thoughtful consideration, sister. Having grown accustomed to the warmth and comfort of home, I find myself yearning for it, even more now that I am away. If only my parents and siblings were here, I would not have to endure this illness alone. Qingji wiped her tears and gently reassured her. Do not weep, your highness. Madam will come to see you tomorrow. This is indeed a good thing. She glanced outside and continued. Fortunately, the princess is a kind-hearted individual who cares for you and considers your well-being. You will have someone to lean on in the future. Recalling Su Zhuohua's sincerity in recent days, Su Zhenyao felt a bit comforted. After leaving Qingyun residence, Su Zhuohua promptly summoned Lu Yu. Upon entering, Lu Yu announced, I have already sent someone to notify His Highness. He said he would return as soon as he finishes his current tasks. Su Zhuohua nodded and instructed furthermore. Send an invitation to the general's residence, requesting Madame Su to visit the Eastern Palace tomorrow. Additionally, deliver a message to the palace. I intend to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen. Yes, Lu Yu replied, his demeanor cheerful as he spoke. Your Highness has planned meticulously. If you personally enter the palace to share this joyous news with Her Majesty, she will surely be elated. Su Zhuohua cast him a knowing glance, surmising that the queen must already be aware of the situation. Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly, and he explained, when I sent word to His Highness, I also had someone make a brief visit to the palace. Upon reconsideration, he felt that this side arrangement lacked propriety. Feeling uneasy under Su Zhuohua's gaze, he quickly knelt and confessed, It was my presumption. I beseech your highness to punish me. Su Zhuohua waved her hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, Chief Steward Lu has always been meticulous, managing affairs with great care. Your consideration of matters I had not thought of is commendable. Rather than punishment, you should be rewarded. Lu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, the cold sweat on his forehead subsiding. However, Su Zhuohua's tone shifted, causing him to tense up again. He harbored a deep-seated respect for this youthful princess. Unlike the elder consort Lu, the princess managed affairs with clarity and decisiveness, administering rewards and punishments fairly, never allowing favoritism to disrupt order. Though she appeared amiable and approachable, her words and actions were resolute. This trait bore a resemblance to the crown prince. Thus, Lu Yu never dared to consider himself an elder within the Eastern Palace, nor did he presume to adopt an imposing demeanor before her. The gentle sound of her voice gradually settled into his ears, remaining steady and warm. In the past, the absence of a leader in the Eastern Palace was not a concern, as Steward Lu acted on behalf of the palace, garnering both merit and toil, a fact duly noted by both the Crown Prince and the Empress. Now that a Crown Princess has been appointed, any message or information emanating from the Eastern Palace will be perceived as the will of both myself and the Crown Prince. At this juncture, how could Lu Yu possibly misunderstand? He immediately bowed his head and said, Thank you, Crown Princess, for your guidance. I shall henceforth report every detail to you. Without your approval, I shall not take matters into my own hands." Zhuohua replied in a gentle tone, "Steward Lu is a wise man, and I place my trust in you to manage the Eastern Palace. I firmly believe in establishing rules before undertaking any task. Only with reason and evidence can we ensure longevity. Especially now that concubine Su is with child, this is a significant matter for the Eastern Palace. You must ensure that everyone beneath you is well managed, and no mistakes can occur." Zhuohua's manner of speech was always succinct, particularly when discussing serious matters. However, each word she uttered bore considerable weight. At present, the health and safety of concubine Su rested in Lu Yu's hands. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall spare no effort in ensuring the safety of both the concubine and her child." "Good," Zhuohua said, lightly tapping her fingers on the table before engaging him in casual conversation. "I have heard that your youngest son is exceptionally intelligent and excels in his studies, consistently ranking first at the academy back home." Lu Yu, taken aback by her sudden mention of this, responded accordingly. "He is merely 12. It is difficult to discern his future potential. Please forgive my presumption, Your Highness." Zhuohua chuckled softly. "Steward Lu, you are too modest. His Highness greatly values talent. One day, I shall find time to mention this to him, and perhaps your son might attend the Honglu Academy, which could greatly benefit his education." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was utterly astounded. The Honglu Academy was a revered institution coveted by scholars across the realm. As a mere servant, what merit did he possess to be afforded such an opportunity? Regaining his composure, Lu Yu hurriedly bowed deeply, his voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your benevolence. Even if I were to offer my life in return, it would be insufficient to express my gratitude." "It is but a small gesture," she replied. "Steward Lu's fortune lies ahead." As Lu Yu exited the string music hall, his mind was in a whirl. What ordinary people could scarcely dream of was but a mere utterance for the powerful. Yet among the elite, finding someone willing to speak up for a servant was as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. What value do gold and silver hold in comparison? If one could produce an official from their household, it would indeed be a blessing from the ancestors. Lu Yu stifled his excitement and resolved to follow the crown princess devotedly. Only in this manner could the Lu family hope for a transformation in their fortunes. Chapter 46. Nurtured at your knee, the moonlight, as ethereal as silk, streamed through the window, enveloping the delicate figure of the woman in a gossamer veil. Zhuohua reclined on the bed, clad in a simple garment and trousers, idly fanning herself with an embroidered silk fan. "Your Highness, it seems that there are those who might find themselves sleepless night after night," Ru Tang remarked, proudly holding a censer that filled the room with fragrant smoke. "Do you so despise Lu Wanning?" Zhuohua inquired. "No," Ru Tang replied as she turned. "I detest anyone who vies with Her Highness for the princess' attention." Zhuohua chuckled softly. "Then why do you not come here in your disdain?" Presently, within the Eastern Palace, it is merely myself, 2 secondary consorts, and 1 yet-to-arrive concubine, along with a few favored maidservants. When the prince ascends the throne, the number of women in the harem will surely multiply, and that may well drive you to despair. Ru Tang stamped her foot in frustration. "How can Your Highness jest at such a time? Although Consort Su is close to you, the hearts of people are inscrutable. There is no guarantee she will not grow distant in the future. If she were to bear a daughter, it would be acceptable. But if she gives birth to the first son, what then for Your Highness?" This question indeed posed a challenge for Zhuohua. The birth of a child from anyone else would hold little consequence for her, regardless of gender. Yet, Su Jingyao's status was uniquely significant. Her noble lineage, unparalleled not only within the Eastern Palace, but throughout the entire capital, could not be disregarded. Born of esteemed heritage and potentially the mother of the first son, it was conceivable that when Qi Hecang ascended the throne, her position could rise to prominence. Zhuohua pondered the narrative of the original tale. Su Jingyao had passed away in the 2nd year after entering the palace, and there was no mention of her bearing any children. Could it be that the child never came to fruition? Covering her face with the fan, Zhuohua closed her eyes in contemplation. Her existence had already become a pivotal variable, and the unfolding events might not mirror the original story. She realized she could not overly rely on the narrative. Yet, if it were indeed a first son, what then? This was a dilemma she must confront. She would certainly not resort to harm against a child. Though she did not consider herself a virtuous individual, she still possessed a sense of humanity. If all else failed, only, what are you thinking about? Qi Hecang's voice suddenly broke through her reverie. Startled, Zhuohua quickly composed herself, her brows arching as she slowly lowered the fan from her face. "Your Highness," she softly called. "Lost in thought, were you? I have been sitting here for quite some time, and you did not even notice." Zhuohua's gaze danced, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head shyly. "Your Highness, you feign ignorance on purpose, seeking to tease me, are you not?" Qi Hecang appeared pleased with her response. He reached out to grasp her wrist, and the jade bracelet slid down her arm, its translucent beauty rivaling her delicate skin. His expression darkened slightly as he gently caressed her soft hand. Having spent considerable time together, Zhuohua had grown adept at discerning his thoughts through his words, glances, and subtle gestures. Though his demeanor appeared flirtatious, his heart harbored no intent beyond companionship. She raised her hand to touch his brow and inquired, "Does your Highness have concerns weighing on your mind?" The smile of Qi Hecang did not reach his eyes. "Should you not say, is it not a joyful occasion? If I were to flatter his Highness, I would certainly express it thus." Yet, with the frown upon his brow and the smile not illuminating his gaze, it is evident that he is not genuinely pleased. Qi Hecang finally allowed a true smile to emerge, pulling up the corners of his lips. He removed his shoes and reclined beside Zhuohua on the edge of the bed. Under the warm glow of the flickering candlelight, a soft sigh escaped him. "If it were you who were with child, how wonderful that would be." This remark prompted Zhuohua to ponder swiftly. As she had surmised, the crown prince was indeed apprehensive regarding Su Jinyao's pregnancy. Su Jinyao's father held significant military power, unmatched in the realm of the Qian as the nation's foremost defender. With Su Jinyao now expecting, should she bear a son, the Su family's influence would undoubtedly grow, potentially leading to aspirations regarding the imperial throne. For a sovereign, the most feared are those who possess great merit, for such power can overshadow the ruler. Historical precedents often entangle the inner palace, creating a web of checks and balances. Qi Hecang, with his wings fully spread, commanded the loyalty of both civil and military officials. He had no need to rely on the Su family, nor would he permit their considerable power to slip from his grasp. Therefore, Su Jinyao's pregnancy represented a profoundly destabilizing factor. Like her, Qi Hecang was filled with hesitations regarding the prospect of firstborn son. With this realization, Zhuohua felt a sense of relief. Regardless, Qi Hecang would never consent to allowing Su Jinyao to ascend to the throne. The maternal clan of the empress was excessively powerful, ultimately posing a threat to the stability of the imperial seat. This concern was also the reason he agreed to Zhuohua becoming the crown princess. Zhuohua feigned ignorance and, with a hint of grievance, remarked, "Is your Highness blaming me? I am not as capable as Sister Su. After serving you so many times, my belly remains quiet." Qi Hecang felt a momentary awkwardness. He had certainly not anticipated that a mere perfunctory encounter would lead to such a situation. "How could I blame you? I merely desire a legitimate son, one born of you. However, many women, after giving birth, often become less appealing. Your Highness would surely find me wanting." Qi Hecang sometimes felt utterly at a loss with Zhuohua. She seemed utterly unconcerned about her position as crown princess and failed to grasp the significance of a legitimate firstborn son. At such a time, she still fretted over trivial matters. Qi Hecang chuckled as he gently stroked her face. "With your figure, I truly cannot bear to part with you. Perhaps, after Su concubine gives birth, we could raise the child at your side?" His tone was exceedingly light, resembling a jest. Yet, Zhuohua understood that Qi Hecang was sincere. "You foolish man," she thought, even at such a moment, still plotting for his own benefit and weaving schemes around her. Zhuohua replied, "Your Highness speaks nonsense." Sister Su would not agree. Bearing a child is no simple feat. A woman traverses the gates of death, enduring 10 months of pregnancy to deliver a child. How could she willingly part with it? You're the crown princess, the primary consort. All children of the Eastern Palace must refer to you as mother. To personally nurture them at your knee is a blessing for Su concubine and her child. What would she have to refuse? The implication was clear. Whether she wished to or not, she would have to comply. Your Highness may decide, but there is one thing I wish to request of you. Qi Hecang particularly admired Zhuohua for her ability to refrain from indulging in trivial matters. Whether it was her innate capacity to discern the essence of a situation at a glance or her unclouded mind, this manner of interaction brought him a sense of comfort and ease. He gently planted a kiss on her lips and softly remarked, "It has been quite some time since I last heard you plead with me. Do share your requests a few more times for my enjoyment." Zhuohua was momentarily taken aback before comprehending Qi Hecang's intention, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. With a playful pout, she replied, "Your Highness, you always tease me in this manner. It loses its charm. Speak quickly, for if you delay, I may not be able to absorb your words." As Qi Hecang spoke, he reached behind her to untie the strings of her garments. With only 2 layers of clothing adorning her, they were swiftly discarded beyond the curtain by his hands. Having been preoccupied with court affairs for several consecutive days, Qi Hecang found himself unable to contain his desires any longer. "Would your Highness kindly ensure the safety of Sister Su?" "Certainly." The sounds of breaths intertwined within the tent, a symphony of shared intimacy. "Very well." Chapter 47. Establishing a persona today, Zhuohua was to pay a visit to the Empress. So she had already completed her morning rituals and donned her attire before Qi Hecang rose. "Why is the princess up so early today?" As she glanced outside, it was just past the 4th watch of the night, the sky as dark as ink. The roosters had yet to crow. Yet the crown princess stood poised in the room. Zhuohua stepped outside, a faint smile gracing her lips as she casually remarked, "I was accustomed to rising early at home. After being lazy for a few days in the Eastern Palace, I feel quite uncomfortable. I shall visit Qingyun residence and return shortly to attend to His Highness's meal." "Understood." She bent slightly, regarding Zhuohua with newfound respect. Much like the Empress, who prized virtue, benevolence, and generosity, not every consort in the palace could inspire such attentiveness. The crown princess's demeanor was open and unpretentious, not aimed at showcasing her own virtues or currying favor with the crown prince. Such sincerity and kindness were indeed rare. Once the 3 had distanced themselves, Ru Tang approached Zhuohua and whispered, "Will your Highness be rising this early from now on? It is manageable in warm weather, but in the winter, with the biting cold outside, your Highness must take care of your health." Zhuohua smiled gently. It was the perfect moment for her to forge her persona. By winter, she would surely earn a reputation as a virtuous, diligent individual in the eyes of all. As for the trials of staying up late and rising early, she had long since grown accustomed to them in her previous life. One must endure hardship to rise above others. For now, she could afford to retire early and enjoy ample sleep. Upon arriving at Qingyun residence, she found the courtyard illuminated. The gatekeeper, upon seeing Zhuohua, momentarily froze before hastily kneeling and bowing. "This servant pays respects to the crown princess. May your Highness enjoy longevity." "Rise," Zhuohua instructed. "When did the lights in the inner chamber ignite?" "They have not been extinguished all night. The side consort must have had a restless evening," Zhuohua noted softly. The young eunuch, quick-witted, promptly replied, "There were intermittent sounds throughout the night. This servant kept vigil and dared not relax." "You are indeed diligent," Zhuohua remarked as she stepped into the inner courtyard, where the palace maids had already opened the doors in anticipation. "Your Highness, may you enjoy longevity." Qingji hurried out from within, bowing to Zhuohua. "How is your mistress faring?" "After taking the medicine from Physician Li, she has improved considerably. However, the taste is quite strong, and she often vomits half of it. Concerned that it would affect the medicine's efficacy, she took another dose before bed, resulting in discomfort throughout the night, and she was up several times to vomit. She has just soiled the bed and is in the process of changing it now." Ru Lan lifted the curtain, allowing Zhuohua to enter the inner chamber. Su Jinyao lay on the esteemed couch by the window, half-closed eyes. Upon hearing the commotion, she raised her gaze and was startled to see Zhuohua. She blinked, unsure if she was mistaken. Sister, is that you? Su Jinyao propped herself up on one side, only daring to confirm once Su Zhuohua settled beside her. What brings you here at such an hour? She has not enjoyed a full night's sleep for quite some time, and tonight, having taken too much medication, she has been restless and feels somewhat fatigued all over. Just lie down comfortably. The prince has decreed. Henceforth you are excused from your formalities. She received a wooden box from Ru Tang, placing it on the table. And from within, she extracted a preserved fruit, offering it to Su Jinyao. The most renowned specialty of Anyang is the dried yuami, so I brought some for you. If you're feeling unwell, place one beneath your tongue. It will surely provide relief. Observing Su Jinyao's pale complexion, she feigned irritation, saying, "Why are you so impatient? You cannot become a plump child in one bite. Take your medicine slowly and nourish yourself gradually. In 3 to 5 days, you will surely feel better." With the preserved fruit in her mouth, Su Jinyao immediately felt a wave of comfort in her throat. She grasped Su Zhuohua's hand and, with a wry smile, confessed, "Sister, you have no idea how this feeling is even more tormenting than a beating. I cannot eat nor can I expel it. It is truly excruciating." Su Zhuohua zestet. This kind of torment is something many women would desire, yet cannot attain. Su Jinyao shook her head vigorously. "I do not want it. I do not want it ever again." She had yet to mature herself. How could she suddenly be expected to become a mother? It was simply too terrifying. "All right," Su Zhuohua said, patting her hand. "I must return to the palace today, so I cannot stay and chat longer. I will come to find you when I have the time. Your mother is visiting the East Palace today. I will not be able to meet her, but I have specifically instructed Lu Yu to make the proper arrangements. Thank you, sister, for your thoughtfulness. Do not mention it. We will only grow further from our family in the days to come. If we do not look out for one another, what hope will there be for the future?" A pang of bitterness stirred within Su Jinyao. Both she and Su Zhuohua had been cherished in their homes, yet Su Zhuohua faced greater challenges than she. The Su family resided far from the capital, and it was uncertain how long it would be before they could reunite with their family. Su Jinyao felt not only gratitude, but also sympathy for Su Zhuohua, silently vowing to treat her with more kindness in the future, so as not to betray her genuine affection. As Su Zhuohua exited Qingyun residence, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, casting a hazy radiance upon the surrounding scenery, making it less clear than the illumination of the night. Ru Tang and Ru Lan flanked her on either side. Su Zhuohua remained silent, her focus intently fixed on the path beneath her feet, each step taken with purpose. Upon entering the Xianhua Hall, Ru Lan went to the kitchen to oversee breakfast, while Ru Tang accompanied Su Zhuohua to the inner hall. "What do you wish to say?" Su Zhuohua slowed her pace in the corridor. On the way to Qingyun residence, Ru Tang had appeared as if she had much to express, but hesitated. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ru Tang knelt on the ground, indignantly stating, "It is only natural for the esteemed princess consort to care for concubine Su. Yet I feel it is unjust for you. While you were with the Su family, you were raised in the palm of their hand. Now you must bear the burden of caring for others. Such tasks as delivering preserved fruits could easily be entrusted to me. Even if you commanded me to watch over her day and night, I would willingly comply. But to let you suffer this burden weighs heavily on my heart. If the lady were to know, she would surely feel great sorrow." Since childhood, Ru Tang has always been by Su Zhuohua's side, and she is most aware of how her young mistress has grown up in a honeyed environment. In her eyes, Su Zhuohua was born to enjoy a life of luxury. She had thought that becoming the crown princess would mean being the center of attention, living an even more exquisite life than before. Who knew she would have to endure such circumstances? Which respectable wife rises before dawn to attend to the needs of a concubine, with a smile playing on her lips? Su Zhuohua lifted Ru Tang up. "I know you are concerned for me, feeling that I am no longer as carefree as I once was in the boudoir. Juggling the prince's expectations while caring for other women is indeed a constraining role for the crown princess, isn't it?" Ru Tang nodded in agreement. "Ru Tang, I'm not torturing myself, nor am I selflessly sacrificing for anyone. Every step I take is a strategic move for the future. Thus, the hardships you perceive are merely steps closer to my goals, and I feel nothing but joy in my heart. Do you understand?" Ru Tang seemed to grasp the sentiment to some extent, yet this did not diminish her trust and recognition of Su Zhuohua's words. As long as Su Zhuohua was willing and content, Ru Tang would refrain from voicing her grievances. There is nothing in this world more important than Su Zhuohua's happiness. Lowering her voice, Ru Tang said, "Your Highness, it is my foolishness that prevents me from understanding your intentions. I promise to never again allow my thoughts to wander, regardless of what you choose to do." Su Zhuohua affectionately ruffled her hair. This silly girl truly cares for her and genuinely feels for her. Such sincerity is rare in this world. How could she possibly hold it against her? Yet Ru Tang spoke wisely. If she wished to accompany Su Zhuohua further along this path, she must not remain anchored in her previous understanding. Su Zhuohua resolved to personally guide her. Chapter 48. Execution. She beckoned to Ru Tang and whispered on the night when consort Su entered the palace. Lu Wanning personally sought her out and subsequently grew close to her. Do you know the reason? Ru Tang understood that Su Zhuohua was testing her, urging her to look beyond the surface and delve deeper. After much contemplation, Ru Tang replied, "Consort Lu must be concerned that if the Empress draws consort Su to her side first, she would find herself isolated and without allies." And what else? Ru Tang was compelled to think further. Consort Su hails from the household of a great general. Perhaps Consort Lu seeks to curry favor with the general's family. I recall that Consort Lu's brother is also in the military. She might wish to secure a promising future for him. As she spoke, Ru Tang's voice grew more assured. Meeting Su Zhuohua's expectant gaze, she received a nod of approval. The crown prince exhibits no interest in Su Jinyao. Were it not for her connections to the general's household, neither Lu Wanning nor I would spare her a second glance. However, the act of ingratiation is inherently fraught with difficulty. If it appears too overt, it risks exposure, while excessive aloofness may fail to convey genuine intent. One must navigate minor matters with ease, while addressing significant issues with subtlety, allowing others to feel the warmth of camaraderie without sowing suspicion. Ru Tang, struck by this revelation, finally grasped the nature of the relationship between Su Zhuohua and Su Jinyao. Thus, it seems that the Empress deliberately arranged for Madame Su to enter the Eastern Palace on the same day as your own arrival. Su Zhuohua cast an appreciative glance. As my rapport with Su Jinyao deepens, I must maintain a distance from Madame Su. She is not as uncomplicated as Su Jinyao. If she perceives my intentions, the possibility of winning over the Su family would be lost. Su Jinyao's father, Su Sun, is a first-rank general, wielding substantial power. Securing his support, or at the very least ensuring he does not oppose her during critical moments, would be a tremendous advantage. Su Zhuohua aspired for more than mere recognition as the emperor's appointed empress. She sought the backing of court officials, unwilling to place her fate solely in the ephemeral promises and conscience of a man. Guided by Su Zhuohua's insights, Ru Tang began to make sense of many matters. She increasingly recognized her own naivety, tapping her head in determination to think more deeply in the future rather than charging ahead blindly. After Su Zhuohua arranged for breakfast, she coincidentally encountered Qi Hecang returning from his martial training. After a brief wash and change of attire, he joined Su Zhuohua at the table. "Have you visited Consort Su? Is she recovering?" Qi Hecang inquired, his expression tranquil as he sat at the table. Without any conscious effort to conceal it, the innate aura of authority he exuded was palpable. The room was eerily silent, resembling a conference hall more than a place for breakfast. Su Zhuohua placed a piece of silver thread roll into his bowl before responding, "She is much improved." The physician mentioned that the reactions during the first pregnancy tend to be more pronounced. With proper diet and medication, they will gradually ease. Qi Hecang nodded slightly, indicating his lack of desire to pursue the topic further. "What prompted you to rise so early today?" When the name Su Zhuohua was mentioned, a faint smile graced Qi Hecang's lips. In his memory, Su Zhuohua rarely indulged in late mornings, save for when she was unwell. Each time he stayed over, upon returning from his martial arts practice, she was invariably already dressed and ready. Su Duhao Zitge, proclaiming that early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for one's health. I too wish to train like the crown prince. For one never knows what dangers may lie ahead and the necessity of self-defense. Training in martial arts? Qi Hecang chuckled, finding her notion rather fanciful. He had never encountered a young lady or a noblewoman with such aspirations. He lightly flicked her forehead, remarking, "You are the crown prince's consort. Wherever you go, a retinue of guards follows. One need have you for martial training." He pondered her remarkable vitality, yet his gaze darkened momentarily as he refrained from continuing. His thoughts drifted to Lu Wanning, whose health had always been frail, often falling ill, and had grown increasingly emaciated of late, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. It all began when she shielded him from that arrow. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards Lu Wanning. What need? Zhuohua propped her chin on her hands, playfully inquiring, gazing into her eyes, which sparkled like a sky full of morning stars. Qi Hecang found it difficult to dwell on anyone else. Diverting his gaze, he noticed that the breakfast spread before them was somewhat different from usual. While the quantity remained comparable, the colors, varieties, and flavors appeared notably more abundant. Today's breakfast is quite sumptuous. It must have required considerable thought. Truth be told, I did not exert much effort. It was all arranged by Lu Tang, she replied. Yet, having initiated the inquiry, she felt compelled to elaborate to reflect her diligence. Zhuohua continued, as the saying goes, one should eat well in the morning, eat heartily at noon, and eat sparingly in the evening. Qi Hecang chuckled lightly, finding her words rather commonplace. Though it may be ordinary, I find it quite reasonable. The day's plans are set in the morning. A balanced breakfast ensures one remains spirited throughout the day. The midday meal serves as a bridge. If one's stomach is empty, there is little focus for important matters. As for the evening, with less activity, excessive consumption leads to restless nights. You, indeed, Qi Hecang laughed. I cannot fathom what peculiar thoughts occupy your mind throughout the day. After a moment of quiet dining, he suddenly set down his chopsticks and instructed to Shi, inform Lu Yu that, as per the crown princess's recommendations, our meals should be arranged accordingly in all the courtyards from today onward. Zhuohua. It is no wonder that Qi Hecang is destined for greatness. Heeding advice is indeed a commendable virtue of a leader, and his execution is remarkably robust. With numerous responsibilities at hand, Qi Hecang finished his breakfast and departed with Shi, while Zhuohua proceeded to Kunning Palace. Zhuohua pays her respects to Mother. She greeted, "Long live the Empress." "Rise, come and sit," the Empress replied with a beaming smile, clearly in high spirits. Zhuohua approached her side with a smile, eager to offer her flattering remarks. The Empress is indeed more effective than the guanyin of childbirth. Just a few days after expressing her desire for a grandchild, delightful news has arrived. Zhuohua first extends her congratulations to the Empress. "You, my dear girl, have such a sweet tongue. You always manage to bring me joy with your visits." Upon finishing her words, the Empress gestured towards Zhiqiu with a slight nod. Zhiqiu promptly approached, cradling a brocade box. A gift from the Empress to the Crown Princess and concubine Su. As Zhuohua glanced at the box, she beheld two exquisite jade bracelets within. Even from a distance, their vibrant emerald hue and crystal-clear translucence revealed their rarity and exceptional quality. The Empress smiled and remarked, "One bracelet is for concubine Su, as she has played a significant role this time. The other," she said, as she took one and placed it directly onto Zhuohua's wrist, "is for you. Should concubine Su successfully give birth to an heir, your contributions will be equally invaluable." Zhuohua understood the implications of the Empress's words, whether as a charge or a warning. She must take responsibility for the child in Su Jinyao's womb. She immediately knelt in gratitude, assuring the Empress, "Rest assured, Mother, I will take excellent care of concubine Su and her child, ensuring the safe arrival of the precious heir." The Empress nodded in satisfaction. Conversing with someone like Zhuohua is truly delightful. She comprehends everything with just a hint. However, as Zhuohua rose to take her seat, she lifted the lid of her cup, skimming off the tea froth a few times before covering it again. "It seems His Highness intends to place concubine Su's child under my care. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter, Mother." Chapter 49. Avoiding suspicion, the Empress discreetly lifted her eyelids and observed Zhuohua, who appeared restless. This alleviated some of her inner vigilance. Although Su Jinyao was merely a secondary consort, and her child was a mere illegitimate offspring, he was nonetheless the long-awaited grandson she had desired for years. She was not surprised by the crown prince's thoughts. The Su family held considerable power, and should a mother elevate her child, the risks of external relatives indeed became significant. Yet, entrusting the child to Su Zhuohua's care did not ease the empress's concerns. A nurturing mother could never be surpassed by a mere foster one. Moreover, Su Zhuohua was still young and would undoubtedly bear a legitimate son in the future, which could render this firstborn a thorn in her side. After weighing her options, the empress spoke, "You have only recently married and lack experience in motherhood. To place the child in your care would indeed be a burden. However, the crown prince's actions stem from his regard for you. He does not wish for you to feel discomfort regarding the first son. Would you not agree, crown princess?" Su Zhuohua chuckled inwardly. The empress had indeed defended Qi Hecang well. Keeping the child by her side was not out of the question, yet it could not be so easily arranged, as it would seem she had gained an undue advantage. She had no desire to be the one at a disadvantage. Thus, she decided to navigate the conversation with the empress carefully. "You speak truly, mother. I shall never betray His Highness's grace and trust. I will accept this matter regardless." Yet, Su Zhuohua revealed a troubled expression. "I have indeed never raised a child, and I fear that I may fail in my duties, causing the child to suffer under my care." The empress had been awaiting this statement and promptly responded, "This is easily remedied. I shall personally select several competent wet nurses to attend to Su Jinyao, and when the child is born, they shall accompany him to your quarters." "Thank you, mother. With your personal arrangements, I shall feel completely at ease," Su Zhuohua replied. Before entering the palace, Su Zhuohua had anticipated that the empress would not be willing to leave the child solely in her care and would certainly send someone to assist. Rather than waiting for the empress to take action, it was preferable for her to voice her concerns first. Moreover, having the empress as personnel would absolve her of any responsibility should issues arise later. "Mother, I am quite concerned about Su Jinyao's arduous pregnancy. I wish to send a female physician from the palace to the Eastern Palace to attend to her closely," she suggested. "You are very thoughtful. We shall proceed as you propose." Regardless of whether her intentions were genuine or feigned, the empress found comfort in Su Zhuohua's considerations. The intrigues of the harem were treacherous. As empress, although she had her own interests, she managed to conduct herself with dignity and integrity, maintaining years of tranquility in the harem. Though Su Zhuohua was young, she acted with principle and insight, and most importantly, she harbored no malicious thoughts. The empress mused to herself that this was the demeanor befitting a primary consort. Drawing from her years of experience in preserving pregnancies, the empress cautioned, "Great care must be taken with the dietary and living conditions of Su Jinyao. Everything must be inspected before use. I entrust this matter to you. No unrelated persons or items are to enter her quarters without due cause." The others were relatively fine, but the relationship between consort Lu and consort Su had always been amicable, should she wish to pay a visit. "I would feel remiss to impede her." Whenever Lu Wanning was mentioned, the empress inexplicably fumed. What was she that she could surpass you, or even the heirs of the crown prince? Having been married to the Eastern Palace for 5 years, she was of no utility whatsoever. Yet she remained oblivious to her own shortcomings and still dared to aspire for more. How shameless. Su Zhuohua gently reassured, "Mother, do not be too anxious. The Empress Dowager has returned to the capital with a renowned physician, reputed for her expertise in gynecology and fertility, specifically to treat Consort Lu. Perhaps not long from now, Consort Lu's health will be restored." "Humph," the Empress huffed. "Why should I be in a hurry? With you and Consort Su by my side, I have no need to place my hopes on her. It is merely the crown prince's lingering affection that grants her a modicum of favor. She, emboldened by the Empress Dowager's support, dares to covet the position of crown princess. How utterly deluded!" Su Zhuohua replied slowly, "Your Highness, the crown prince's affection for Consort Lu stems not only from their childhood bond, but also from her act of self-sacrifice in his time of need. Did not your majesty also grant her the title of consort based on this matter? The crown prince's deep feelings are, in part, influenced by your majesty. Those in high positions who lack compassion only bring suffering upon the world and their subjects. Your majesty has shown kindness to her. The empress could not help but chuckle at her words. You clever girl, how skilled you are with your tongue. You always manage to pacify me so effectively. If you linger by my side for a few more days, I fear the wrinkles at the corners of my eyes will multiply. Zhuohua responded. I merely speak the truth, yet you mock me. If that is the case, I shall refrain from visiting Kunning Palace in the future, lest I become a source of annoyance. Zhiqiu approached with a smile. Your Highness, please do not say such things. The Empress often complains about the palace being too quiet. Your presence is indeed a welcome one. Each time you visit, the Empress consumes at least half a bowl more of rice. Feigning indignation, the Empress glared at her. See, you have only come a few times, and even those around me are swayed to support you. The three shared laughter for a while, when suddenly a maid rushed into the hall in a flurry. Zhiqiu stepped forward to meet her, inquiring, What is the matter that you are in such haste? Where are your manners? The maid hastily knelt upon the ground, her voice trembling. I report to your majesty. Princess Qimingzhu has fallen into the imperial lake and has just now been rescued. The empress, holding her teacup, absently swirled the rim and asked, What on earth happened for her to fall in? It is said that the princess quarreled with the empress dowager in Zhuohua Palace and, in tears, ran out, only to leap into the lake. The empress was taken aback. Princess Qimingzhu was notorious for her loud outbursts within the palace. Yet, she had not imagined that despite having been married and divorced, she still exhibited such disgraceful behavior, showing no signs of growth. After a brief departure, she had returned with the skills of a shrew, adept at crying, causing a scene, and creating chaos. Since returning to the capital, Princess Qimingzhu had resided in Zhuohua Palace, causing disturbances every 3 days or so, leaving the empress exhausted. The empress dowager and the emperor had even selected several sites for her princess residence, all of which she refused, creating further headaches for the empress. The queen lifted her teacup and leisurely sipped a few mouthfuls. Given the heat of recent days, a dip in the water could indeed provide some relief, which was not an entirely unwelcome thought. Zhiqiu approached her and softly remarked, I presume the empress dowager has already made her way there. Your Highness, it would be wise to take a look, lest you become the subject of gossip. The queen nodded in agreement. Although she held a disdain for both the empress dowager and Qimingzhu as the matriarch of the harem, it was her duty to intervene in matters that required her attention, to prevent the empress dowager from seizing any opportunity to undermine her. She turned her gaze towards Zhuohua, advising, You need not accompany me. The crown princess is still preoccupied with your dowry. I would not want her to leap into the lake in a fit of desperation, putting you in a difficult position. Zhuohua stifled a laugh, responding, Indeed, I am grateful for Mother-S understanding. I shall depart the palace now. As the queen took Zhiqiu's hand and made her way outside, she murmured, All are princesses. Yet why does Qimingzhu's temperament differ so greatly? She exhibits none of the grace and composure typical of other princesses. A fleeting, peculiar thought crossed Zhuohua's mind, but it vanished before she could fully grasp it. Chapter 50. Displeasure at a glance, seated upright in a chair by the bed, Shueshi, adorned in a gown of azure silk intricately embroidered with patterns reminiscent of flowing water, exuded an air of composed elegance. Her raven tresses were styled into a lofty bun, adorned solely by 2 golden hairpins, which accentuated the spirited sharpness of her tranquil features. Observing her once lively and charming daughter now languishing in bed, Shueshi could not suppress a series of heavy sighs. Qingji, come here, she commanded, a slight furrow etched between her brows, her tone stern. When the concubine departed from the general's residence, I entrusted you with the contraceptive medicine and explicitly instructed you to ensure she consumed it. Is this how you attend to the concubine? Qingji promptly knelt on the ground, responding, I have failed to fulfill my lady's trust. Please punish me. The daughters of the Su family typically wed later, often only after turning 18. Su Jinyao, the youngest daughter of Shueshi, was particularly cherished due to her late birth, having been favored above her siblings since childhood. In Shueshi's eyes, Su Jinyao remained akin to a child yet to mature, and now, in the blink of an eye. She was to become a mother, a thought that pierced Shue's heart with pangs of discomfort. Her words grew sharper. The general's household was governed by strict rules. Even the masters faced the consequences of their misdeeds without leniency. Qingji, do you dare defy my orders? Did you neglect your duties in serving the concubine or not? Su Jinyao interjected, Mother, do not blame Qingji. It is I did not ask for your words, Shueshi interrupted. Her lineage from a martial family endowing her with an innate authority that became pronounced in her seriousness. Before Su Jinyao could speak further, Qingji quickly acquiesced, Madam. I have sinned. I willingly accept the punishment. Very well, Shueshi replied, her voice heavy with resolve. As you serve the concubine now, you are considered one of the Eastern Palace's own. Should I punish you, it would be an overstep of authority. You shall return to the residence with me today, and I shall report to the crown princess to have another attend to the concubine. Su Jinyao had anticipated her mother's reprimand to be mere words, but was taken aback by the prospect of Qingji being taken away. Panic surged within her, and despite her trepidation, she felt compelled to reveal the truth. Mother, after His Highness departed that night, Qingji brought the medicine, but it was I who secretly discarded it when she was not paying attention. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she spoke the last words. Having raised Su Jinyao herself, Shueshi could discern any untruth in an instant. While she understood her daughter's aversion to hardship, she had not anticipated such obstinacy in matters so grave. You, Shueshi exclaimed, astonished, why would you do such a thing? Your father and I are aware of your affection for the crown prince, and although we have our reservations, we endeavored to secure your place in the Eastern Palace. You have always been headstrong, and while that may suffice in trivial matters, your fondness for the crown prince should not lead you to disregard your own well-being. Children will come in due time. Why must you insist on this now? Childbirth is fraught with peril, especially for one so young, she added, her concern palpable. Su Jinyao muttered softly, it is not as you think. The medicine was bitter and astringent. I took a taste and found it unbearable, so I discarded it. Cocooned within the embroidered quilt, she revealed only her innocent eyes, gazing at Shueshi. The latter, filled with a mix of anger and frustration, found herself unable to utter a single harsh word. It is entirely her fault. She devoted herself solely to ensuring her younger daughter lived a life of ease and comfort, raising her to act solely according to her whims, unaware that she would become incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Now, no matter the discourse, it is far too late. One can only hope that the Su family, steadfast as ever, can protect her throughout her time in the Eastern Palace. Shui called upon Qingji, her tone softening. You are aware of this matter, are you not? Although Qingji had grown up alongside Su Jinyao, she had always been guided by Shui's teachings, displaying a composed demeanor. Upon seeing Qingji's downcast silence, Shui understood. Madam, Qingji spoke, I only discovered this matter a few days ago, clinging to a sliver of hope that the consort would not be with child. While it was never my intention to conceal this, I must admit my oversight, and I do not dare to argue. I willingly accept any punishment. Enough. Shui took her hand and patted it gently. You have always been diligent in your care for Zhen'er. I have witnessed it. What was said in a moment of anger should not weigh heavily. I am always fair in my rewards and penalties. Since this is not your fault, there is no reason for you to be wronged. Shui cast a resigned glance at Su Jinyao, understanding her temperament well, carefree, lacking in guile. Presently, she was in dire need of support, and one careless moment could easily lead to exploitation. I can only rest easy knowing you are by her side. Shui's words were veiled yet poignant.